Since before the Ethan Klein and Hassan rift started, Destiny was covering the Ethan Klein and Hassan rift, by which I mean desperately begging his community to help him engineer it. Make sure to stress that it's a current imminent risk to the life and safety of the children. Every time I talk, you start screaming. You start screaming and crying. No, he knows the argument sucked. He just agrees with the conclusion. He just hates denims.
Because you're just inhuman. You might be a sociopath, okay?
Okay.
I don't think somebody's tickling her, if that's what you're asking.
What planet are you living on? What fucking planet are you living on, dude?
That was my whole fucking point in the fucking stream that you soyed out about and said I was a grifter.
Dude, I'm losing it. I can't take it. So, guys, we have a huge Destiny versus Pisco debate to watch. Destiny versus Pisco debating about the Ethan Klein stuff, Snark stuff, Hutch stuff, all sorts of stuff. Loads of shit going on. A couple clips right now, first to watch, from Destiny's stream last night, where he was reviewing Hutch versus Pisco. And he was losing it. I tuned in for maybe 10 minutes just between doing stuff. And yeah, it was mental. So we'll just go watch a couple of these clips and just see what he was saying.
Like that.
Well, presumably if you're joking about it after the fact and only after the fact, how do we know there's a causal connection at all between what occurred and the community?
Normally I'm good faith, or not good faith. No, I am good faith. I'm good faith towards everybody, but I don't say anything personally. I actually really hate the fact, personally, on a very personal level, that Pisco is making this gaslight contributing argument. I don't know if he's getting rotted by the people in his chat, or if he just lost too many friends and he's desperate for either income or audience capture or what. But this weird gaslighting thing that occurs where a community of people can stand around and tacitly, implicitly support a thing, but if you can't draw this direct causal connection between A and B, and this whole weird stance going, well, if you're not affirmatively attacking the thing, that doesn't necessarily...
So all Pisco's saying is that you have responsibility for the things you do. You don't have responsibility for the things you don't do. That's all Pisco's position is, and Destiny's losing his mind over it.
mean that you approve it this is A+ gaslighty weird fuck behavior. I cannot believe that he's moved over, but he has to, I guess, for whatever tanky fucks he's adhering to now. This is reprehensible and disgusting behavior that now he supports this. And at some point you need to have something needs to be turning on in your brain. It's why am I attracting all these people that are celebrating this type of behavior or engaging in this type of behavior, or at least looking upon this kind of stuff favorably and encouraging it to kind of be advertised in their community? It's really fucking
that's what's
weird.
happening.
But hey, that's just my opinion, I guess. Fuck me.
It's like your delusion. Yeah, it's like a delusion you've constructed. This is the first clip, and then we got this one too.
Casey Tron is being insincere in her apology, and Ethan Klein...
And this, I knew this guy was losing it and fucking up when I heard this.
...knows her to be insincere. You would say that it's okay for Ethan to lie about that.
What I'm curious about, I just really want to know, because I don't spend enough time in these Discords, I just want to know where Pisco got this argument from, because it didn't come from him. This is either... I don't know if Joanna would make this kind of an argument. Aaron might. Justical and his Discord server might. I don't know if Pisco hangs out on all.
Pisco's not even saying what he really thinks right now. He's just saying what his girlfriend told him to say. This guy is spazzing out. He used to absolutely love this Joanna, silly serious, the girl dating Pisco. He used to think this woman was so fucking smart. Didn't he, reformat 70% of his debate points because she told him about Wittgenstein? Am I crazy, or is that not a thing that happened 4 years ago? Yeah, Pisco's dating silly serious, yeah. For ages. Pretty sure that happened a few years ago, and he would bang on about how fucking smart this woman was. So, and now he's she's probably just poisoning Pisco's mind. Alright, man. Alright, man.
There. There's no world where this argument originated in Pisco's brain, though. He's not this stupid. He might be dumb enough to carry water for this argument, but there's no world where he's so stupid that he would make this argument up. It's just not possible. That just can't be the case.
Casey Tron is being
cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. So, with those couple of clips in mind, Pisco starts talking to Kafka Esquire, who is one of the only lawyers left in DGG. I believe he's a lawyer. And yeah, he went on to argue with Pisco, and then Destiny's gonna come in and defend him because he can't do it on his own.
Hassan was just saying this. I speculate that the reason why Ethan Klein has taken this position, for whatever reason, is because he hates Palestinians. He has an anti-Muslim bias or some other accusation. Basically, the accusation of me is that I want this woman to be harassed, this girl to be harassed, right? I want this person to be harassed. This person I've never met, this person who's not harmed me, who's not wronged me. I want to protect her, the people who are attacking her, on his view.
As I said in we discussed earlier in the Discord that I've not seen all of the I've not seen all the discussions around this. I haven't seen Destiny's stance about it, so I'm not here to like defend or like comment on that. I'm just saying, like, to me, it does. I can't say that like it makes no sense at all that he's like having questions about your association with those people.
Okay, so I just brought in Destiny. Destiny, why did you say that?
Destiny, you hired me to protect you in these situations. All right, that's why you paid that retainer. Come on, let me do my job.
Jesus Christ. Okay, my comment was a compliment because there is no world where any of the dogshit arguments that you are wheeling out against Hutch or other people came from your mind. They had to have come from other communities. I cannot believe you have cognitively degraded this much.
Which argument?
So this weird binary obsession you have with culpability, when you know that ethics don't work that way and the law doesn't work that way, why would you pretend that culpability is literally a binary yes or no?
So I don't think you understood what I was saying there. And I think that you've misconstrued it. And so it's possible you just don't understand what I'm saying.
Sure. So I understand what you're saying. The problem is what you're saying is not a thing that anybody believes. So you spent half the conversation trying to distinguish between...
Destiny understands everything. So there's no way Destiny could possibly not understand something Pisco was saying, because he understands everything. I understand everything. I understand everything. Dude, he literally sounds like such a fucking child, this whole conversation, bro. It's so funny.
Responsibilities and obligations and separating those things from the harms that they cause. That was one of the reasons why Hutch had so much problem like understanding what you were saying, because literally nobody talks about obligations or responsibilities separate from the harms they cause. This is why the more responsibility, the more obligation you have, it's usually because as a result of not fulfilling those obligations or responsibilities, more harm will come from not fulfilling those roles or things. And you trying to pretend that like having a responsibility and failing to adhere to that responsibility, you're not culpable for any of the harms that follow. That's an untenable, absurd position. There's no way that you believe that. I can't believe that you believe that.
I think the better inference is that you just don't understand what I'm saying, and I can clarify it. So you think, so what I'm understanding you to say is that you think that my position is that when I say something like the word responsibility, that I'm somehow distinguishing it from like ethical responsibility, and that therefore we cannot like put someone morally at fault for things where I'm referring to it as responsibility. But the truth is, you just don't understand what I'm saying. I do think that people can be held responsible for reckless and negligent action. What kind of person do you think I would be to think that they couldn't be?
Then how could you possibly argue that you couldn't be held somewhat ethically culpable for the behavior that your community engages in if you are directly contributing to the things that are causing them to engage that way?
Right, because you just didn't understand what I meant.
Can you stop saying I didn't understand.
Yeah, so I'll tell you. So you can. So you
because nobody you've spoken to, Pisco, you realize nobody you spoke. I've heard Joanna talk to on stream that nobody understands what you're saying. So don't pretend that everybody's getting it except for me. Nobody understands what you're saying, Pisco.
Plenty of people understand what Pisco's saying. No one understands what you're saying, Pisco. Literally, no one could possibly understand it, dude. Anyone that's got like a, like reading age above 12, maybe it requires you to have like finished high school to like fully follow the conversation. Maybe that's why Hutch was struggling so much. Maybe it requires you to be like at least like in some way mentally capable of, doing anything other than a music degree. Maybe it requires that. Or at least maybe you have to be able to pass a music degree. If you're... Okay.
You're having 7-hour conversations with friends on podcasts who don't understand what you're saying. So please stop pretending that. Okay.
So let's just like hash it out and make sure that you agree, right? With what I'm saying, and whether or not after I've explained what I've said, whether or not you agree with it. So I understand ethical culpability to be equal to moral fault. Another word for that is responsibility. Okay. And sure. I think that you are only ethically culpable for the ethical wrongs you in fact do. Okay. So you are not ethically culpable for ethical transgressions that you do not in fact
This is where the
commit.
hatred towards music degrees. I know like two people, maybe, I think two people who did music degrees, and they're both just working in hospitality.
You agree with that, right? So far?
No. There's a transitive thing that happens that you're completely missing. Let's say that somebody creates a trap in the middle of a room, and I tell somebody, knowing there's a trap there, walk to the end of the hallway.
Can you just hold on 1 second? So is my Twitch stream up right now? Just because you're banned, right? I just got to make sure it's offline.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they rewrote the rules for Hassan like 12 times, so you're probably safe.
So I just undid the Twitch thing.
You send somebody to walk down a hallway knowing there's a trap in the middle of the room, and they fall into the trap. You're trying to do this weird game of saying, well, you didn't actually place the trap and make them fall into it. So what you would be morally culpable of is giving them bad advice, knowing that they might fall into the trap, but you wouldn't be responsible for them actually falling into the trap itself.
So
that's your position, yes?
So no, it's not my position in the way that you've described it right there. So my position is that one's ethical fault, that their state of mind is integral to the kind of ethical, transgression that we're talking about. So for example, you have an ethical obligation to refrain from intentionally and maliciously causing the death of your child. You'd agree with that, right?
Sure.
There's no ethical obligation to be free from, ending your child's life in every respect, right? I mean, there could be some situations in which your child is an initial aggressor against you, right? And where you would be justified to end your child's life. In other words, one's moral fault is directly related in our heads and the transgression to a state of mind, right? And when I say you don't have ethical fault.
Oh, I didn't have a chance to read any news before I started today. Dude, this is huge. Thank fuck. Keir's got me back. Keir's got me back. He made that dumb statement yesterday. Keir's got me back. Launching a formal investigation into foreign election interference. Let's go. Let's go. That's huge. That's huge.
For intentionally calling CPS, it means only that you don't have ethical culpability.
But you would have an ethical fault for luring other people or encouraging other people or baiting other people into doing it.
Yeah, so you would be ethically culpable, as I was trying to lay out to Hutch, for recklessly...
No, hold on. To be clear, tell me if I misstate you. Yeah. You very, very cleverly and bizarrely...
Damn Ruskies. Damn Yanks, bro. I'm not even thinking about Russian election interference at this point. You crazy?
Just around that by saying that the only obligation you had was to make sure that you were behaving in such a way that made it so that you weren't getting banned by Twitch or otherwise coming under harm of the Twitch terms of service, basically. No, I know. Any ethical obligation, you spent like 3 hours arguing this. You can pretend that I didn't understand or Hutch didn't understand or literally nobody understood this. But yeah, I understand. You're maybe a really bad communicator.
We can just do it one by one. We can just do it.
Well, because I don't know if you're gonna. I don't know if you're gonna rewrite the whole thing. So let's just stick on the examples that you gave.
Wait. No, okay? because you just made a claim that I was being shifty and clever.
You were.
But wait.
Yes.
Well, I just want to take, because you just said something that, like, I was limiting the amount of exposure in the case of, increasing risk to only, consequences related to Twitch. But that didn't happen, Stephen. That was the first thing I mentioned. And then after that, I said, and
so
also...
if you want, we can find... Well, here, if you want, we can find the exact clip.
Yeah.
Okay. Hutch said...
Oh my god, dude. Literally, it just keeps getting better. What am I seeing? My Twitter timeline's going crazy. The UK is set to rejoin the Erasmus scheme. Dude, they said they probably weren't going to do this. There was going to be a new youth mobility scheme. They're just going back to Erasmus. And let's go. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. This is massive. Huge changes. Just total W care.
Said something along the lines of, are you saying it was something like, is there no reason not to, or why shouldn't you moderate your community or something like that? Or what is the purpose of even moderating your community? And your response was something along the lines of like, well, as long as the action isn't too burdensome, you should do whatever you need to in order to basically make it so you don't come under TOS action from the platform. Oh. And then you very cleverly snuck in, now the bad actions down the road might tie into this, but you were doing a huge work there to separate any bad actions that resulted from your lack of moderation. We can find the clip if you want.
No. It's not the case. I think it's because you read into, for example, and we can use this one, the bad empanada situation when they asked me, do you agree? So this is what Hutch says, right? Hutch says, you agree bad empanada is a malicious actor. And I said, I know he has a reputation for being a malicious actor, and I've seen him act in conformity with it. So my answer is yes. And when you heard that, me say that, in real time, just reacting honestly, you took that negatively. You took a negative inference against the way I phrased that.
Hold on.
Right?
Wait. Repeat what you just... So wait, let me just understand. You think that bad empanada is somebody that engages in bad behavior?
Yes.
Okay. I could be wrong, and maybe I missed it. I don't know if I heard you say that yesterday. I feel like I heard you say 15 times, I know that Bad Empanada has a reputation for engaging in bad behavior. I feel like I heard you say that 10 or 15 times. I don't know if I ever heard you.
He was totally clear. He says he knows he has that reputation. He has seen some evidence to support it. He does not know the full details, but he is accepting that that seems to be the case. It seems to be that Bad Empanada acts that way. But he's not going to make statements that he hasn't 100% looked into. Why would he do that? If Pisco isn't confident that he knows what Bad Empanada has done, why would he make firm statements about the type of conduct Bad Empanada engages in? Why would he do that? That's so stupid. Yeah, but he's the bad guy. Pisco is saying, I don't say he's got this reputation. I've seen some stuff. I've seen like him saying, Loner Box's dad was involved in Sabra and Shatir. I've seen bits and pieces here. I've heard things. I haven't looked into it all. But yeah, I'm willing to accept this. It's like totally reasonable to do that. This is Destiny. You could be forgiven for thinking it's stale from the voice, but it's not. It's Destiny.
Actually directly state, yes, Bad Empanada engages in behavior like doxing and other things that's made him not welcome on Hassan's stream or whatever else when he's not being a convenient weapon for him.
If it's the case that I did do that, if I said in sum and substance, I've heard I know that he has a reputation for malicious action. I've seen him do stuff which I would consider to be malicious, and therefore my answer is yes. If my answer was that, would you owe me an apology?
No.
No, but you said that the reason that this happened is because I've been talking to Erin, and she's been telling me that there's an equivalence between Bad Empanada and you, and that's why I said that. Under what circumstances would you ever take accountability for the kind of reckless and false statements you're making about me, inclling this Bad Empanada bit? It doesn't seem like you apologize under any circumstance.
You have zero. So you have zero. That's you're the funniest person in the world to ever utter that comment. Number one. Number two, I mean, you yourself have said that apparently we have no moral obligations or moral or ethical obligations for anything that comes from our community engaging in harm or whatever. So whatever I say about you, as long as I'm not getting moderated against, it should be fine.
I didn't say that. Wait,
okay. Number
Steven,
two. Number three, for you to be so careful when Hutch was talking to you, and for any human, okay, when you say, is it possible, or Ethan could have two motivations for this behavior, right? And Hutch goes, well, yeah, it's possible that he's motivated by two things. And you're like, well, hold on, sir. When you say that it's logically possible, meaning that no contradiction is entailed by him inhabiting two positions, that doesn't necessarily mean that you personally believe that he has two positions. For you to be so careful to like hardcore come down on every single word that Hutch chooses, and then for you to slime around with, well, I understand that Bad Empanada has a reputation for doing these things. He. While later on, like not being familiar with any of the underlying clips or videos or anything from this issue you've talked about for like a year is incredulous.
So let's just deal one thing at a time.
It was Pisco. He's saying Pisco's been talking about the Ethan Klein stuff for a year. No, he hasn't. No, he is not. He spoke about when was Hassan's global entry thing? Hassan's global entry pass was revoked in like January or like after January. I think like February or March or something. And then the trip he took was in like May, June, maybe even July. That was when he first started talking about Hassan stuff significantly. Then the lawsuits were filed slightly after that. Whenever that happened. The lawsuits were slightly after. He's been speaking about that. So for about 6 months, he's been speaking about Ethan-related stuff. He's not big on the fucking, extended Hassan beef. He doesn't know all the details of everything Bad Empanada did and Denims did and Casey Tron did and all this stuff the whole lead up. He just knows about the lawsuits because that's what he's interested in, is the global entry and the lawsuits, obviously. How can you not know literally every single thing Bad Empanada's ever done? Dude, what the fuck are you on about, bro? You're like a total spaz.
So the notion that, first off, it's something wrong with me clarifying what Hutch means by can someone have multiple motives. The reason I do that is because I've had experience.
Stop, that's not my complaint. No. Wait, what is my complaint?
You saying that I'm
terribly mentally disabled person in chat. His global entry was revoked about 10 months ago. Now, the trip where he found out his global entry was revoked was not for several months after. And that drama has nothing to do with Ethan Klein or Bad Empanada. It is simply Hassan and the government. Now, Pisco involved in Ethan Klein stuff with the lawsuits, which was even later than that. So it was not a year ago at all. It was a few months ago. So nice one, you absolute fucking pedophile.
level of sophistication and granularity when it comes to Hutch's language that I don't apply to my own. That's your complaint, isn't it? Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to undermine that, right? And the way I would undermine that is because this is what you're doing is an attack on my character, isn't it? You're saying I'm being slimy, correct?
Yeah, because the arguments I can't deal with them. Yeah, they're insane. Yeah.
The reason why it's relevant that I bring up my good purpose and why I would bring up and have particular language with one thing and not the other is specifically to defend your character attack. And so you would agree it's relevant for me to bring up the justification for me being particular in my language in the example you brought up, right? That's relevant?
You keep I don't know if you're aware of it. You're doing it right now.
You think so? You think so?
Dude, I'm not attacking you for being particular with your language. I'm attacking you for being selectively
right? Yeah,
particular.
Yes. So one way in which I could attack your criticism of me, namely that I'm being hypocritical, is to justify both my language initially and to justify my language with respect to Bad and Banana, right? That would be a way to address the hypocrisy. How else would I address it, Stephen?
Well,
how can I address it?
The difference was between the difference would be your framing of every single thing you say and every single thing he says in the beginning of the conversation when you're setting up the whole meta conversation, for you to be so careful with your language there, and then in the last entire half of the conversation to be mixing up words and throwing random things around and doing whatever else and not giving any charitability or any understanding to Hutch's side of the conversation. I don't think that the same skeptical lens was.
Dude, what does he mean not giving any charity to Hutch's side of the conversation? Hutch was barely presenting a side in the conversation. He was just going, yeah, but can't you understand that Ethan would be so upset? And pulling fucking spastic faces the whole time. That's all he did the whole 4 hours. There wasn't like a strong substantive argument from Hutch.
Was applied in both houses.
How would I go about starting to prove that you're wrong? What would it take for me? What kinds of things would I need to show to in the context of that conversation? Or is this an unfalsifiable assertion that you're making that no amount of
we would have to rewatch the conversation and go through some of the examples.
Watch like 8 hours.
One of the big points would be you incorrectly stating that Hutch had a positive claim that he needed to justify to you in an argument or whatever. That wasn't true. You came in with a positive claim, and you didn't have any of the justifications for your claim, and you were saying that he was lacking evidence to prove his.
So can we? Is it okay for me to examine what you just brought up? Right? Is the claim about burdens? Okay. So you just said you claimed that Hutch had a specific burden in the nature of the conversation, but how can that be given the fact that you're the one walking in with a positive claim? Right? That's what you just said.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But just because I walk in with a positive claim and I have a burden with respect to what I'm proving, doesn't mean that Hutch, to the extent that he makes a positive claim, doesn't have a burden for what he's saying, right? You'd agree with
kind
that.
of.
No, that's obviously true. Just because the other person is making a positive claim without substantiation does not mean that you can make a positive claim without substantiation, right? You would need, both would have a burden of proof for their positive claim to stand. Right? Obviously. Any positive claim requires a burden of proof.
Questionable about that, if you don't mind me asking.
The questionable thing is if you were to walk into the middle of an argument between two other people where you weren't caught up on any of the discussion, and then you were to try to interject and have a conversation.
But Hutch doesn't have the info either. You can literally give Hutch a week to go study Ethan Klein drama. Say, Hutch, I'm giving you 10 grand. Your whole week is paid for. Just take the whole week off, okay? Hutch, I'm giving you 10 grand. Take the whole week off. Study Ethan Klein drama intently. He would come back to the conversation just as retarded. He would come back, still going, okay, yeah, sure. I understand that Denim's whole chat wasn't spamming call CPS. I understand it was only 3% of her chat that was saying call CPS in a 5-minute period. I understand that Denim's never actually made a positive claim about Ethan's kids. I understand she never actually said they were going to die. But don't you think that Ethan would feel really bad seeing that stream? That would be it. After you give him 10 grand, you give him a year to study this. Give him 100 grand, you give him a year to study this. You're like, Hutch, I want you to become an Ethan Klein scholar. I want you to know everything about this. It would not change. Nothing would change. Because the issue isn't a matter of information between Pisco and Hutch. It's that Hutch is biased. He is engaging in motivated reasoning. And he is not actually attempting to argue.
conversation with the other person. And then if you were to act indignant, or if you were to say that the other person is burdened by the necessity to show proof for his claims when he's apparently wasn't even ready to have, he didn't realize like how unfamiliar you were with all the underlying material that you've apparently been talking about for a year. I just find that to be incredibly bad faith.
For a year.
That's an insane burden to place on Hutch.
Pisco, you've literally been talking about Ethan Klein versus Bad Empanada for a whole year.
To produce every single clip at that point of the conversation for something I'm sure he thought that you'd seen at that point, since some of these clips had been central to this debate that had been happening for almost a year.
I view that as a kind of explosion of the claim just then. So I understand that broadly you think I'm being unfair and I'm demanding a kind of level of evidence that I myself am not providing. But I'm just focusing specifically on this one point. I mean, there's nothing inconsistent with both of us having evidentiary burdens that we have to satisfy. Isn't? I mean,
like this is literally pure emotion from Destiny. It's like, I'm really upset about this debate you just had. Basically, it's like, okay, can you focus on the claim that you've made and prove the claim you've made?
With the claim doesn't mean, and I have the burden to show, it doesn't mean that he also doesn't, right? I mean, you agree with that. So I don't understand why this kind of...
Not necessarily. I mean, if you come in with a positive claim and he's playing the negation, the burden would be on you initially, like you were saying.
Like he's literally just trying to zoom back out to like general statements so he can just keep like waxing about his fucking emotions about this debate. It's so fucking annoying, bro.
Thought that he was the one with the positive claim. The burden would be on you initially to present proof of your claim.
So it is my claim, right? It's my claim for various things. One, that Ethan is lying about a couple of different things. It's my burden that he's not actually, motivated by a particular rationale. And in that part of the conversation, I know exactly why we were talking about what we were talking about, which is essentially what this will ground down into is doing this kind of lawsuit against these kinds of people justified? And what most people say is it's justified because of their culpable conduct, because they've done something for which they deserve this. And so we were at the point where I was asking, why do they deserve it? And Hutch was saying, well, they deserve it because of a reason. And given that it was his claim, right, he is trying to justify in that moment the why it is morally correct to do this lawsuit against them. In that context, I think it makes perfect sense to say that it's his burden to show that claim. And I don't think there's anything wrong. And I want you guys had met on neutral.
If you guys had met on neutral ground to arrange a conversation or whatever, then sure. But for him having had discussed this for so long, and then for you to come in presenting the claim that you don't believe any of this was justified, and then with basically, from what I saw, no proof of your own, you start demanding him to provide the negation of your completely unsubstantiated view. I don't know. I just think it was a really aggressive and shitty way to frame that to a person who didn't seem like they were trying to play gotchas at all. On the contrary, you were doing it to him the entire conversation.
It's my claim that I don't have a reason to believe that these lawsuits are justified. And I've been very open.
When I talk about the lawsuits being justified, I think it was just basically on like what had Denham said or what had Casey Tron said or whatever that before to even build up the culpability argument.
So one is I am familiar with a lot of their statements and the ones that people bring up to me. And it's so trivial to show this is because so many people in my open calls in which, again, this is more evidence to suggest I'm not bad faith and just taking a position because Justicle's entire community has been celebrating the unrestricted harassment of the Rose Girl. One evidence that that's not the case is the fact that I'm open to having people of all types come and produce evidence to me. And I've
what was that? What was that?
And it's so trivial to show this is because
any of this was justified.
In that context, I think it makes perfect sense to say that it's his burden to show that claim. And I don't think there's anything wrong. And I want you guys had met on neutral.
If you guys had met on neutral ground to arrange a conversation or whatever, then sure. But for him having had discussed this for so long, and then for you to come in presenting the claim that you don't believe any of this was justified, and then with basically, from what I saw, no proof of your own, you start demanding him to provide the negation of your completely unsubstantiated view. I don't know. I just think it was a really aggressive and shitty way to frame that to a person who didn't seem like they were trying to play gotchas at all. On the contrary, you were doing it to him the entire conversation.
It's my claim that I don't have a reason to believe that these lawsuits are justified. And I've been very open.
Is Hutch a child? Yeah, basically. Hutch is like so retarded that he has to be treated like a child, yes.
Justified. Okay. I think it was just basically on like what had Denham said or what had Casey Tron said or whatever before to even build up the culpability argument.
So one is I am familiar with a lot of their statements and the ones that people bring up to me. And it's so trivial to show this is because so many people in my open calls in which, again, this is more evidence to suggest I'm not bad faith and just taking a position because Justicle's entire community has been celebrating the unrestricted harassment of the Rose Girl. One evidence that that's not the case is the fact that I'm open to having people of all types come and produce evidence to me. And I've had conversations about these particular statements. And oftentimes I'll let the statements play out and I'm familiar with them. I have seen that clip of Denham's before. I've seen the clip of the Giardia before. Now, I'm not going to claim to know all of their streams, which is what Hutch was asking for, which I think was
Stop.
not
Hutch
justified.
Was asking for you to be familiar with all of their streams?
No, with their content generally. In like
all of their content? By the way, you saying that right now, you said that multiple times. I haven't seen all of Casey Drun's streams, all of Denham's streams.
By all, I mean a substantial, significant portion of their streams. That's what I mean in this context.
Okay, even that's not true, right? Hutch doesn't expect you to be familiar with a significant portion of their streams, right? These people stream for thousands of hours, right?
So he was claiming that
you acknowledge that
they stream for thousands of hours. I acknowledge they stream for thousands of hours.
Do you think that you acknowledge Hutch wasn't asking for you to be familiar with the majority of their stream, 51% plus, or even 10% of all the hours they've streamed, right?
That I be generally familiar with how their streams are run, I think is what he's pointing out. Do you disagree with that characterization?
That can be an okay characterization. Okay. Generally familiar with can be generalized from a small subset of content, though. Not having seen most of their videos.
So
again, I'm only harping on this because you were so careful qualifying his language earlier when it played to your favor. That for you to throw on, I have to know most of their content is an absurd statement compared to I need to be generally familiar with how they engage with their content.
You're alleging that it is possible to gain a representative sample of how one runs their content based on a small segment of their streams. That's right.
It can be, yeah.
Okay. And so when Hutch asked that question, I think what he was implying is I did not have sufficient familiarity with their content for the scope of my claims, which I think is preposterous. I think that the scope of my claims
it seemed like you had almost no understanding of their content whatsoever when he was asking you questions
in virtue of what? Is that clear?
So when you saying things like, I don't know if they ever read their chat.
It
seems like you've never seen any of their content ever if you're making a statement like that. You didn't seem to offer up any positive claims about this is what I think their content is. Like you asking for him to justify every single statement he made.
Hang on. Just slow down, all right? I think that merely showing that something appeared
great things come back to you
in a stream
just slow down,
in the chat isn't sufficient for us to conclude that there's been a failure to moderate. And you would agree with that. I'm sure that there are times in people's streams in which
I would agree with that, but that wasn't the subject matter. That wasn't the subject of the conversation. The subject is if you do a stream that is centered on a topic and messages are showing up that seem to run in parallel with what the video is saying, with what you're implying, with what the rest of your community is saying, that for you to retreat to this thing of isn't it possible that maybe they missed that one message? It's like saying maybe it's possible somebody missed the swastika when they were walking to Hitler's bedroom. It's just such an absurd statement given the context of what was being talked about. It's not like there was a single chat message that went by that Denham's didn't catch. She was watching a hit piece video on Ethan, reading comments literally about calling CPS and everything else, and giggling and laughing along with it and talking about the deadly dangerousness of the disease.
I don't think it's absurd at all as you try to characterize just then. And I want to be able to finish this.
Okay, wait. So I just want to put a pin in this then. Do you think that Denham's was aware that people in her chat, more likely than not, were calling for CPS calls and were saying stuff akin to this? Okay, then why even have the conversation? What have you been talking about for a year if you're not even sure of this?
So
you had a 7-hour conversation with us yesterday. I don't know why you're talking about this.
I just want to be clear. You're certain. What is your level of certainty that she saw the messages that you claim that she saw?
95+%. There could be some brain disease. There could be some other thing going on or whatever. But
okay, and that's because the chats in fact showed up, right? That's why you believe it.
No, there's a ton of stuff we can look at her reaction afterwards to all of the calls and everything else, and the giggling and the celebrating and the joking about it and everything else.
But you would agree that's not what is being talked about. What we're talking about here is a failure to moderate, right?
Which didn't happen.
That's not contingent on her reaction to the Bad Empanada video, is it?
No, but her reaction to the Bad Empanada video can definitely give us insight into whether or not we feel like she might have seen the message. Sure, for instance, if that CPS call comes out and her reaction, I don't know why you're asking me this, you know the answer to this. If the reaction to that message comes out and she's like, Jesus, guys, what the fuck? Well, this isn't cool in my community. We don't do shit like this. And it's like, maybe she didn't.
So I just want to say, assuming she saw it, right? Assuming she actually saw it. But her reaction to the Bad Empanada video, I just want you to make sure you answer it.
Hold on, wait. I've
let you ask your question,
Steve. Whatsoever of any of these messages and any of her chat at all? She had no awareness of them at all?
You asked that question, and what did I answer? Do you remember what I answered? What did I say?
That the reaction to the messages themselves can't prove whether or not she saw the message and failed to moderate?
No, you asked the question, do you think that she saw those messages? You asked it. Do you remember what I answered?
That you said you don't know?
I don't know. But you say you do know, right?
I can make a probabilistic guess,
and the
right?
reason, and in virtue of what can you make that probabilistic insight?
Because streamers generally watch their chat, because chat will generally respond to messages in stream, because streamers usually have other moderators in their chat.
So the only thing that I'm bringing up here, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, yes, streamers watch their chat. I watch my chat. Hutch watches my chat. I know from experience, and I'm sure you know from experience, that if there are if a small amount of people as compared to a big amount of people, compared to a moderate amount of people, making a certain comment, that will bear, or whether we're looking at chat, that will bear on whether or not we ought to have culpability for a failure to moderate. You'd agree with that, right? Some get
not necessarily. No, it depends on the comment. No? Of course not.
So there's a situation in which, let's say,
it's like, well, I just don't. So what is the obligation? What is the obligation? Do you have to discourage it? Is discouraging always even a good thing? Do you even, like, if it's just like, it's not that many people who are actually saying call CPS. It's like a few people. It's a very small percentage of the messages that are in chat. Does it make, like, why bring attention to it? If it's just a couple of people, if it's like 1 or 2 people, why bring attention to it? I can maybe understand deleting the messages or timing the people out or maybe even banning. But the idea you would discourage it, like, I don't think you would draw attention to it if it's only a couple of people. That's like, just, it doesn't make any sense to.
Person in DGG says something crazy. The worst thing.
Well, I do shit like someone makes a fucking insane joke. I'll do that as a joke, right? I'll go like, oh, a person chat, that's an insane, terrible thing to say, and you shouldn't say stuff like, that's, because obviously if it's just one person saying something, just time them out. You don't have to bring attention to it.
Possibly right in DGG, and no one catches it, that changing the level of intensity of the message is going to bear on whether or not there's a failure to moderate?
Correct, because I think that depending on the community that you've cultivated and depending on the moderators you have, I think people in chat would be responsive in a predictable manner to that message. Yes. If somebody in chat typed out a lengthy thing of this, I'm going to drive down and kill, Kafka Esquire. I'm going to drive down, I'm going to murder him in chat, and they type out a whole thing in chat and nobody says or responds to anything, I don't believe that would happen.
As far as
that's beyond credulity to me.
So Kafka, I mean, I'll appeal to you. Is that convincing to you? So because some individuals say some bad things in the chat, absent a showing that this person
it's not some individual saying a bad thing in chat. It's about cultivating a community to be receptive to these messages, watching a video that is parallel to these messages, reading chat comments that seem to align with these messages, and then having the messages show up in chat. You're making it seem like it was a mysterious case of this message was a one-time thing that popped out of nowhere. Obviously, I would be sympathetic to that because the intent aspect from both the community and the streamer are completely absent there, something you've completely never spoke about at all almost to Hutch in that conversation. But when the intent seems to be there, at least heavily implied from the creator, and when the receptiveness is there from the community, and then the messages start to pop up, you can't act like that's a happy accident. Who knew? LOL. Oops. Especially given the response to those messages afterwards.
Which was to condemn it, right?
1 second. Pisco.
What, Denim's condemned the CPS calls?
Did Denim say that she didn't agree with the CPS calls?
I feel like this was after a lot of pushing.
But do you know?
No.
She
said on the stream after it happened.
I didn't follow this or talk about this obsessively for a year, so no. I probably saw this clip like 7 months ago.
Okay.
Why, do you want to go and find the clip to see what her initial response was?
So you're saying, Destiny, you're saying you don't have a general understanding of the topic. You don't have a general... But Destiny, you have been covering this for far longer than Pisco. For far more hours. Don't you? Haven't you? Haven't you the whole time? Haven't you? You've been covering this literally since before it started. Since before the Ethan Klein and Hassan rift started, Destiny was covering the Ethan Klein and Hassan rift. By which I mean desperately begging his community to help him engineer it. Anyone that was there remembers. Anyone that was watching the content remembers. What, he used to watch Leftovers. Anytime there was a disagreement, he would be watching it. He would be spazzing out, saying how insane Hassan is. How, he's saying all this crazy stuff and Ethan just can't quite pick up on it. Ethan's just like a normie and, he's getting taken for a ride by Hassan. He literally would say, he said this for years. He went on about this the whole time Leftovers was on. They started falling out over October 7th, and he went even harder. His whole community moved in. We all watched it. But now, all of a sudden, even though Destiny has been obsessively covering this for like 3 or 4 years, he doesn't have the info. Oh, that's a shame.
Ken, I just think that when there's a failure to moderate and someone is making claims that she absolutely saw it and had a bad response to it, I think the burden is on them. And just saying, well, streamers generally look at their chats, I don't think that's going to do it. I mean,
I'm sure. The claim is that
I responded to trans allegations.
Why do you keep
in that
saying
stream?
That?
I was in the chat.
Plus, the messages were really depraved. I think in order to say that there's like some irresponsibility here, you're going to have to look at the number of messages, any evidence that she actually saw the messages, any evidence that someone DM'd it to her. That's the kind of stuff to show that claim, not just that it existed. No, okay,
no, you don't even believe this. This is why I'm saying your arguments are coming. You're not. I know you're not this stupid.
What don't I believe?
Let's back that you would need every single one of these like discrete percentage figures on like what was the messages per hour and what was the eye tracking on the screen per hour and what was the blah blah blah. If I was watching a video on stream that talked about how to kill black people, and while I was watching this video I was laughing along and like, oh man, you could kill black people that way, and then some people in chat started typing up like, oh man, I'm gonna go kill a black person. All right, there's this black person near me that I should kill, and then 5 days later a black person near me ends up getting killed. There's no way that a year later you'd be like, well, do we really know that Destiny saw that particular message in chat? Like, what were the messages per hour? Like, we know that sometimes he doesn't catch every single message. You would say, well, no, you're clearly cultivating a community of people that are receptive to the message. You're watching a video that is echoing the message, and you're laughing along and giggling at the message.
But let's just break it down. I mean, so if there's an unhinged individual in your chat and they say something totally unhinged, and the community just kind of like disregards him, no one brings it to your attention. And it turns out later on, let's not introduce for the moment, and we can add it later, that you're that you're cultivating the community specifically to go after these people, whatever you want to say. But just that by itself, you don't think that we would say, well, hang on, you can't blame Destiny for this. You can't blame Destiny for this. They didn't see the chat.
I would agree with you.
And when it was brought to, let me finish. Wait, Stephen, can I please finish?
Well, no, hold on.
Why can't I finish?
You're going to ask me question by question. Because let's go piece by piece, right?
Yeah,
I agree that if it was one crazy message, you wouldn't hold the person accountable for that, for sure.
So
not what we're talking about here. But go ahead.
No. And what I would say is, hang on a second. Right to Bear Arms didn't see that, and as soon as it was brought to Stephen's attention, they banned the person. Right? These are the arguments that you had all the time with people who would come in.
I'm so glad Pisco's bringing this stuff up. Very true. These standards seem to have changed, don't they? These standards seem to have changed very quickly according to what you need them to be.
It'd be like, oh my God, look at this comment that was right there. It was so mean. It was so horrible. And you didn't do anything about it. And you just let it happen. And this is the exact same arguments that you were like, well, listen, I hold my community to high standard. And when it's brought to my attention, we take action. That's what you would always say. And I would say, okay, that's reasonable, right? If someone is doing something and they like, there's a lot of shit that happens.
The same thing over and over again. Yeah, this isn't this situation though. So
the disanalogy I'm guessing is because of the fact that they're cultivating like snarkers or people who do a certain thing, right? Who have a certain malicious attitude. Is that right?
I would say probably the larger aspect here is the fact that that Denims was watching a video that was based.
Total cope lie. Literally about to say a total cope fucking bullshit. Total lie. His standards about the communities.
Kuihman isn't next on the trans pipeline. Kuihman is the patient zero in the UK that's affecting all the UK twinks to trans them. Like a trans vampire, unrelated to him being Jewish.
Some of you people have fixations on like trans shit and gay shit. I'm going to be real, okay? Some of you have just like fixations on trans and gay shit. Thank you for the money. But I seriously think, like, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. We get it. You like can't stop thinking about the idea of like women with dicks and guys cutting their dicks off, and it's like a huge psychosexual thing where you're just like always fucking thinking about it. We're watching something totally unrelated right now. Okay? So stop thinking about fucking guys' assholes and you know, getting shit on your dick and whatever the fuck gay people be doing. And just talk about the fucking topic. I'm begging. Thank you for the $3. Huge appreciated. Eating poop and such. But that is a great time to remind you guys. I was going to just chill at the moment. Guys, 354 people have 41 likes on the stream. Some of those 300 or so people, please move the cast to thumbs up and clicking it, pressing the thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be huge appreciated. If you want to take your sport one step further, you can donate directly through a stream elements link in the pin chat message. You can buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships throughout the chat, buy a super chat that will highlight your message of reality TTS, and buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or GIF that will be highlighted in chat. They'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
The fact that they're cultivating like snarkers or people
I was saying Destiny Standard is about the communities. It's not about the Bad Empanada video. It's not about the Bad Empanada video at all. He's about to say it's about the Bad Empanada video. It's not. Because he applies the same shit to me and J-Stalk and everyone else. It is absolutely the standard that he is coming up with is this idea of like, oh, they're a snarker. You're around snarkers. That's the standard.
Do a certain thing, right? Who have a certain malicious attitude. Is that right?
I would say probably the larger aspect here is the fact that that Denims was watching a video that was basically calling for, or getting as close to calling for this thing as possible. Chat was vibing with the video. Denims was vibing with the video, and then people in chat started to do the next logical thing of talking about CPS or CBS calls.
So
these things are you saying that there's a lack of connection there from A to B to C to D?
No, I mean, I don't think there's a lack of connection in the same way I don't think there's a lack of connection between the Republicans when they argue about what you already know what I'm going to say. That there is a clear connection between the people in terms of the same kind of connection, calling people fascists, saying that they're going to destroy the country, and we make this argument for Trump all the time when we're talking about.
Hold on, calling people fascist? How does that relate to anything we're talking about here?
So let me give you an example, right? So you just said it's not hard to see a
Wait,
connection.
No. Do the example that you just gave.
Yes.
How is calling people fascist?
I'm telling you. You asked how is this analogous, didn't you?
Okay. Sure.
So when I say when I'm building out what you kind of said, I'm trying to say this is the basics of what Steven said, and how does it apply to the thing I'm about to bring up. And so when you say no, it kind of seems like you think I'm dodging it, but I'm just directly answering it. And so I think it would be a lot easier if you just let me go through it. So you said basically, they don't have to explicitly say
it. Just to be clear, you said you had a 5-hour talk with Rob Noor and you had a 6-hour talk with Hutch. I don't think you're in any position to say any conversation led by you is made easy, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Pisco is making it easy. Okay, Pisco is making it easy. It's just Pisco is someone who will cut through and will focus on the disagreement. And people don't like that. People hate when you do that. Most people just want to blow V8 and talk around the issue and try to sound smart, try to sound like they've got a take on the issue because they're a content creator and they just want to produce a piece of content where they get to talk about their ideas. And they hate when you want to focus on the issue.
The chat. This convo being reviewed is still ongoing.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you for the 499 Crab Navy General. Thank you.
What that shows, you have long conversations with people all the time. How does that show that like a particular thing, like
you had like a 5-hour convo with Hutch and you covered basically no ground? I'm just saying it's funny for you to imply that I'm the one that is slowing down the conversation. You yap a ton and it takes you forever to get to the point.
I'm not saying I'm always like the most fucking short time. I'm just like, let me fucking get to it. So you went and said something like,
I didn't say that you were always sure. You just mischaracterized.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. He literally can't stop spazzing out.
That's what I said, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So you said when you lay it out A to B to C to D, you don't have to explicitly say it for someone to get the picture, right? That's kind of what you were saying just then, that the mere fact that, Denims is laughing along to it, seemingly very receptive to the argument being made by Bad Empanada, that, we don't have to be able to show that she like explicitly said, go do this to have that kind of argument, A to B to C to D, right? That was your framework, kind of.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk about the fact.
I understand you're going to play games around the explicit word, but go ahead.
Wait, Kafka, do you think I just want to appeal to, if you're going to keep accusing me of bad faith, Kafka, do you think anything I'm doing right now is improper? Do you think I'm playing weasel games? I'm trying to address what Steven is saying.
I'm listening. Yeah,
but like it's tiresome when you're accusing me of bad faith in the middle of these.
You're not at the bad faith part yet. Keep going. Maybe you won't be. Maybe I was wrong. Prove me wrong. I want to be wrong. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So when the Republicans come up and say to you, Steven, you live in plausible deniability. You call all of our people fascists. You say that they are scum of the earth. You say that they should
be removed from society.
Scum,
yep.
And that you refuse in front of us to condemn violence. And so even you might make some self-serving statements here and there, but you do A to B to C to D. And so why shouldn't we hold you to the bad things that happen afterwards? Talk to me about the disanalogy there.
Because one, I don't watch videos of people talking about how to kill conservatives. Number one. Number two, I have no reason to believe that any killer or murderous person.
That's the distinction. You don't watch videos about how to kill conservatives. Dude, what is he fucking talking about? That's a distinction. Dude, Denims didn't watch videos about how to cool CPS. Denims just watched a video about Ethan Klein and stuff Ethan Klein had disclosed and done on his podcast and in his videos.
ever come from my community. Number 3, calling
the
somebody
CPS
a
tutorial
fascist or scum of the earth or whatever. One of the things that I say all the time, and everybody listens.
It's not gooning his right his brain. It's nothing like that. It's not even Adderall has fried him. He is just a miserable, self-serving, fucking loser, pathetic wretch these days. There is no, there used to be a point where he was, when he had everything, when things were easy, he had the luxury of like being able to like engage with different arguments and ideas that might lead him to change his position or look stupid if he got it wrong. Now, he is in such a corner and feels like such a fucking cornered rat that everything is just survival. It is all just like, what do I have to say to make myself sound cool and fuck this person over? It's all just, it's that every conversation. It's totally unbearable to listen to. There's nothing interesting about it anymore. It is just like lolcow shit.
You have the right to think that about other people. You don't have the right to kill them for it, okay? Freedom of speech. You can have absolutely abhorrent views in this country, okay? And number 4, you can say that I refuse to condemn violence in particular circumstances. There are hundreds or thousands of clips out there of me saying, literally right after the Charlie Kirk thing, there is a fucking 30-second clip of me saying, the guy that shot him should hang for it. You should never kill people in this country. I have an unambiguous position on political violence. You might think differently because of a clip or two that you've seen, but it is painfully obvious if you spend any time in any parts of my community. But I'm just saying that but the funny thing is that if you change any one of these things around...
Wait. But Pisco, you know that's a lie. No, this is retarded. Pisco knows that's a lie. Destiny does not have an unambiguous position on political violence. Simply remember the Trump assassination attempt when Pisco and Destiny debated then. That debate ends with Pisco basically saying, do you think someone should Trump? Basically, I can't remember the exact question or the exact phrasing. And Destiny's like, I'm not answering that. I'm not answering that TOS. That's how it ends.
And imply that 1, people wouldn't be far more critical of me, or 2, that I wouldn't change my own behavior. If I had a chat and we were joking constantly about like, man, if I was going to kill like a conservative, I wonder what weapon we would use. I bet you could do it with a single shot rifle. I bet you could do it from the roof. If I were to talk shit like that in my chat and then Charlie Kirk is assassinated, what do you think my response would be? To giggle and laugh about it? Or do you think that
to laugh about the killing? To laugh to make jokes about the people being killed?
Yeah.
Would that be your response? I don't know. Would it be?
No. If I had a chat room and we were talking about the optimal way to assassinate or murder a conservative and they get killed in that exact manner?
Is that what they were doing in Denham's chat? They were talking about the optimal way to call CPS.
Hang on. If you're joking specifically about it and then afterwards you make another joke about it?
Or not joking, like not necessarily joking, but like saying like, yeah, I think if you wanted to kill a conservative, this would be the best rifle to use. These would be the best conditions, the best place. And then a week later, a conservative gets murdered using that, like more or less, pretty much what we're talking about in chat.
So when the plans are jokes or not jokes, the first set of plans that you're talking about, the first set of
I don't know if it would matter if everybody in chat was kind of like, yeah, you could, I think you could, and was like looking up shit or like, oh, from this day, this range, I think,
I feel like there are a lot of like edgy jokes that are being made that are made about even killing conservatives that DGG engages in, and I think that they're all taken in that sense, and I don't think that people think that they're serious. But basically, what I'm suggesting is, wait, can I finish?
There's 2 things. Well, you didn't even answer my question, but no, because
what was the question?
You said that there's
what question do you think I didn't finish? I just want to address what did I not answer?
Do you not think that I would like severely change my behavior or make a statement, or would there be massive?
Yeah, you would condemn it, right? You would no.
No. You would condemn it. No, I would change my behavior.
You would stop calling Charlie Kirk a fascist?
No. Sorry.
What would you do? Sorry. I'm trying to understand.
So good at triggering the
I'm trying to understand.
That's fucking stupid, bro.
What would you stop doing?
Did I just tell you, imagine if we were calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and then he got killed. Was that the example that I gave you?
If you're saying that he should be killed, or if you're saying that a conservative should be killed, you would stop doing that, right? Is that what you're saying?
If I and chat were talking about the optimal ways to murder conservatives, and then some conservative were to get killed a week later using more or less what we talked about, I wouldn't just come out and say, I condemn the shooting. Because if I were to come out and say that, people should roast the fucking, when you condemn the shooting, you guys were literally fucking plotting it in chat. No, it would be a severe course correction in my community. It would be like, holy fuck, like somebody just got killed using the exact fucking thing.
You would stop doing what?
We would definitely not make any more of those jokes. That's crazy. I don't know if that killer came from my community or if I'm contributing to people thinking that it's like okay to do a thing like that.
It would matter whether or not they came from your community. That you would isn't the risk? Isn't the whole argument here that
at all?
I would like to finish. I would like to finish. So, regardless of whether they came from your community, Hutch's whole thing is it doesn't matter if we know whose community it comes from. That's Hutch's argument.
Hutch was incorrect. No, Hutch doesn't even believe that. If he said it, he was misspeaking because you were mind fucking him.
No, right. Hutch actually has no responsibility for his own actions or words. If he gets anything wrong or makes a bad argument, it's because Pisco made him do it. It's because Pisco made him make a bad argument.
Matter. So I want to be clear.
No, it doesn't matter.
So it wouldn't matter in your case either. So are you going to call on your people to stop making jokes about assassination? Hello?
I'm going to ask, I think for the third time. Was the example that I gave was making jokes about a thing?
Yeah, so that's what I'm understanding. Maybe if I'm not hearing well, maybe I have a block in my head.
Okay. Let's say in chat, we're discussing between 3 different rifles that we think could kill somebody in a single shot, the appropriate
This is what Denims did, guys. This is what Denims did.
How much training would be required before we could take the shot and kill them.
This is analogous. This is analogous.
Yeah. Destiny, real quick. I'm sorry.
You remember all those chat logs where Denims chat is like, hey guys, here's the number for California CPS. Guys, make sure when you call, you talk about how I shit all over the floor. Guys, remember, you need to make sure that you make sure to stress that it's a current imminent risk to the life and safety of the children. Make sure you're saying that. That's what the chat message said, right? Oh, wait, no, they didn't say anything like that, did they? This is fucking retarded.
We just ask a quick question. I'm going to try to cut through. Sorry, everybody, to interrupt it. Destiny, are you saying, like, just to use a term that might be helpful, there's an element or a feeling of conspiracy that exists in the chat,
right?
Where they're discussing about a crime as if it's
no. I don't want to use
conspiracy.
Okay. Pisco doesn't believe in conspiracy crimes or any of that, so there are no crimes like that in Pisco's world. So no,
I definitely believe in
literally the most retarded, dishonest, spurg out, obvious bullshit misrepresentation of the position. Obviously, if you are involved in the conspiracy, you are culpable for the conspiracy, right? Obviously. If you are commissioning an act, yes, you are culpable. Yes. Because you have shown intentionality, a causal role. Like, it's... Yes. Now, in Denim's case, you can't show any of that in Denim's case, can you? You can't show that. That's why there's not the culpability for the action, you fucking idiot. It's only culpability for being negligent with a chat.
Conspiracy.
All that.
Wait, I definitely believe in conspiracy.
No, you don't. No. We're not talking about any of that.
You don't think I believe in conspiracy?
I'm saying that if somebody in chat, if all of us were collectively engaged in this discussion on the optimal way to assassinate somebody, and everybody seems to be talking along, you can call, if you want to call it a joke, that's fine. But everybody's talking along, and then somebody ends up dying a week later because of the same type of killing.
So it's a situation in which they're talking in an ambiguously serious sense. It's not so serious that anyone can say that it's like genuine plans, right? And but it's because you didn't want to accept what Kafka was saying there about conspiracy. But it's not so obviously joking that it couldn't be fairly characterizable as a joke. Is that right? It's ambiguous.
Sure.
Okay. And so what you're suggesting is those kinds of comments, not fully jokes, but not fully explicit planning, serious planning, wouldn't you change your behavior in the community going forward?
This old weirdo is such a loser. He believes in conspiracies and all these grand machinations in streaming, but not in politics or government.
Yeah, you just don't understand, you know, and there's just not the incentives in politics, you know. Online, it's different.
That's your question? Yeah, I think that you would change your behavior going forward. I think the problem there is the disanalogy is with what you're talking about, with the
what
kind
is the disanalogy?
Yeah, so the disanalogy is in the context in which Denims was watching that clip, it's not talking about government action. It's not her agreeing to do anything and kind of like the preparatory. Wait. Can I finish what I'm saying before you like spaz out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like you agree, she's not like agreeing to contemplated government action, right? She's not agreeing about the best way to do the infringement on Ethan, right? She's not talking about the best way to plan a bad or malicious act against Ethan. You agree with everything I just laid out so far?
Not really. No.
Which part of what I just said did you not agree with about characterizing Denims?
It's the thing. It is the thing that is logically entailed by or would follow. I'm sorry. Oh, careful. Not logically follow. It is the thing that would consequentially follow from the behavior they're describing. If I were to make a plan to get a bullet right in front of somebody's head as quickly as possible from 100 yards away, that would be a plan to kill somebody, even if that's not the actual last thing that I'm planning.
Yeah.
Right? To say that, Hutch asked this question, I'm curious, do you still stand by this? If you genuinely believe that somebody's kids are being sick, are sick because of severe neglect from the parents, such that they're crawling around in dog shit, do you not think that that is an adequate grounds by which to notify CPS?
So I don't think you understood what I was saying there. I think that
can you then answer that question and elucidate?
I will.
Would that be adequate grounds to call CPS?
I think it would be adequate grounds for a person who believes that negligence is materially harming a child and that's happening. I'm justifying that would be justified. What I was saying there,
Sure.
which I think that you did not understand, is that is not itself a justification. By which I mean, someone could get from that reasonably or unreasonably a particular justification. And they could argue that it's justified, but it's not itself a justification. So the analogy that I want to do to demonstrate the difference between—
And how is it not itself a justification?
Okay. So a justification, I understand that to be, and maybe this is just my failure to communicate, is saying something like this. You should do this because X, Y, Z. In other words, it's someone making an argument to a particular conclusion or prescription. It's someone adopting a certain reasons, right? In virtue of what is this okay? In virtue of this justification.
Sure. So you should call CPS if you think that somebody's children are being neglected to the point they're getting sick.
What I mean to say, what you didn't understand there is I was making a distinction between reasons that someone might have that apprehension versus they themselves doing it, right? And so the example I provide is, you agree, wouldn't you, that a lot of people, maybe even millions of people, right, upon hearing the fact, and I believe that you think these are all facts, that Trump is a fascist, that he's trying to destroy this country, that he is materially hurting and the cause of misery and death across the entire world, and that he could absolutely be the cause for the destruction of our society as we know that. Do you think that that is a justification to enact violence against Trump?
No.
No, right? Even though those are all true things, and even though there are millions of people who could come to that conclusion.
But the difference is,
right.
The difference is that you don't know what I'm going to say.
Well, you just agreed that it wouldn't. That you're acknowledging a difference between reasons.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
the difference is because before I said this is the thing that is consequently entailed by, the reason is because there are a plethora of ways to address a difference, even a severe difference in political opinion. There are very, very, very few ways to address severe child neglect.
Yeah,
if you want to make this analogous, then you have to say, you need to give me, well, what are the other things that people could have done with that information?
Yeah, so I'm not saying that an individual themselves would not be justified under my view not to call CPS there. I just want to be very clear about that in the scenario as presented, where there is, but it's not just them getting sick and rolling around and shit. Okay. Right?
But that's like so dishonest. I just realized the dishonesty here. It's not just about a difference in political opinion in the Trump case. You are building up such that there is no alternative. You're saying he's still in your country. You can't trust the institutions anymore. It's all been subverted. The Supreme Court's been taken over. It's not just a difference in opinion at that point. You're saying your country and rights are being taken from you and there is nothing you can do democratically. That's the point, right?
Neglect part of that it's important. Because you're a father, right? You understand that things happen that are like, that's what's so horrible about the notion that CPS is justified in this context, which I've always said it's not justified, is
but the
because
thing that Denham's was watching and talking about was explicitly no, because you're trying to make this about something that's not. It was explicitly about neglect.
So I agree.
Yeah, if you can't follow Pisco's arguments at this point, I think you're just self-reporting like a mental disability. Like, this is not complicated.
Wait, do you agree? Hold on, let's do very basics. Do you agree that the video was about neglect? Dennis was watching a video about neglect.
Among other things, but which neglect is a central part of it, yes. It's not only about neglect, you'd agree that? Do you have a problem with me qualifying that?
I don't know what the qualification is, but
sure.
Wait,
I just want to be clear, and I just want to make sure that we have total agreement by Kafka as well. When I just qualified there's nothing wrong with me saying that there's other purposes of the video, right? There's nothing wrong with that?
No, there's not.
Okay. It's not weaselly for me to say that? Okay, cool.
So it's about neglect, right? So if you are telling your audience and you're watching something, especially, well, maybe even, well, not even especially, actually, this would be an element of the wrong. It's a necessary part of it. If it was built on a lie, okay? So you have a thing built on, according to Ethan at least, a lie, that somebody is neglecting their child. And it's such a.
But it's not built on a lie. It wasn't built on a lie. Where was the lie, dude? They showed videos, and yes, the videos people took away, like, extrapolations that couldn't actually be justified with full information. Like, if you had full information, you understood Jardia, you understood what was going on with Ethan, you understood this, like, I don't know, a bit more about Ethan's personal life. Yeah, maybe you wouldn't come away with that impression. But it was not built on a lie. Ethan claimed he had Jardia. Ethan claimed his whole family had Jardia. Ethan claimed you're going to get it from eating shit. It wasn't built on lies. It was built on Ethan's statements.
Fair point that the children are now becoming sick multiple times.
Yeah.
And Denham's is supplying, she has this epistemic justification to make all of these things even worse. Oh, diseases that adults and children get are really bad for children. Oh, this must be why they're sick all the time or whatever, right? How are you not, what is, to a reasonable person listening, what options do we have before us that would be moral to pursue?
Yeah, so I'm not saying that it.
Can you answer that question and then you can, yeah.
Well, that there.
What options do they have to pursue?
Yeah, so the general audience.
Sure. What options are there? There's do nothing or.
They could do nothing, which is the case for a lot of. You agree that there's a great deal of moral wrongs that people are shown in videos, and the vast majority, they're not directly saying that a call for audience action, right? So, for example,
no,
you
don't need an example of this. Yes, of course. Obviously, I agree with this.
Okay,
yeah, but that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is what could a person do? They could do nothing or.
Yeah, they could do nothing. That would be the vast majority of cases. They could, bring it to Ethan's attention if they care to do that. They could leave it to, people who are closer to the family. If you actually, I think, are deluded enough to think that this is deserving of a CPS call, which I do think it is deluded.
Why would that be delusional?
I think it's delusional on Ethan's own video. Do you not think it's delusional on on what they were doing, on what you heard from Ethan? What Ethan said, essentially.
On what you heard from, we're not talking really about what we heard from
Or Bad Empanada.
Really, we're talking about what we heard from, yeah. So you don't think that somebody could listen to Bad Empanada's video and think, man, I think CPS should probably get involved here.
I think that people could possibly think that. Yeah, they could definitely think that.
Okay, you understand that. Do you think Denham's understood that?
So I think that Denham's could understand that. Other people could think that, yes.
Okay. And was Denham's doing anything to counteract that thought? Or was she furthering that thought?
Yeah, so I think that she was, in some ways, adopting a lot of what, by laughing and by being coy about it. Do you disagree with that characterization? She didn't explicitly endorse it, right?
Made it stronger. Well, the fact that she started to talk about the,
it's like they have to load it as much as possible. She was being coy about it. She was being coy. That is a perfect description of Denham's attitude in that segment. She was playing coy. She was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe Ethan's like this. He's so gross." It was like, it wasn't saying anything explicit. It was just going, "I'm dying." Isn't this guy so fucking crazy? Isn't this guy so fucking gross? Doesn't this guy live like shit? Doesn't this guy live in such a fucking shit-filled house? In like a jokey way, in like a with a smug look on her face. It's coy.
Happen that are the same between adults and children. It's really bad for the children. It doesn't seem like she was being coy or joking. Yeah. It seems like she was like
she was adopting it, right? She was adopting it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, but she didn't go out and say, but she was adopting the characterization of the harm, right? Not adopting the response
prescription
that you're proposing here, right?
Correct. But my argument is that the response basically
So I'm gonna do an analogy here, which is the vaccine analogy.
Why can't we just talk about the thing?
No, because I want to remove our intuitions about Denham's and her malfeasance here, and I want to take a different case to see if our reasoning holds up. Do you have a problem with that? You don't have a problem with that? Yeah, no. So suppose that you have a crazy anti-vax family, and they go on YouTube and they say, I love my baby daughter. I love my son. We didn't give him any vaccine. We didn't give him this, and that. And I know that there's a raging case of measles going on here in Arkansas, whatever. But I know that with the grace of God, they're going to be okay. And I'm actually sending them to school, and I don't care about anything. But I know they're going to be safe. I know it. And a liberal streamer, let's say yourself, watches that, and you directly say, this is so irresponsible. They are placing the life of their children at risk. These kids could quite easily die. And there is no reason to do it based on a delusion. These parents are completely neglectful. They're so irresponsible. What are they doing? And then later on, some people call CPS. And commentators come up to you and they say, what the fuck, Steven? You did this. Are you culpable for that CPS call? In the moral sense?
Not only would I be culpable, I would probably brag about it. If that was a person's actual position, that they felt like not vaccinating their kids was child abuse, and they were saying things like that to the audience, and then CPS was called, do you think the person would be like, oh my God, I can't believe you guys called CPS? No, the person would probably say, good, they deserve to fucking lose their kids.
No, but
what are you talking about?
You don't take the view that CPS is justified to call on everyone who is part of an anti-vax family.
No, because you don't have a legal obligation to vaccinate your children, and a lack of vaccinating your children doesn't imply negligence in this case.
Because you don't have a legal obligation. Is this okay? Yes, if you're talking about should you call CPS, yes, you should not call CPS for things that they do not have jurisdiction over. But that's not really the point that's being made here, is it? That's not really the point that's being made here, is it? That it's more a moral point that's really we're arguing about here. So that is a total cop-out. That is a total cop-out.
In the United States of America,
yeah,
getting sick because we're crawling around in dog shit.
We're not talking about legal. Wait,
almost...
we're not talking about the legal standard here.
Yes, thank you, Pisco. Oh my God.
Don't think
to some extent. I think that the legal standard has baked into it. The legal standard has baked into it a whole lot of ethical assumptions and implications. Yes, well, if, for instance, there are some laws that if somebody is following the law to some extent, we would probably assume like, okay, well, this person's probably trying to especially when we're talking about CPS, which is a fucking government body. They're not there to enforce ethics. They're there to enforce the law, right? If you were to send a kid to school every single day in filthy fucking clothes or naked,
the argument, yes, but the argument you're having right now isn't like, oh, well, what can you call CPS on? What is legally permissible to call CPS on? The argument you're having is like, is there a harm to the children happening? You know? What, should you take an extreme remedy or take an extreme intervention, such as calling CPS, to prevent this kind of harm? Is that logically entailed by the arguments being made by the content creator in this hypothetical? That's what's being argued right now. It's not being argued like the jurisdiction of CPS over different family matters. That's not what's being argued.
Whatever else, right? And well, I don't know if it's not ethical or not, but like maybe it's against the law. You'd say, well, there's probably something wrong here. There's probably something not good here. The disease that Dennis was talking about specifically was a disease of negligence, right? And not vaccinating your children does not necessarily mean you're being negligent. You might have a disagreement.
You don't think so? No,
vaccinate a child or not.
In the sense that we're talking about,
personally, I do.
Yeah. So
I do. Sure.
Okay, so
but I don't. But CPS isn't here to.
Doesn't he find this embarrassing that his opinions and takes are totally malleable to his personal grievances? It's depressing me. You're probably not embarrassed by much when there's the sort of stuff about Destiny online that there is.
To address that type of, I don't know if I'd call it a moral failing or a disagreement on epidemiology or whatever. That's not what the CPS tool is not used for that. But if I were telling my audience, this is neglect, this is basically child neglect, I think they should lose their kids. I don't think, like if I was driving that narrative that fucking hard and somebody did call CPS, like, what do you think my response would be like? Oh, I can't believe you guys did that. Oh,
well, no, I'm not here to speak to what you're.
Probably brag about it.
I'm not here to say.
Is Kuihman culpable for Willie Mack reporting Destiny's CP to the cops? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm responsible for like every bad thing that ever happened to Destiny's life at this point, based on the way he talks. So
what your response would be, but I just think that like even though
why?
I think
Because I answered the analogy and you didn't like the fact that my response would follow that completely, and it makes your analogy completely fall apart. Why would you say you're not here to say what my response would be after asking me what my response would be?
No. With respect to if you were shown back what happened to that child and or what happened in that situation. But what I'm trying to talk about is specifically the situation in which there's this anti-vax family. You're saying that you would feel culpable for the call that took place that you don't know about, that you didn't adopt, that you didn't want to happen, and someone did it, right? Someone did do the CPS call. Now you would recognize.
I would feel some level of culpability, of course. If my audience is doing things powered by things that I'm saying, even if I'm not aware, I would even if you don't
change my behavior, and even if you don't want it. Even if you explicitly don't want it,
did I make that?
You didn't say it, but after no, you didn't say. Wait a second.
You didn't say it. Nobody operates in the real world that way. You don't have to say a thing directly.
You didn't. I understand. I understand. But in the moment, it is your belief and intent that you don't want someone to call CPS in the hypothetical I'm presenting, which I assume is mapped onto what you just said, and you didn't say it at the time. So there's no expression of any kind of government interaction. You just talked about the health risks there, and then someone does it. It's something that you didn't want to happen. And then afterwards, you say, hey, this is not okay. Do you feel that in that moment, in the situation in which you didn't want CPS to be called in this vaccine case, but someone took your genuine, correct, true statements, different than this situation where I think it's not true, but your genuine, correct, true statements about the vax case and called CPS, that you would be culpable for it? Because you just pointed out the health risk.
Not that much, no.
Right.
Because no, it's not right. Because the thing I told you earlier that you're missing, the reason why this is disanalogous is because a lack of vaccination doesn't necessarily imply neglect.
No,
we might have epidemiological differences.
I know
on
we
whether or not you should
disagree.
be
Wait,
pregnant.
I know we disagree on that. I know we disagree on that. But someone hears you say that. They don't have the kind of view that you do. Someone from your audience hears you say that. They don't put two and two together. That the vaccine position doesn't raise a cognizable claim for the CPS stuff or whatever.
There's going to be some level of knowing or some level of intentionality or some level where we're going to say, well, could a person have known that? If I'm talking to my channel, I'm like, I saw this dude outside yesterday who looked just like fucking Agent Smith, I swear to God. And then somebody walks out and starts murdering people. He's like, fuck, I think I do live in the Matrix. Am I culpable for that? Probably not. Right, I don't think that there are many people that think that anti-vaxxing is a legitimate reason to call child protective services. If we were to poll the entire U.S., my guess is that number would come up at less than 10%. But for the amount of people, if you were to poll them, if children are getting sick because they're crawling around in dog shit all day, do you think that CPS should be notified? That number would probably be over 50, 60, 70%. Do you acknowledge the difference between those two things?
I acknowledge that you probably find a bigger percentage of people who would say that CPS should be called in one scenario versus another. I totally acknowledge
when we
that,
say bigger, we're talking like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude bigger.
I don't know what the basis is for you to say that. I mean, I don't know. I'm telling you,
you have nothing in your. Wait.
I know so it's more.
You think that like it might be like 5 to 7% difference, or it might be like 5 to 90% difference.
I just told you I don't know. You said 2 orders of magnitude. I understand order of magnitude to be like 100 times, 1,000 times more. That's what I understand it. Not to be like 25 more.
Yeah. Like 0.5, like 0.5% of people are like, okay, well, they're not vaccinated.
You think if you, and I just want to make sure, Kafka, you understand this. So you think that if you polled America, when we're talking here about an order of magnitude, that there would be, something approaching, 10 times, they might get times more people in America.
The Pisco goes over usually.
The poop situation that we're talking about, that's child neglect, and it would be an order of magnitude less. It would say not vaccinating your kids
like
is
8 to 80%, or 7 to 70%, or 6 to 60%. Yes, I think it would be about that significant. If not more.
I don't have that intuition. I think that if you ask like every Democrat, or I don't know, like 80% of Democrats, they'd probably say that it's neglect to not give your kids vaccinations. I do agree, like I said before, that I think it would be more for the.
Are we talking about neglect?
I thought that's what you were just talking about, neglect, right?
We're talking about neglect rising to the level of having to notify CPS. Not neglect as in like you've been neglectful. You're using this in a very casual sense now.
Okay, well,
the thing that I said earlier.
You're accusing me of deceit this whole time. I'm totally. Wait, hang on a second.
You just tried to focus on whether or not the order of no. Okay,
there's no war games.
If somebody sees that children are crawling around in shit, versus somebody else says that family doesn't get their COVID shots. Do you think that there would be a significantly larger percentage of people that would think, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine, I just said I don't have the intuition for the orders of magnitude. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Okay. And it would be a fair assumption that most people would probably know that, right? That like if I tell somebody that these kids are crawling around in shit all day.
I think that would be most people's intuitions.
Yeah. Okay. So if Denims is watching that, we know that that's going to be most people's intuitions. We look at the chat typing stuff about CBS, and then we see a response to the call. Why would we not think that that's what she wanted to happen all along?
So let me ask you a question. If people's impressions are that a baby is eating poop from a dog animal or something, and they contracted a disease, on those facts alone, like if you were to ask Americans, hey, you're given the situation in which someone reports or tells you that that they know that a baby contracted a disease at a household for eating poop, and that in Giardia, whatever, they got Giardia. How many Americans do you think are going to say CPS is justified on those facts? It's probably going to be some amount, even though we all agree it's not justified on those facts. You understand?
Yeah, but we're not talking about like a one time, this happened one time and somebody got sick now.
Yeah.
We're talking about somebody saying, if you want, we could flip it. Let's say that a kid shows up one time at school and his clothes are a little bit dirty. And then somebody calls CPS and the police show up and, they find out this kid is being severely neglected or whatever else. People would probably look at the person that calls CPS like, oh, whatever, I guess you got lucky. I mean, yeah.
This guy
I guess, good catch or whatever. That would be it. Let's say that a kid shows up and he's been sick, all year long, and you find out, the kid is like, oh, well, the dogs poop everywhere in the house and we get sick all the time. Let's say that you call CPS then. What would people's response be? They'd say, yeah, you should have. Good job. Nice. They'd give you credit for it. They'd say, good job. You should have called CPS. You did the right thing. Good. Congratulations. Yes.
I understand. Right. So I understand that people would see a difference between those two scenarios. What I'm trying to tell you is the fact that someone would think that what Ethan was doing is neglectful doesn't per se make them unreasonable. And I want you to acknowledge that. Even though they're wrong, you and I both agree they're dead wrong. But the fact that someone thinks that it's neglectful, that opinion doesn't mean that they're in bad faith, right? They're just not thinking clearly, right? Doesn't mean that they're bad faith. Do you agree or no?
Well, I don't know if I would call it neglect. I think we would be at like the level of gross negligence or recklessness if you're a content creator putting videos out on the internet for people to consume.
No.
That's not the point. He's actually like not even following, dude. He's not even following. He's saying it's not a necessarily. It is not having the belief that Ethan is neglectful does not necessarily entail that the person who holds that opinion is bad faith. That's what he's saying. Destiny's like, well, I think Denims is being neglectful. What the fuck are you talking about, man? That's not a response to the point being made. How about you stop fucking looking at porn or whatever you're doing right now on your other monitor? Focus on the conversation.
I'm sorry, maybe negligence. What I'm saying is, if someone takes the view that what Ethan did was neglect, that isn't per se a bad faith opinion, right? Someone could interpret the statements given by...
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I would almost fight you on the points when you guys were talking to, when you were talking to Hutch, you guys were saying the CPS caller was the one who had more culpability. I don't even know if that's true necessarily. If you listen to the things that these fucking crazy people say constantly, and you're like, Jesus fuck, and you're a mom or dad or whatever, you're like, well, fuck, man, I'm going to make a call to CPS.
So let's break it apart.
That person would necessarily be in the wrong compared to like Denims or somebody else.
I want to explain what I was saying, right? I basically was saying that it's plausible to me that Denims violated her ethical obligation to refrain from failure to moderate and to refrain from...
I'm sorry, when you say plausible, you mean that it is logically possible that
has
the prerequisite conditions such that
there's a good that there's a good chance. There's a good by plausible here, I mean to say it's a case that I think merits looking at, and on balance I think is reasonable, that she didn't push back enough on what Bad Empanada was doing. I conceded that during the discussion, but I missed it. Why
are we phrasing it as she didn't push back enough?
Why? What's the problem with phrasing it? Wait, what's the problem with phrasing it that way?
You're making it sound like, because if a person murders somebody and the other person was holding them down the entire time, you wouldn't say, well, the guy holding them down wasn't pushing back enough on his friend murdering the guy. She was assisting here with the claims of negligence. She wasn't just like neutrally watching.
All I'm trying to distinguish. Okay, you are so paranoid. The only distinction I'm trying to make here. Let me state it.
No. The reason why I'm fighting on this characterization is because when you start with the thing, if she didn't push back enough, it sounds like we're starting at zero and we're arguing to how much should she have pushed back. But I'm not starting at she just did nothing. I'm starting at she was culpable in
for even watching, right? For even watching it, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Or for what? Watching. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. For even, she wasn't just watching it. She was watching it and agreeing with it and supporting it and laughing along with it. Her whole chat was going along with it.
So first of all, I think that we should calm down for a second. All right. And just let's chill, right? So what I'm saying there is trying to distinguish. Maybe I should include also the kind of adoption or the implicit adoption that we're talking about here, where she's nodding along and being like, oh, that's crazy, Chad. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Okay. So, but all I was trying to distinguish when
dude, it feels like so many debates with Destiny right now are just people talking to him like a fucking child. It's just like, hey, can you like talk to me like we're both adults? You like every time I talk, you like start screaming. You start like screaming and crying every time I talk, and it makes it difficult to progress. You know, it's like every conversation now. It's so fucked.
Failure to push back is a situation in which one is merely watching it and then critiquing it. Right? That's all I'm trying to do. And when I say you're paranoid, what I'm saying is you think that what I'm doing here is some kind of coverted attempt to help Denims. That's really what you thought I just did there, right? You thought that, right? Okay. So all I'm trying to do, I'm telling you in real time, I'm trying to distinguish a situation in which somebody is just watching what they're like a Bad Empanada video for the purpose of breaking it down and for the purpose of criticizing it, and someone who is not doing that, someone who is not pushing back.
If you would want to do that, notice now in order to make that work, you're using someone, you're using general nouns or pronouns or whatever, right? Someone,
Denims.
Talk about Denims, then we wouldn't. If you want to talk in more generalities, we can talk in more generalities.
Do you know what it feels like to me? It feels like when the lefties are like, you didn't say it's genocide hard enough. You like they're reading into like the fact that, you know, my language here, where I'm trying to be precise as possible. I'm trying to address everything you're saying, They're saying because
you're not. The reason why I'm acting like this is because people, when I look at people like Hutch and Josiah talk to you, these are like the most almost naive levels of good faith. And you get into the most like debate perverted mindset possible where you're crucifying these motherfuckers on the most technical. It absolutely is.
No.
The ends of these conversations are fucking crazy. And these people's minds are getting fucking destroyed as you're trying to run circles in the most perverted manner possible, such that you're making statements as crazy as Hutch is asking, like, if somebody thinks that like your children are being threatened or they're going to die or whatever, is that a good reason to call CPS? And you're like, well, no, not necessarily. Because they're going to be blah, blah, blah. So like, Jesus Christ, like, it's insane.
When you say it like that, yeah, we definitely can. When you say it like that, it sounds like you're not understanding or you don't believe me when I said this difference between, someone
to clarify, no one is understanding besides,
okay. So do you understand the difference between stating facts from which one could justify an action and stating a justification for an action? You understand those are different things? Fair? And I was referring to one versus the other.
But you shouldn't be.
Okay, but do you believe me? Yes. Do you believe me when I said that I was referring to justification as opposed to the set of facts that from which one could reasonably justify? Do you believe me right now that I'm autistic enough to make that distinction?
Really, no.
You really don't believe that?
So. No.
So what was I doing there?
Because this is the test that I use, okay? When you play fast and loose with language when it benefits you, and then when you become quote unquote, I'm autistic then it benefits you, then no. I feel like at that point the selective skepticism makes it hard to believe that you're applying this in any kind of good faith.
Fast and loose with language is like, he said, Hutch expects me to have watched all of Denim's streams. No, actually, Hutch doesn't expect you to watch all of Denim's streams. Hutch expects you to watch a substantial amount of Denim's streams, enough to gain a general understanding of how she reacts to content on any given day. So that's like the example. That's the example we're giving.
Everyone who talks to me understands I do this. I talked to Rob Knorr for like 4 hours about how the term jurisdiction and territorial jurisdiction, that a ruling on territorial jurisdiction and venue isn't necessarily a ruling on jurisdiction. For you to sit here and say that I am not only capable of doing that, but specifically known for this kind of shit is so laughable.
Like, look at the example that you just used. The example that you're using is a legally defined term debate with Rob Knorr, who's also one of the most debate-perverted people possible. Why would you use that comparison? Wait, you can say not just that, but that's the example that you went to. Why would you go to that example? You're demonstrating exactly what I'm saying.
No, everyone knows that I have a character for being particular about my words, trying to clarify in like the most specific way possible, and that sometimes, I'll be, clear about the mens rea of knowing versus. That's what I do.
Why did it take you like 3 hours to understand that what Hutch was talking about was degrees of culpability? When he said it like 4 times, you kept trying to make it a binary thing of like you're either culpable or you're not culpable.
So I don't think that you're understanding. I obviously agree in things such as.
Does it work in most conversations where you go, I don't think you're understanding?
No, I really don't. Wait, no, I'm about to. I'm about to specify. I'm about to specify.
Do you think I don't think you understand what you're saying half the time.
Do you think that I truly don't understand a notion of partial responsibility, that I don't understand joint and several liability, that these concepts are foreign to me? Is that what you think?
No, that I don't, which is why at the beginning of this conversation, I said, you must have bitten this argument for somebody else. Because I wanted to tear me out, when you started talking about proximate cause or but for things, and you're like, well, you can see that, at the end of the chain, once the chain of causality is broken, what a bullshit thing to ever say about anything. Even in the legal world, you don't say that.
Wait a second. So, I'm just going to take an example. Someone who, I'm not going to use that example.
We should just do the Denim's thing. Let's just do the Denim's thing.
I just want to be clear. I understand partial responsibility. I totally do. In fact, I was the one who introduced the notion when I said, "Do you believe that Denim's has significant responsibility for the call, for the malicious call?"
And come and guzzling pedo and be done with it.
Thank you for the dono. Huge appreciated. And no, as much as that is funny to do, it's actually good that Pisco's unpicking all this. Let me I'm just going to reset my goal. Sorry. I'm distracted. Huge appreciate it. Thank you for the dono. Okay. If I was so quick chill as well and set up a chat goal. Guys, 420 people here right now, 68 likes on the stream. Some of the 360 or so people, and please move the cursor to thumbs up and clicking it or pressing a thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be huge appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a Stream Elements link in the pin chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships randomly throughout the chat, buy a super chat, which will highlight a message and read it on TTS, or buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or GIF that we highlight in chat, and I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm posting a super chat goal in the chat. Huge.
I introduced, what about 5%? So it's clear, even in just taking that conversation without this pretend story about me stealing some kind of information or whatever, it's clear that I understand the notion of partial responsibility. No one can watch that video in which we're talking about percentages, in which I'm trying to hold Hutch to, some level of significance. He says, what do you mean by significant? Here I mean 5%. And that someone could come away reasonably thinking, I don't understand.
I don't think so. No,
wait, why?
I don't think so. I think anybody that would watch that would go, why is it taking this Pisco guy so long to just talk about gradients of culpability here? Because that's what I was screaming for like 2 hours. How are they talking about this for so long? Did not go into scales of culpability here. It's insane to me.
But you agree? I in that conversation demonstrate that I recognize that concept. I'm using it. Fair.
Once you've been pushed into having to address it directly, which makes you feel bad faith.
So
yes.
So this is what I'm trying. Maybe I can clarify this. Maybe this will be helpful. So because I see culpability as inextricably tied to a given mental state, I don't really conceptualize moral fault relating to particular results without a mental state. You understand?
Why is it? Hold on. I agree with you 100%.
Okay,
but then why is it earlier that you were talking about the percentage chance of somebody doing something bad in the chat as being the defining characteristic on whether or not you did a bad, rather than what you just said now? Something I totally agree with. It does depend on the mental state, which is why the reaction to that event itself is what's so important, because it gives you insight into the mental state of the person that was spreading the bullshit in the first place.
I will explain, Stephen. I will explain. So because the reason I kept asking, and maybe you thought this was bad faith too, I asked Hutch, well, it's possible it came from your community, right? And he was like, yes. And everyone gets exasperated, like, oh, come on, Pisco. You're trying to say it's the exact same thing when Hutch watches a video and
very intelligent engagement that Pisco is portraying there, by the way. That's like how really intelligent people engage with debates, is when someone says, so ask a question such as, isn't there a chance that the really intelligent, that's how really intelligent people engage. Also, thank you for the $2, Satius, with the Hey You super sticker of the pear character with sunglasses turning around and waving. Thank you.
Totally missing the point. And maybe, listen, guys, that could absolutely be my own communication deficiencies. I am totally willing to accept that. But the difference is, we ascribe culpability when it comes to non-intentional states. I'm here using the model penal code, and I understand that's a legal concept, but I believe it will also apply to our ethical concepts. And I don't think you'll fight me on it. This notion of recklessness and negligence, right? You don't call someone negligent just because they introduce a trivial risk, right? You don't call someone culpable for being negligent or reckless because they are sending their kid over to do grocery shopping, right? Because we consider that a low amount of risk. And so you just asked me, let me finish my idea.
No, you don't agree with, hold on, no, because you don't agree with what you just said.
Okay, yeah, I do. Go.
It has nothing to do with the percentage chance of risk. It has to do with the intentionality and the responsibility that you have in terms of sending somebody into a certain direction.
Wait, no.
The percentage chance risk is not relevant here.
It does, yeah, it is. I'll tell you what, and I do believe this, and I hope that we can agree on that.
Sure, give me an example, sure.
So someone is reckless when they consciously disregard not any risk, right? A substantial and unjustifiable risk, right? You don't call someone reckless.
Correct.
So the state of mind is intrinsically linked to a certain quantum of degree of risk, okay? So no one would say, for example...
No.
No. Yes,
Hold
it is.
on.
Yes.
No, it's absolutely not. It's not. What did you say? The key word there is...
Thank you, Jimbley, for the $1.99 super sticker. It says yum. Thank you, Jimbley. Thank you.
Is known or justifiable. You have to have a mind state about the risk. If a father tells a child, can you go to the store and pick up something, and there are murderers in the store that are killing everybody, and the dad doesn't know, and there's 100% chance that the child dies if he walks in there, that's not negligence. That's not, well, maybe negligence, they didn't have the news.
That would almost be intentional. That would be like intentional, right?
Not if they didn't know, though. Not if they didn't know.
Oh, no, yeah.
Even if it was 100% chance of death, if they didn't know, it's the known part is what talks about negligence or the responsibilities and the obligations you have.
But the knowledge pertains to a certain level of risk, right? The knowledge itself, the mental state of the apprehension is based on a certain significance of the risk. I'll give you an example, right? So that we can just agree on this. If someone sends them to the supermarket not knowing that there are murderers all over there, like the one that you just gave, they are not consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk. You would agree with that, right?
Correct.
So you're not and however, if they know that there's
just on what we just said there, this is why the chat groaned, because funnily enough, I actually think Hutch's, for whatever bullshit, Hutch's intuitions, I think, were spot on in all of this. And I think a lot of the groaning you were was
dude, like, you hear that? He literally pretended that Pisco was going insane the whole debate. Right? But you hear it there. Listen to it again.
This is why the chat groaned, because funnily enough, I actually think Hutch's, for whatever bullshit, Hutch's intuitions, I think.
Hutch's, for whatever bullshit, Hutch's intuitions were basically totally right, whatever he says. He's admitting there. He is admitting there. Hutch did terribly. Hutch did terribly. So the whole time you watch his reaction, which, you know, I watched that maybe 30 minutes of. The whole time you see his reaction, he's sitting there pretending that Pisco's going totally insane. And Pisco's just like, what is Pisco even saying? It's going to, oh, Hutch is totally right. No, he knows the argument sucked. He just agrees with the conclusion. He just hates denims.
I think we're spot on in all of this. And I think a lot of the groaning you were was intuiting a lot of good stuff as well. What you just said is the knowledge of the risk. When you say, well, when Denims is engaged in some behavior, watching a video, and then somebody calls CPS, and it feels like the intent of her, the entire community, the video she's watching, is to push that type of behavior. And then you say to Hutch, well, isn't there a chance that somebody from your community could engage in that behavior? Do you really think that when Hutch is reviewing a thing critically, do you think that if you would have...
Thank you for the 20 Canadian someone somewhere. Huge appreciate it. Thanks so much.
For all the sleep you losing keeping up with this. Not for rent cause that's free in day 17 knees head.
Huge appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Put a gun to his head and say, Hutch, I want you to answer this right the fuck now. Do you think that you're helping or hurting this situation? My guess is Hutch is probably, I think I'm helping. I'm trying to spotlight a thing that I think is important. And, you know, there might be a crazy person that takes the wrong way, but for the most part, I'm doing things to reduce the amount of harm here.
I just want to be clear. That would definitely be true of the reckless mindset. But there's also this other level. And again, this is a legal concept, but I think it also fits in our intuitions, is negligence. And negligence isn't just when you consciously disregard a substantial and justifiable risk. Negligence is when
That's
you
true,
should,
but
when you should, wait, let me just finish. Where you should,
Yeah.
I agree. Hutch is not negligent, okay? I don't think that
You're not
Hutch...
even close to it. But
I
then
know,
to
wait
draw
a
that
second.
parallel is crazy.
Wait
That's
a
why people are groaning.
No, because you guys don't understand. I don't raise that point to suggest that Hutch is negligent. The point I'm raising when I say Hutch is mere increase of risk is not enough to imply a culpable mindset. The risk you need to show is significant.
What is this guy's problem, man? What is this guy's fucking problem? Kuihman breaks down the simple concept to Destiny. The Pisco, who of course not give a state of 100% of Bad Impulse character. He doesn't have all the facts to do so. I literally told Kuihman to say this. Dude.
Of some degree of significance, and we're going to treat you differently based on whether you consciously disregard that risk.
This is a question that you're smarter. You know that nobody knows. Nobody believes this. I would never. This would be a thing that.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted out plus. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you. Huge appreciate that, plus. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
That you just illustrated a quick example with the one that I just said. Let's say you said your kid at the store, there's murders, and that you didn't know about it.
I tried to.
No, you didn't. You danced around this. It took 2 hours to get to this part of the argument.
I brought that example up. Wait a second. I brought that example up.
You were pushed into it. When you got pushed to it.
Listen, so I'm just telling you guys can disbelieve me if you want. You can take Steven's view that I'm doing this because I'm trying to appeal to the Justilk community to improve the harassment on Rose. That's Steven's opinion. Or you can take my view of it, which is I was trying to find new ways to explain the same concept. The same concept, which is that our intuitions about culpability don't relate to the result nakedly. our intuitions about
I agree with
responsibility
that, yeah.
relate to results plus mental states. And so when I said,
Sure.
and everyone goofed on me, and I have a bunch of replies saying like, what? You don't think that the fucking father that's being sent over there would be responsible for the death of their child? When they did that, right? They're just not understanding the point. The point isn't that the father is not responsible or culpable. Here, I'm using, by the way, when I say responsible, it's not weasel. I just use those words interchangeably. Responsibility, morally at fault, justified, culpable. Those are all words that I use interchangeably. It's not evidence of me doing a lower standard for
the
people.
fact is
I'm just trying to re-explain the same concept.
Sure, that's fine. Most people intuitively, at that point, though, would feel like the father is somewhat at fault because they would view that as being at least negligent of not protecting your child from going to a bad part of town where they're going to get killed.
My point is, and you don't even disagree with this, they're culpable.
You agree that most people would view that father as being somewhat
culpable in some sense. Culpable in some sense.
Yes.
And
correct. Cool.
So
okay,
yes, no, but that I was saying that. That's what's so frustrating is because people didn't.
Yeah, but you might say that. Well, you could argue you're saying that. What you're saying is, well, he's guilty of this thing of negligence, but that's completely divorced from the resulting bad action. He didn't murder his daughter. He didn't rape the daughter.
No, it's completely
yes, you did say that.
No.
Okay. But the second thing too is, imagine the father not only sent his daughter to a bad part of town. Imagine he got into a group chat and started telling a bunch of his shady friends.
Yeah, now it starts to seem more intentional, right? Now it starts to seem more intentional.
Yeah,
yes,
I agree.
No, yeah.
Imagine if his daughter gets raped and he laughs about it in his group chat with all of his friends.
That starts to see.
Voice is almost as good as your Mama JF voice.
Retouch. Okay, thank you for the 333. Thank you. Huge appreciate it. The Mama JF. Then why is it the one impression that I can just do like absolutely perfectly? It's fucked, man.
Seem more intentional, doesn't it?
What is disanalogous here between what Denims did and what the dad would do in that circumstance?
What I was trying to. So first of all, let's make sure that we agree.
No,
wait. I am going to appeal. So I know exactly what you asked. You asked, what is disanalogous between the added circumstances to the hypothetical that make them different than the Denims one? Everyone locked it in. We know that, right? We know that. What I want to do though is make sure that we agree so far in the framework. You might not believe I had this framework, and I want to get clarity on that, but I just want to make sure we agree on the framework. So you agree, right, that one is not culpable in the sense of moral culpability to a result nakedly, right? They're not nakedly, just because you cause the death of your child, you're not culpable in the sense, right?
It depends on the
mental state.
It would depend on the
foreseeability. And foreseeability
yes.
plays into role of like what a culpable mental state would look like. If something is very foreseeable and you don't cognize it, but you should, right? That would be a negligent mindset, all that other stuff. And so one is not culpable for the intentional version of culpability that I'm trying to say, and versus the negligent one. So that's all I'm playing out here. And I don't hear you to disagree with that. And that is what I intended to say, whether it came across the right way. What I wasn't trying to do was say that communities don't have responsibility for their community. What I wasn't trying to say is that there's no duty to moderate. What I wasn't trying to do was fucking protect Justilk for fucking Rose harassment.
We're not talking about the Justilk thing, right?
No, but that's your speculation. That's your open speculation.
Of course.
So you believe I want to increase harassment on this person I don't know who has never harmed me? On basis of what?
You want to get cover on the communities.
Why the fuck? In virtue of what?
Yeah, he really cares about that.
In my chat. I talk to counterpoints. He's in your community, but you don't give me that grace on that, do you? You don't give me the grace that
no, because counterpoints will still talk to you. Counterpoints won't cut people out of his life or cut people out of his communities.
Is that what this is about?
No, that's not what this is about. This is about I'm still waiting for you to give the example on Denim. I don't know why you're going into this topic.
No. The point is, the reason I'm addressing this at all is because you openly speculated that the reason why this, which is, it's maybe a little bit of words to put out, that the reason was because of a nefarious intent to increase harassment or protect a community who is known to be harassing a young woman who's never harmed me. And that is fucked up, man. You can't fucking.
What's wrong with me? When you say it's fucked up, if somebody were to reach out and harass you as a result of that, would I be in some sense culpable for that harassment?
Well, in the sense of recklessness, but I wouldn't. but if I tried, hang on. Wait. No. I did not. Wait, I did not. Wait, Destiny.
In the sense of recklessness, unless you're saying, Destiny, you intend for that to happen. Or is that what you're saying? Or are you saying you're more culpable than reckless because you intend for that to happen? Is that what you're saying, Destiny? That almost sounds like what you're saying there.
Wait. Destiny. So as a result of that, I might say that you're like negligent or reckless or whatever if you say that. But hang on a second. There have been people from your community that have messaged me with, suggestions that are not true in a similar vein. Do you accept culpability for that? No, you don't, right?
The people might message you. The people might message you say mean things. Sure, yeah, I say mean things about your stream. Of course I accept culpability to some extent.
But you didn't do it. No, but not the unhinged stuff, right? You take credit for what you actually say, not what you could increase the risk of saying.
You have to define unhinged. If somebody messages you like, I fucking hate you, piece of shit, then fine. Yeah, I guess. If somebody messages you like, I'm going to kill you, well, geez, that's kind of fucked up. I don't think I've said anything.
Just stuff like, attacking my credibility in the sense of like my credentials, saying that essentially I'm defrauding people, not, holding myself to be on, to have never been admitted to practice. Those are things that come from people who are parts of your community. Now, I've seen you defend.
WTF, the streamer looks like an abusive footy player from Liverpool now instead of what his hair did to his appearance weeks ago.
Thank you for the donut. Huge appreciate. Thank you.
Me on that score, and I would never hold you culpable for it.
Sure.
And I'm applying a consistent lens.
Because there's a clear
wife beating Scouser.
So
awesome.
What did
I am
you just
cool
say?
man.
Because but why do I even do that? Because I do see people make those kinds of attacks, and when I see it, because I don't want people to make those types of attacks, I think there's other stupid arguments you make they can attack you on. I counteract it because that shows the intent of me when I make my criticism of you. I'm not here to criticize you for saying you're a fake lawyer, whatever else. And you can see what you just pointed to as an action. You say, oh well, look, I guess he doesn't want these things to happen.
But here's the thing, right?
Example.
So Denims did clarify afterwards, right? Now that was after she said what she said, or she watched that video and people brought it to her attention and criticized her for it. She said that she never called CPS and that it wasn't justified. That's what I understood that she said. That's from what I recall that she said. So I'm asking, on what terms are those different?
Wait. Was this after she saw that CPS was called, or was this after a significant public backlash?
It was in the first time she addressed it.
I'm not sure if those are coinciding, right? Like maybe the backlash is when she sees it. Maybe the backlash is when she sees it. No. I've said I'm not sure about the. I'm not sure.
Then tell me how you can determine that she's being sincere.
Well, hang on a second. But then what else?
Well, you can't 100% determine. Obviously, you can't 100% know someone's state of mind, but you're making a reasonable inference based on how she handled it before and how she handled it afterwards, and going, okay, well, I think that given the way she's handled it, she probably didn't intend for CPS to be called.
She's doomed to be insincere because if it happens to be that she sees it when it coincides when it's a public thing, therefore she can never be sincere about the apology, or you will never take that presumption.
Your statement about statements made as a result of mediation or settlements. Didn't you say Casey Tron's whole statement must be insincere because it came at the end of a settlement or mediation?
The reason why Casey Tron's statement is insincere is because it's obviously insincere. It's obviously insincere given everything we know about Casey Tron's character, given what she was apologizing for. Do you actually dispute that? Do you think that she was being genuine there? That she apologizes to, Ethan's employees, she apologizes to Asmongold?
If we're going to say that necessarily every statement made at the end of mediation is insincere, then there's no possibility that you can say that, well, Denham's statement at the
not necessarily, but certainly in this case,
the end of massive public backlash, that's sincere. No, that's ridiculous.
What I mean to say is, like, it's in the nature of what Casey Tron is saying, that it strains credulity given our priors about the what
obviously
Casey
it's just
Tron
like it's not about like all litigation or any mediation resulting in a statement being insincere. It's obviously the case here that this was not sincere. Casey Tron does not believe those things about copyright. Casey Tron does not believe those things about Asmongold. Casey Tron does not give a fuck that she did anything to Ethan Klein. Casey Tron doesn't give a fuck Hassan didn't help her. She was back in Hassan's chat. So the whole thing is just total bullshit, obviously. It's just like, you can just look at it, see, does she believe these things? Do they line up with her actions? No. Obviously insincere. It was at the end of coercion. So that why would we, for a moment, entertain the idea that this was a sincere statement? Well, it doesn't line up with any of her actions and does line up with coercion. It just doesn't, it makes no sense.
Given our priors about, what someone could reasonably expect an apology for, that she actually meant aspects of her apology there. That's what I think is, I think you agree with that.
And what is in the nature of Denims and the snarker communities and all the people surrounding her? Right?
Where is the evidence of her advocating that similar type situations?
What do you mean? Evidence of her advocating for similar types of situations?
Where's the course of conduct of Denims that would, justify us taking this kind of negative inference on her apology that we would think, or it's not apology, her stating that was never intended, that she doesn't think it's justified. Where
show
is
me
the
the
inference?
order. Show me the piece of paper where Hitler wrote that we need to kill all the Jews.
No, I didn't say that. You're making it sound
What?
ridiculous when you're like, I'm
because
asking
you
for an
are being
explicit
ridiculous.
thing.
You're asking
What are
very
the kinds of
simple
things that
bro.
shows that she has a history of this stuff, where she actually wants these kinds of reports to be filed? She actually wants you to go out and
because
talk to
she's
people
watching
IRL.
the videos on stream, she's laughing along with it, she's giggling after CPS gets called, and her chatters are all having a fucking goof about it.
Yeah, but that's merging with the thing itself. That's merging with the conduct itself. You're saying the conduct is so obvious that she's calling for CPS there, or that that she should know that that's a call for CPS. That is itself the evidence also that she's being insincere regarding her statement that it's not.
Extent, did you see any of the Discord chat leaks of the Tyler Robinson's Discord group?
I saw some of them.
From what I saw, I would be shocked if that group was a radical, crazy group, because it seemed like when he dropped the message in there, people were like, wait, really? Holy shit. Oh my God, this is terrible or whatever. That was all I saw. I don't know if there was more released, but from that Discord group, that's all I saw. If I would have seen him say that same message, if you would have seen him drop that same message and everybody's like, oh my God, bro, headshot, good job, fucking A++, dude,
Yeah,
I'm dropping on Tomato Town next, right? What would you think? Would you think that there was a much higher chance that...
Yeah, we'd apply more culpability. Yeah. Where did they celebrate the CPS?
Is that okay? Hold on. You asked me that question.
Yeah.
If we watch some clips and I demonstrate that, is your opinion, what percentage is your opinion going to shift on this subject?
That if they celebrate CPS actively after the fact, that will definitely color my opinion. And so like give you an example of what it would be, and then I'll tell you how I think it would affect my opinion. That's me being good faith, right? Agreed? I'm giving you an advance what my reaction will be before I see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So give me the example of thing, and I'll tell you how I think it'll affect my opinion.
Okay.
That's good
Charlie
faith,
Kafka,
right?
I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Oh my God.
Kafka, thoughts?
Okay. Well, we're skipping ahead.
People who are harassing you.
I don't care what this guy's got to say.
Probably wouldn't.
Reasons why.
Everything a very good reason.
Ban count
From other people. It's fine.
Right? Please.
I have overwhelmingly, and to my credibility's detriment, defended you. In the
wait. Do I want to say, does Kafka mention me or something?
I take a stance in. You're saying I should actually take a role there.
Anymore. I don't think you have ill will towards Destiny. You want to take a distance from all that stuff, that's fine.
To members who are
definitely
Rose, you think that
you're doing all this to protect
if I would have seen him say that same message, if you would have seen him drop that same message and everybody's like, oh my God, bro, headshot, good job, fucking A++, dude, I'm dropping on Tomato Town next, right? What would you think? Would you think there was a much higher chance that...
Yeah, we'd apply more culpability. Yeah. Where did they celebrate the CPS?
Is that... Okay, hold on. You asked me that question.
Yeah.
If we watch some clips and I demonstrate that, is your opinion, what percentage is your opinion going to shift on this subject?
That if they celebrate CPS actively after the fact, that will definitely color my opinion. And let's like give an example of what it would be, and then I'll tell you how I think it would affect my opinion. That's me being good faith, right? Agreed? I'm giving you an example of my reaction before I see it, right? Cool. Is that what you think? And that's what you suggested.
I haven't seen evidence of that, but it's also, I mean, I've seen...
Yeah, why aren't you convinced by that? I wonder.
I mean, again, I think it's, again, this comes back to more of a fact issue. I'm not really super familiar with all this. That's why I was going to come here and discuss with you about it.
Yeah, but we've been talking about it for like an hour plus, and
sure, but I mean, like, I think it's a thing where there's whether you intended to or not, I think that there can definitely be cover for that community.
Wait, what do you mean I'm covering for them on with respect to the harassment of Rose? You think that I'm the kind of person that you know that would want to do that, to cover these people who are harassing a young woman? Why would I have that intent?
I'm not saying you possess that intent. I'm saying that I think that the Juice Talk community definitely has the ability to, I think they're co-opting a lot of what you do. They're trying to find you as an ally. They're, currently fighting with people in your Discord right now. They very much have an interest in bringing you to their side to some degree, whether, that's intentional or not. And I think that the relationship with Destiny at this point makes it easy for them to try to co-opt a lot of your stuff.
Yeah, but I can just be myself, and like I'm also, I interact with counterpoints. I'm on good terms with not so erudite. I'm on good terms with you. I talk to members who are frequenters of that community. And so in what sense is it that I fall into the black hole and of...
You're also on good terms with Aaron and Trader.
Is she part of... What's she doing that's snarking?
I'm not saying that she's snarking, but I'm saying that you maintain relationships with people that are not, that Destiny has issues with.
No, but that's not an example. Issues with... I'm also maintaining relationships with people that he is good friends with.
Sure, but a large part
of that's what it's about. You're friends with people Destiny doesn't like. You're friends with people Destiny doesn't like. Dude, literally, they live their whole lives just wishing they could fuck women with another guy's dick. That's like the whole content appeal to them. It's like friends with people through someone else, relationships with women through someone else. That's like their whole life. It's their whole life.
Community's issues with Destiny surround this lawsuit that arguably probably wouldn't be where it's at without Straight Rate's involvement. I mean, it's not like she's totally removed from
holy
this.
crap. I mean, that's true of anyone who's like potentially involved in the fact pattern there. And I don't want to get into actually talking about the merits of it for reasons I've already stated. And that is out of respect for the process and out of respect, frankly, for what I was doing at the time in the sense of we were doing New York. And like, so there's a bunch of reasons why I don't talk about that.
I agree with all of this.
But regardless of it.
You got baited on X into fighting with somebody.
No, because what they say, but it's not bait. I mean, it's just very funny that when people accuse me of being like hypocritical in terms of my coverage, I mean, it's not hypocrisy. There's a reason why I'm not covering something. And the reason relates to something that is convincing. It's convincing, right? It makes sense why I wouldn't cover something, right? you agree with that?
I'm not accusing you of any
cool,
of that.
yeah.
I'm just saying you want to stand away, you want to take a distance from all that stuff, that's fine. But there are parts of your community and your engagement online that are bleeding into it, that are trying, that people try to pull you to it. I'm saying that you should use a Chinese wall.
So should I ban
everything involved with the case?
Should I ban just filter my community?
I think that there are a lot of very good reasons to do that.
So
One of them is that he has the intent. Yes,
okay.
He has the intent to try to use your content and your community to his ends, and not only I think harming Destiny, which whether or not you like Destiny anymore, I don't think you have ill will towards Destiny. I don't believe that about you, and I think that you are. Whether you know it or not, your inactivity. Yeah, I think you should. Okay. Your inactivity, and that brings up a lot of questions for people.
Okay.
And whenever, and I don't know about this whole thing.
I shouldn't ban. I shouldn't ban counterpoints, right? I shouldn't ban counterpoints.
I don't see counterpoints acting in a way that's trying to harm other people online, right? That's my thing. I think for me,
you're saying I should take a stance. You're saying I should take a stance in these issues that I said that I don't want to take a stance in. You're saying I should actually take a role there, and I should go in there and actually make the decision in that sense, and wade into those issues and make those banning rationales. Even though my community, we don't want to talk about that shit. We don't want that drama stuff. It's something else, and it's open to people who follow our rules. Why would I go look at their off-server conduct and ban them? Or do you think I should? I mean, you think I should because why?
Because they have their intent to try to co-opt your language and use it to harm Destiny. I think it's fine for you to go into an area that has your name.
The other week, I did a reaction of Soypill and Destiny's conversations with these two conservative lawyers, in which I almost uniformly praised their performance and said they did a wonderful job. The other time, like when people were going after Steven for trying to torch him
in March, it's voted for Kamala in the last election.
Dude, are you serious with that shit? So you think are you scared? You're scared that I'm gonna because I state my genuine views on stuff, right? I state my genuine views on these lawsuits. Because some community that's bad could take it a certain way. I'm sure that like all the people who are fans of Denims and Hassans, they love that I'm talking about this case in the way that I am. But that's incidental to why I'm doing it, right? It's not related to why I'm doing it. Why I'm doing it is because it's my opinion, right? Why I'm doing it is because of all the reasons that I want to talk about it. Not because I want to fucking please Denims, please Hassan, but people seem to think that I do, right? Is that your impression? I have a tanky. This is just for money. Like,
it's literally just Destiny can run his community however he wants, and if you've ever been associated with Destiny in any way, you have to run it the exact same way. That's the rules. That's the rules. That's it. They literally don't see the Orbiters, and you know there's good reason for this in some ways. They don't see the Orbiters as their own content creators. They don't in any way. They're just other extensions of Destiny. They're just like Destiny's friends, and then in that way they're their friends. So they have to make sure that their friends are staying in line. Okay, their friends aren't leaving them, and that's it. That's like the whole fucking mindset. It's just like this desperate, cultish, parasocial obsession with just like being a control freak, just being a like manipulative control freak, because that's what they've learned.
I have overwhelmingly, and to my credibility's detriment, defended you in the DG community. And I will tell you this, Pisco, I understand where you're coming from on this, but you're a person with a legal degree. You're a person with some level of credibility on the internet, and you're a person who really was not a huge part of this drama shit in the past. And then now, after you're falling out with Destiny, we see you engaging in it. We see you coming in.
Engaging in what?
In the discussion around this drama stuff that really...
What drama stuff? So I'm not talking about drama stuff related to Destiny.
You're talking about drama. No, I didn't say related to Destiny. Okay, drama. I don't remember you ever, prior to the January of this year, getting in the middle of online drama stuff and things like this, and having these massive drama on screen.
All right, so let's just go through examples, and then we'll see if you agree. Do you remember when President Sunday went after Erudite?
I do remember that, yes.
Do you remember what I did there?
I do. I remember. You had a really great showing against him. Your specific debate with him. And I think that you came in there...
16-hour debate.
Wait. Well, hang on a second. Do you guys remember how many posts when I would do Sunday posts where people would keep trying to debate me and trying to say that I was wrong about stuff, defending Kyla, and I kept defending, and went on Sunday stream and spent 7 hours? Doesn't this sound exactly what I tend to do when I get pushback, significant pushback on an issue that I like wade into? That I don't just have this like neutral approach that I never address things related to streamers?
Reminder though, Pisco did totally rat fuck me in a conversation about this on J-Stuck's stream once. He did totally rat fuck me. And he lied about the specific wording, or maybe not lied, but misrepresented the specific wording of this letter that Erudite had talking about this. It wasn't quite what he said, and it basically implied that you had to have held the job to be able to claim the title. It implied that you had to have held the job at some point to claim the title. And as far as we were aware at that point, she hadn't actually held that job with the title. So, listen. I agree Pisco was mostly right in his points against Sunday, but I do remember specifically he tried to use this to totally shut down the argument and be like, no, this is absolutely true. And the moment we looked at the letter, it was not true. He totally rat fucked. It was fucking annoying. But anyway, but it's okay. We love Pisco. We love Pisco.
I mean, what you just characterized was completely wrong, right? This is totally in keeping with my personality, right?
No.
In what way is it not in keeping with? In what way is it not keeping with the personality?
I'm over it.
Oh, come on.
I'm over it.
So now you're condescending me.
I'm over it.
Whole piece of shit.
Wait, now you're condescending me. You're saying that I only defended Kyla because she was my friend.
I think that you would have defended her in any case to the extent that you did. No, I think
wait. You think I would have defended Kyla even if I thought she was wrong and she committed credential fraud? If I thought that she committed credential fraud, I would have defended her. If I didn't know her, I wouldn't. Wait, sorry, help me out there. So I wouldn't have waded into it unless I didn't know her. So once I provide you an example where again that's not true, and I've talked about something which happens to come up, or like I make a tweet about it that is to someone I don't know, I'll give you actually an example right now. So the TikTok fugitive. Remember the TikTok fugitive?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so in case you don't remember, there was this TikTok fugitive guy, and I happened to Steven, I think, had him on stream or something, and we talked about whatever. And I went again. That's another area where it's not strictly speaking things that you're representing. It's a constitutional issue, political issue. It's more about this guy's like interactions with the legal system and whether or not the original jurisdictions had the power to make the determinations as to his kids or whatever. And now he's hiding in one of those islands. That was another example. I'm just reminding you. I don't know this guy personally. I don't have a vested interest to go after this person. But notwithstanding that, I went on a deep dive. I did a bunch of research into the filings about related to the jurisdictional issue for the family law thing that we just spoke about. That's another example of again a more drama related thing that I spent a lot of time on to the point of like pushing him to have those conversations. I can give you way more of those of different feuds I've had on Twitter. This is all keeping in my character. None of this is inconsistent with what my modus operandi is.
I mean, respectfully, I disagree. I understand that your perspective is different from an outside observer watching you do these things. I remember you going through this stuff. I think that you have very strong opinions when it comes to legal stuff. I think you have very good takes. I really enjoy hearing it. I think you are very good at defending those and really sticking to those. I think, though, in these situations, when we are looking at them, I do not think there's a very interesting legal question as to the H3 lawsuit. I do not think one exists. And so it's really hard for me to understand where you are coming from.
I will tell you. I will tell you. I will absolutely tell you my initial interest in the case. But I do want to say it is in keeping with my character, and what I tend to do is to like comment occasionally on things that come before me, and then again get into these rabbit holes, get into these arguments. In fact, it's not just that. It's like my whole interactions with Steven weren't just like prior to January this year, weren't just glazing Steven almost all the time. It was disagreements. It was the rare occurrence that I went on strictly to agree with him, and the more recent stuff when we were just doing things that we agreed on. But almost everyone who knows me in my time here is I love having these debates. I love having these arguments. And it's never been the case that I've like done the kind of factors you're talking about here, or that I diverge wildly on the H3 lawsuit. On the H3 lawsuit specifically, I can tell you exactly why I did this because I know exactly why I did this. I was about to go home. It was either a wedding or it was some other. It might have been like a bachelor party, whatever. I mean, I have the text. I was about to go home, and the lawsuit had just dropped, and my editor messaged me and was like, "Hey, this might be interesting to talk about." And I'm like, "Oh, a copyright case from Ethan." Right? My last knowledge of Ethan's copyright cases was the Bold Guy one which I followed, one which I read the briefing, one which I read the opinion, and I went into that because he saw, let's experiment with this. It's more like pop culture type legal thing.
No, actually, you're doing it to be best friends with Hassan. You're doing it to be best friends with Hassan. You're doing it to be able to get invited to the Hassan poker nights. It's okay. I'll see you there, Pisco. We know. That
sound like crazy to you? That happened so far as I've related it.
No,
okay.
I don't think that's what we're pressing.
Wait, so because it seems to be that we're assessing the credibility, the notion that I'm motivated to do this because I'm grifting or something, or that I'm doing it for some improper purpose. Okay, so we'll keep going. My editor tells me, why don't you react to this? Let's try different things, let's see what's going on. And that's what I do. I react to it in real time. And going into it, I am sympathetic to Ethan because I know that he has this track record for the copyright stuff. And in the course of doing that reaction, I'm like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Immediately, I'm like, this rationale doesn't make sense. You can watch me react in real time to it. All right, you can watch me in real time. The video is up. It's one of my most hated videos. Like all my other videos, very well regarded among my other videos. But
I remember all this.
So what do you think is more likely why I started reacting to people reacting to the argument, what I said there? Is it because I have a vendetta against Ethan Klein, before he said what he said? Or do you think it's because people kept bringing it up and saying, you're wrong? And the fact that I'm responding to people saying, you're wrong, isn't that exactly what my personality is like? Isn't that exactly what I do all the time? And I bring people in to specifically have the conversations. It's just not credible that the reason I'm doing this is to ingratiate myself. If I was trying to grift, what I would do is read the fucking room and pander and pander. That's what I would do.
Here, and it causes questions.
But what's the divergence? What's the divergence?
Wait, real quick. Here.
Go ahead.
Okay. Two guys, okay? Mm-hmm. This guy first, okay?
Two brothers.
I sent you the first thing. Just send the first link to Pisco, okay? Let's just watch this one, okay? This is 9 months ago.
Okay. So, Kafka, you're gonna message to me?
Train this into the record. 1 second. I'm gonna get a exhibit sticker on this. Okay. Okay, I just sent it to Pisco.
Okay. Does this happen? Here my question is gonna be as I'm putting the clip up for the audience. Is this clip before or after CPS is called? Because the claim is that they celebrated CPS being called. Okay.
Well, the title of this clip is Denham's claims Hila is complaining about CPS for sympathy.
Okay.
And thought about doing worse to people. So,
I think it's embarrassing
after the CPS call.
Okay, got it.
Got it. FK, hopefully I'm back for
here to be like, this is. I think it's
important part.
Embarrassing for Hila here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3. It's just sympathy, right? It's just she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone that is against us.
I mean, true.
Fucking awful.
Lie where? Literally lie where?
We're the ones dealing with the real awful experiences. Hila did worse to Palestinian kids in the IDF. I mean, I'm sure she's thought about doing terrible things to people when she was in the IDF. I can't comment on what she.
Okay, I think that is her downplaying the significance of CPS call. Okay. I don't think that's her celebrating the CPS call. Wait, Can we just? Why can't we agree on that clip? So far,
we're doing this holistic, okay? No, wait, because I'm still talking about the clip. Let me finish talking about the clip, okay? Right. These are messages from her chat while that clip was playing.
Is this a fair representation of them?
includes-
Wait, no. I wanted. Is this a selection of messages over like a 10-minute period, and you're picking out
This
the
is
worst?
a selection of messages that I just clipped out from the chat. Kafka, you can send him the picture if you want so he can read along. I just did it in the 60-second clip, okay? ACAB includes CPS, but I get the point. You're not swatting them. If you even have a family YouTube channel, you got to have CPS come and make sure they're safe.
ACAB includes CPS, but you're not swatting them. That's a totally reasonable message for a lefty. They're saying you shouldn't use the state against people. You should not use state violence, state force against people. However, this isn't like some applications of state force. This isn't like a dynamic entry from a SWAT team where their assault rifle was pointed in your face. Because it's not. It is massively different. There's no risk to your life when CPS show up.
It's just a conversation with a social worker. It's crazy
True.
that the Zionism supporters don't appreciate having random searches of their homes, being falsely accused, being questioned, etc.
Okay.
CPS are not cops. They are not brutalizing children. They are literally just asking people questions. Like, there are so many cases of
Wait, what is a disagreement with this?
people with like 7 adopted children just kept in the worst conditions, and CPS doesn't give a shit. I just get why people are making a judgment call on this. I don't know why they were there. I have no proof who called. All I know is CPS checked on kids, so I'm not going to immediately jump to this is the worst thing that's ever happened to a family ever. Their kids were on the show. I personally think that any house that has a child that gets Giardia should get a quick visit, if not from CPS, then from some health inspector. If the Giardia were...
Okay, that's not justifying the calling, though. That's saying, yeah, there should be visits. And yeah, that is the case. That's basically already the law. The way the law is set up is if you're a mandatory reporter, you have to report to health authorities if there's a case of Giardia. If you see kids with Giardia, you have to report it to health authorities in California. So it's already basically like that's a totally reasonable position to take, to be honest. These are not crazy messages.
concern, it's up to the doctor, not people online.
Yes, wait, what's the problem with that? Wait, what?
People are making a judgment call on this. I don't know why they were there. I have no proof who called. All I know is CPS checked on kids, so I'm not going to immediately jump to this is the worst thing that's ever happened to a family ever. Their kids were on the show. I personally think that any house that has a child that gets Giardia should get a quick visit, if not from CPS, then from some health inspector. If the Giardia were a concern, it's up to the doctor, not people online. I work at a school, and when you have to call CPS, doesn't always mean that those children are being taken away or taken out of the home. CPS can also offer other services and other help to assist the parents. It has to be a case of abuse, like severe abuse, to have the child removed from the home. I think the real point is that CPS got called because of what they said on their show. Hila also raided homes, so...
Okay, this is all just true. Dude, why are Denim's chat is like 140 IQ? What's going on? What the fuck's going on?
If they have nothing to hide, it wouldn't be a problem, right? You're making some assumptions. Sometimes the
Okay,
abuse
that's
might be a
retarded.
step-parent, and the child might be safer with other bio-parents. It's very situational, but maybe CPS where you are is worse than here. CPS also doesn't just take kids away. They can order that they clean their house, order parenting classes, and if the situation is really bad, they'll put the kids where they fit, blah, blah, blah. There's like 10 more.
Yeah.
When you are watching the chat, when you're listening to her response for this,
I think it's downplaying the significance of CPS call. Agreed?
and yeah, I'm kind of...
It's downplaying it. Relatively. From how, comparatively, to how Ethan and Hila are portraying it, yes, they are downplaying it. But there actually wasn't a whole lot there that was particularly objectionable. I'm going to be real. Like, most of those messages were saying totally reasonable things. It should be up to a doctor, not people online. I think health professionals should visit if there's an outbreak of Giardia. CPS isn't swatting. Your life's not at risk. It's a conversation with a social worker. These are all totally accurate statements that accurately portray the severity of CPS versus other forms of harassment. So yes, it is downplaying it in the sense that they are saying it has less significance than Ethan and Hila are saying it has. But none of that's wrong.
sort of, yeah, giving cover for it.
Do you think it's fairly characterizable as celebration?
Sure.
I don't. Maybe I'm crazy, right? So
When we say celebrate, we don't mean birthday party. We mean like basically endorse.
Well, I don't. Do you view this as endorsement, or do you think that
Yes.
it's not as big of a deal? So, for example, I could imagine.
I think that those two things are one and the same, and you know that.
I do not think that downplaying and saying it's not as big of a deal is the same as
So Destiny, when you had that massive argument about how stealthing's like not that bad,
that it's a good that it happened. Do you think that those are the same thing?
Okay, let me clarify. That it was an acceptable outcome of events.
Again, I think that that's, again, reintroducing the same problem. I agree that this is downplaying. I disagree with a lot of the shit that you just pointed out. A
wife goes to a friend with two black guys and says that her husband beats the shit out of her. And the friend says, well, you are kind of annoying sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not really, he didn't kill you. Would you say that that is kind of like
that is
cover to, or
that is downplaying? That is potentially saying that it's not a big deal that it happened. It's saying that, it's more.
It's a big deal. It's just not as big of a deal as Ethan either were portraying it. I think that's a totally reasonable position. They are overplaying it. They are being manipulative.
Acceptable. I will definitely grant that. But I'm not. What I understand the claim to be is that they celebrated it. That is to say, they said that this was a good thing that happened. It's possible that this is. I mean, I agree. A lot of this stuff is really bad.
Okay, hold on, wait. Hold on. I have to take a step back, and I got to morph my mind because you're so out of
Wait, what about that is bad faith?
Because you're just inhuman. You might be a sociopath. Okay.
Okay.
If somebody engaged in some behavior, and wait, hold on. Where's that Thinking Monk clip? Somebody fucking find this. I think when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, I watched this on stream. I was like pretty. There were some messages in chat that were like kind of like, "Wow, he is a fascist," blah blah blah. Okay. Wait, we're not. Okay. Compare her response to Kafka. But send Pisco this. Okay. What is your takeaway from my feeling about people murdering Charlie Kirk or people supporting it in my chat?
Okay, this is the statement from Destiny. I'm going to put it up on screen. 1 second.
Now, also keep in mind,
guys, actually, Destiny holds himself to a really high standard.
Nobody's criticized me. This wasn't weeks later, months later, whatever. There's no lawsuit. Okay.
I know, but is like the question whether you're a better person than Denims?
No, the question is why is my response what it is versus what Denim's response is?
It might be because there are a couple conclusions. A, that you have different appreciations of the harm. B is because you're a better person than Denims, perhaps. C it could be a bunch of different reasons that you think that you're holding yourself to higher standard.
There's literally no fucking way, dude. There's literally no fucking way they're posting this picture thinking it's actually Doobie. There's literally no fucking way they are posting the picture from that stupid clip. Someone send me the stupid fucking clip. Someone send me this stupid fucking clip. I'm begging. Someone send me these stupid fucking clips of Doobie pulling up this video feed. Who's got these? I need these. There's like one where he does it with Mystigo, one with Fuentes. Where's the clip? Doobie, you're black? Search Doobie 2214 face reveal.
From Sausage Lore says, Nick and Destiny, the Hispanic tag team duo. Let's go. Wow, that's pretty neat. This one coming in from my... Huh?
I said, yeah, we're BFFs. It's pretty cool.
This one from Minecraft Player says, shout out to women. And
wait, who's this black guy?
Huh?
Who's this black guy that just jumped on? Oh, wait, Doobie, you're black?
Sorry, I didn't realize that the thing had gone off.
Yeah, I didn't know you were black. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I love blacks. But
learn something new every day. D, thanks very much for your super sticker. I didn't see your question.
How do you talk? You talk like an old man.
Shut up, bitch.
I don't know why that informs our intuitions about whether this constitutes celebration. And if you agree that it doesn't constitute celebration, you can just change it to be downplaying, and then we can see what entails from that. I just don't understand why we have to, buy into the celebration if you don't think it's justified.
Hold on. Wait, Kafka, pass this one along.
Do you want me to put this video up? I was about to play it.
No, you don't have to. I am a better person here. We're fine. We all got that. Here, send this one here, and give me your takeaway from this. And these will be the only two we do for now. I'm sure I can find 100 of these, but this is 2 months after the last clip.
So this is 2 months after. So this is after the CPS call has been placed, right?
The last one was after the CPS call was placed.
Right. Yeah, this one is also that, right?
Thank you, Jimbly, for
What's 2 months after the last one?
I can't even
One
fucking
Direction,
read
so
it, man.
I
It's
assume
too
so,
small
yes.
on my.
It's after the
I don't know why are you being such like. I'm just clarifying that this for the audience. Do you think that I'm doing something wrong there? I'm just saying that this is after.
Well,
this
the
is
first
also
clip was
after.
9 months later.
It's a thanks heart.
And 9 months ago,
Thank
and
you so
this
much.
clip
Thank
is
you.
7 months ago, so it's still after the CPS call. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking idiots in chat, and me just saying, guys, this is after. I'm just saying that, and you're like taking offense. That
I
I'm
do
doing
agree.
that.
There are a lot of idiots in your chat right now. I do agree with that. Go ahead.
It.
Wanted to show this to you guys.
Hello, is this Child Protective Services? Yes, thank you. I'd like to report a case of endemic dog shit infestation in a house. This house, as far as I know, it contains children, and it also contains 2 Zionists. And as we all know, Zionists are baby killers, so I think this is a very dangerous situation for the children, given the dog shit and the Zionists. Oh, you'll send over a SWAT team immediately? SEAL Team 6? Oh man, those are the guys who killed Osama bin Laden. Yeah, I really think this is important enough of a case that you should send those guys over there. Keep those kids safe. Honestly, great service, 10 out of 10, highly recommended, thanks. Anyway.
This guy's a evil, scary man, okay? Terrible guy. I disavow his actions. But this video is quite funny. I'm just laughing at the funny video.
How dare you make jokes about CPS? How dare you make jokes about SEAL Team 6? How dare you make jokes about Zionism? How dare you make jokes about dog shit? Honestly, I condemn.
Okay. What is our conclusion from
how
this?
Would you describe, how would you describe Bad Empanada's behavior? What is he doing?
I think that he is ridiculing and reveling in making horrible jokes. And absolutely he absolutely justifies.
Could we say celebrate? Yeah. Sure. Could we say celebrate is akin to reveling and ridiculing? Okay.
I think Bad Empanada is I think Bad Empanada justifies it.
Laughing along with it. So what do we feel like Denims is doing?
I think she's absolutely downplaying it, and I think that she is
100. Wait. She's playing a celebration. Why is she downplaying it by playing a celebration?
I understand it. You tell me this is a totally wild read. She is interpreting this as a joke, and she is basically self-aware about the claim that people are making that she is trying to call CPS, and she thinks that that is ridiculous. I don't hear her suggesting, and I think, listen, I don't agree with the joke here. I think this is fucking bullshit. I think it's dog shit. I think that what Bad Empanada is doing is ridiculous. I think that Denim's kind of downplaying it as well is horrible.
Okay.
But
do you agree?
Wait. I just want to make sure. What I just said, that's not unreasonable, what I just said, right? She's self-aware about this whole thing, and she's calling attention to it.
It could, maybe that could be a reasonable
thing.
No,
that wasn't really a funny Denims moment. That was very low effort. That was very lame. Denims does have occasional funny moments. That was not particularly funny.
You agree that she should have like some kind of like state mandated caretaker, probably should lose the right to vote, shouldn't be allowed to live or exist on her own. If she's this at the very least, should never be in a public speaking position if she is this unaware of her impact on, because this is somebody who could encourage rape, murder, whatever, if she's this fucking retarded. Can you agree with that?
No,
if you're going to tell me that she's watching somebody who's clearly celebrating, you said it yourself, very obviously reveling in the misery that's been caused and joking about the CPS call and everything else, and she's sitting here watching it and giggling along in conjunction with, I showed you all those messages in her chat just from a 60-second clip, and you very cleverly, I know because you've heard people make the claim that Ethan did this, said that this came from a 10-minute compilation somewhere else, but that just came from a 60-second thing.
Hang on a second. Wait a second. I'm not gonna. I just want to pause.
Later.
I just want to pause. Whenever you do one of those comments, I think that we should address it. So you just said the fact that I bring up the 10-minute thing and the different window there, that was somehow wrong to do. Why is that wrong to do for me to bring that up?
I know where you got the criticism from, because I saw that same criticism come from the snarker communities.
Yeah, like in my Discord, is that something that's wrong? That
a lot of them are in the Discord now. Yeah.
No, okay, but if that's the case, why would it be wrong that factual information, to the extent that it's brought to my attention in my Discord, that I click on it and review it? What's wrong with that?
When did I say there was anything wrong?
No, I'm asking because the implication you agree to
You're
someone who's not a
You're
social.
implying that I said there was something wrong with that. Just so I told you where it came from. Where's that implication coming from?
Because you say, and I know where you got that every 10 minutes, and you're going to claim that you didn't make a snide
what's
comment
wrong
there.
with me factually presenting a statement that I knew where you got it from?
No, because you understand.
You see how implication is so important to you? Yeah, I do understand, Pisco. Yeah, but you see how implication is so important to you now, but it's not when other people are doing it? You see the difference?
You're acting like I'm blind to it.
It doesn't feel good. No, you're acting like everybody else is blinded. You're acting like nobody's going to do what's going on, and only you can see all of it. But you're very very intuitive. You very much understand when other people are making implications, but you pretend they don't exist anywhere else. It's very frustrating to deal with.
So chill. So you take what Denim just did there. Is that an endorsement for further CPS calls?
I would say, given the behavior of her chat, the communities around her, and the person she's watching and supports, yes.
That, right, what we just saw there when she's like making light of CPS. So you would take that as, so not only was she previously doing it, she is currently, or to whatever extent this, to date of this thing, actively encouraging and intentionally, maliciously more CPS calls.
I don't know if I would pile on so many adjectives there to try to give you an easier argument, but I would say that you're encouraging the behavior. Yes.
Intentionally.
I don't think somebody's tickling her, if that's what you're asking.
No, intentionally.
I don't know what level of intent you need. Like, she can see the fucking future?
No, because
I don't know if you want to.
The reason I bring this up,
chance that somebody in the audience.
The reason I bring this up,
if somebody does a bad, here, let me make a basic statement. Yeah. If somebody does a bad and you laugh and giggle at it and say, "Oh yeah, you got him," are you encouraging future behavior like that? Yes or no?
Wait, encouraging by which you mean intentionally?
I'm going to restate it and say the exact same thing again. If somebody does a bad and you giggle along and you laugh at it, are you encouraging that type of behavior again? Yes or no? You don't know what it means to encourage behavior. I want you to say that. I want you to say, I don't know what you mean when you, no.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean
when you say encouragement.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, then answer to the best of your abilities.
No, if what you mean,
why can't you just define what you're saying? See, this is a problem. He's refusing to define what he means because he doesn't want Pisco to be able to actually untangle whatever point he's making. He's just trying to brute force through a concession. Literally the total opposite of what Pisco does. Pisco will sit there and literally let you define your terms, he'll define his terms, and then once you're all defined, once you've agreed on everything, it's, okay, yes or no. Destiny is literally just trying to fudge things and force through some language trick. It's so shameful. So low IQ.
You mean if what you mean by encourage?
Wait.
If what you mean by encourage,
the English language. I'm asking you to answer how you would answer. If somebody were to ask you, are you encouraging a bad?
So
if you
I understand.
Go along with it when it happens.
I understand.
I'm not asking you to understand. I'm asking you to encourage it. Yes or no? Is that encouraging the behavior?
I understand encouragement. When someone asks me if someone is encouraging,
I don't know. This is not responsive to what I'm saying at all.
I'm
answering. I can go
the,
get a drink if you need some time to this to figure it out. We can take a 5-minute break and then you can come back and figure out how you want to answer the question.
If what you mean by encourage is intentionally encourage, I think the answer is no. It's not necessitated that one who giggles along to some reprehensible statements is intentionally encouraging the underlying acts. No, I don't think that that's entailed. No, if that's your question.
If somebody does a bad and you laugh and giggle along, are you encouraging that behavior?
If what you mean by encourage is intentional encouragement, if that's what you mean.
I mean it in the plain understanding of the sense of the word.
Yeah, but someone could understand encourage to just mean be causally linked to some other harm, and they could just be like,
no,
well, is it
no, nobody. I challenge you. Submit to me who understands encouragement means that you have to conspire with them.
Just lay out the terms. What is so hard about this? He's just spazzing out.
The future bad act. Show me one person or one example where somebody believes that.
So I didn't say conspire, right? So conspire is something different.
No, but as you said have be causally linked. What do you mean causally linked?
So by causally linked, Kafka, do you understand what I'm saying? So I can explain.
I think you're missing each other.
No, we're not. I asked a very plain question.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Pisco is still under the delusion that he thinks Destiny is still his friend, and that's why he's so soft on him.
Pisco has essentially totally separated from Destiny, and that's what's causing Destiny so much upset. Pisco isn't like outwardly aggressive, and he supports him in political stuff all the time. But Pisco has not spoken to him as far as I can tell from the public stuff that's happening, and basically separated off the New York stuff and wasn't happy with how stuff went down because he was so bought in and ready to, go full speed ahead on the New York stuff. But Destiny's decisions let him down and fucked him over. And so Pisco, I think, is basically disconnected. Basically done the mature disconnect. I don't agree with what you've done. I think your actions are bad, and I think it would be bad for my career. So I'm disconnecting. I'm leaving this, stepping away, and it's just sent Destiny insane over the last few months because Pisco's friends with Erin and is critical of Destiny's perspectives. It's just clear that he's not on the team, quote unquote.
causal is?
Ridiculous qualifiers to this thing.
I'm just making sure that
when somebody does it bad and you laugh and giggle along, are you not encouraging the same behavior?
So if by encourage you mean intentionally encourage,
I always want Pisco to go harder.
Conscious object to get them to do it, the answer is no, right? But if what you mean is there's a high risk and there's a potential risk, significant risk that it happened, I think the answer is yes. You understand that? Is there anything wrong with what I just said?
If there is a high risk of it happening, would it be fair to say that a third-party observer could observe and say, person A is encouraging the behavior of person B?
Is it fair for someone watching to come to that conclusion?
Yes.
Just on the fact that they're giggling along, no.
Even though you just said that you might even unintentionally be furthering that behavior. It wouldn't be fair for a third party to observe the situation and go, they would have to differentiate between the intentional and unintentional encouragement.
You're just asking the same thing, which is to say, is it enough to know that someone giggles along with someone saying something, that they're intentionally trying to further that thing? And what I'm telling you is no, it's not enough to know that just based on that.
I didn't say intentional. You're the one that really wants to add this word in here. I don't think intentional it matters.
But wait, why can't? Why is it wrong? Why is it? Wait. I just want to be clear. Why is it wrong for me to suss out what you mean? I'm just trying to make sure that we understand each other. And you're somehow suggesting that's a wrong thing for me to be like, well, I can answer your question depending on the mental state that you're trying to imply. You want to keep things ambiguous and vague. And
no, I'm trying to adjectives that are totally beyond the point. Like it's like, oh my God, like my husband punched me yesterday. And somebody's like, did he punch you violently, aggressively? Like what the fuck? The quality is meaningless.
It could be true for one and not the other. It could be true for one and not the other.
Common parenting thing. Child, 4 years old, punches another kid. Yeah. And the parent laughs along. They're like, oh, you hit somehow, but you shouldn't do that. Ha ha ha. Even though the parent in that case, they don't want them to hit it. And they say, don't hit the other kid. They're encouraging the behavior by laughing and giggling along with it. That's how kids work. When you laugh and giggle along, they do the behavior.
And what you mean there is, what you mean
that's the same way how,
What you mean there is that their actions, regardless of their specific intent, might cause it to happen again, right? That's what you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. But so there's nothing wrong with me cashing out what we're talking about, right? Like there's nothing wrong or like sweeping for me to just say, let's just be clear about what we're talking about.
No. We're not being clear. You just played another game. You just said, regardless of the intent. If you want to put the intent analysis aside, we can do that, but you're not doing that. You're trying to, your initial claim was that she didn't intend to do it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But you're saying that, well, maybe she didn't intend it. No, you said she didn't intend it, and maybe it was encouragement regardless of that. I think we can do the intentional element separately, but we can separate it. She is encouraging it, even if she's not being intentional about it.
So, I just want to be incredibly calm. When I say, if by encourage you mean intentionally encourage, I'm just making it clear to what extent I agree with your claim and to what extent I don't. I agree that this could have the effect of encouraging this kind of behavior. I don't agree that this necessitates that she wants this to occur more. You understand that difference? That's
pretty painful.
And the only reason I'm bringing up this distinction, I want you to acknowledge that it's good faith. But I want you to.
You're good faith. I'll pretend you're good faith. I'll say you're good faith. You're good faith. Okay. Fine. What you're saying here? Okay. No. I won't even. I'm sorry. I will remove that because I just.
You literally can't have a conversation. You cannot have a conversation like a fucking human being. It's so unbearable, bro. It's literally just spazzing out. Dude, every time, all of these, Pisco is literally so chill, and you could just walk through it with him, but they just won't.
Right? I said, I'll pretend you're good faith. Okay, no. I will take what you're saying at face value, okay? So then my question will be, okay, so let's say that we have her encouraging it, and it might be intentional, it might be unintentional. Maybe she's misreading the situation. Yep. Maybe, okay, she is in an awkward state, and she's laughing about a thing to try to play it off right, maybe, okay? And I'll grant you that that is possible, and I don't mean possible as in it's logically possible and no contradictions.
It's a decent chance.
It's plausible. I'll say that, okay? What could we look to try to ascertain her state of mind prior to and after the CPS call? What would we look to? Because in my opinion, I think I've provided maybe not compelling evidence in your world, but at least some evidence that seems like she's kind of supportive of it happening.
Maybe not compelling evidence in your world, but I mean, some evidence, like she smiled on the stream one time. Nice one, man.
Evidence to the contrary to say that actually she really doesn't want that CPS call.
This guy's
she really doesn't support that type of behavior.
No, I think that you could, if she were a better person, perhaps, or if she were, trying to give off that impression, I think that she would be condemning it in a more serious tone. She wouldn't be this flippant. I basically think that what you've put here shows that she thinks it's kind of no big deal. It's not really a big deal. That to the extent that it's a big deal, it's okay to joke about it. It's okay to continue to put the bad empanada stuff, even though he justifies it. And so she basically is, I think, with what she's doing here and not being clear about where she stands on the CPS call, in it being bad. I think she is being reckless. I do think that. And that's culpable. That's a level of culpability. The thing is,
I agree. Because past negligence, you read the reckless.
But hang on a second. But hang on a second. I always, you understand? You understand? I always granted this, right?
No.
You can watch.
You ever got through the conversation?
Yes. We're back at the same position Pisco started at. Let's go.
She said she was not culpable for the behavior. She said there was almost no level of culpability. Or if she was culpable, she was only culpable insofar as she didn't monitor the audience to avoid POS action on Twitch.
There's a video of me going through this and declaring in which sense I think that they're culpable and which sense they think that they're not. So when you say this is the first time that you've ever come to the determination that these people have acted in some culpable sense is just wrong. And in fact, I said so on the very video that you reviewed. And so when you're saying that we just came to this realization, it just is not true. There are not only one example of me saying this.
Then I'm so curious then. Then what was then I missed it then. I didn't understand anything. What is your huge disagreement then with Hutch? If Hutch was saying that she has some culpability for this call, the CPS call, and you're saying, I agree, there is some culpability there. What was the big disagreement?
Yes. So the big disagreement is people are trying to conflate one's responsibility with respect to their intentional and malicious mindsets with those who are merely reckless. And you would agree that we put so much more negative implication on someone who's intentional and malicious. You know this
because he thinks it's some kind of sandwich or spinning meat like gyros or something because he's very fat and so on.
Thank you, Jimberly. Thank you. That's a very rude dono. I would like to point out Jimberly is an ex-Destiny.gg Discord regulator. That's their term for mod. I would just like to point that out. So he didn't learn this from me. That's all I'm saying. He didn't learn this from me. Thank you for the dono, though.
Stephen, you know this, right? An actor who is intentional and malicious.
I'm appealing to Kafka here. Kafka, is the reckless standard closer to maliciousness or to totally neutral?
I don't even know.
I could have maybe a bad little reading. My understanding is you have nothing, no intent at all. You're not even manslaughter. There's nothing. Then you have things like negligence. I don't know if gross negligence is the next category, but once you start to hit reckless, I think you're a lot closer to like intentional. Like reckless is a standard of like, you should have known better.
Yeah. She should know better.
Yeah.
So for you to say that people are making this grave error of conflating recklessness with she was doing this.
Yeah, there is a difference between recklessness and malice. Yes.
Intentionally, maliciously.
You understand that? Wait, no.
These two things are very close to each other.
So I'll just give you an example, right? So someone is driving down a street, incredibly recklessly driving, all right? And they hit and unfortunately kill a pedestrian. Someone else is taking a car and intentionally, as part of a terrorist act. Oh, look, let's remove that out of it. We'll just keep it so that no one can add anything. All right. Someone is driving and they try to kill that very same pedestrian with their car on purpose. As between those two, don't you put so much more culpability on the person who is trying to kill the person as compared to the person who should have known better?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's my point. That was my point. All right. And what you took from that was wait. Let me finish. What you took from that was the reason I'm setting forth this standard is to protect J-Stalk.
Okay. I still agree with that. What I said.
Wait. How? Wait. In virtue of what? In virtue of what?
I like the car because I like the car example. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say that we saw this happen. Okay. Let's say that after the person.
See, it's funny because I know what point in the conversation that was because I remember watching it and going, see, I don't think Pisco's doing this intentionally, but he's basically having the Destiny anti-fan argument with Hutch right now. So it's so funny that Destiny's like spazzing the fuck out when he watches it, going like, I can't believe Pisco's saying this. He's like trying to defend Jason.
Okay, there are two worlds right now where there's a reckless driver and he hits a person. In one world, he gets out of the car, he sees the person, and he's like, "Fuck." Calls not.
Name changes when you were on Destiny's Discord, plus screenshots of you arguing.
I was never a big Destiny Discord user. Nice try.
Channel. Turn back
Thank you,
now.
Jimberly. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5.
One, runs to a neighbor, whatever else. In the other world, he backs up over the guy, runs him over again, and drives home. Would we move the needle at all from reckless in the latter to?
Let me give you what you want. Yeah. So let me give you what you want. There are some facts that you could offer to a person that what they did was so depraved and so likely to, in the context of, let's say, homicide, to cause the harm that it did, that it reaches a degree we're gonna just call that like some kind of constructive intent, a constructive malice, in other words. And this is called depraved heart murder in the context of homicide. You're spraying the fucking assault rifle in the parking lot. Now, no one can prove that you intended to kill the 4 people that got shot in the head. And actually, when we go to look at it, right, it turns out, we have a mind reader and we know that you actually didn't want to kill anybody. But your conduct was so depraved, was so reckless, was so likely to cause the result that it did, that we are going to sort of have that kind of constructive malice, constructive intent. I'm not above that, but that's why we were arguing on the quantum of evidence that this is like all else equal, that those kinds of comments, no, because then you have to actually make the empirical case that these kinds of comments have the tendency, like all else equal. If you had seen this clip and, at the time you saw it, would you be able to predict? Would you be able to predict
right now?
Let's say that I know this might be difficult for some people.
When you say would you be able to predict, you're talking degrees of probability that people will follow what happens. I know right now that things related to the phone are a big bad in terms of people like swatting people, for instance, right? Now, if I start trying to talk on stream about, I think this guy might be killing his girlfriend, and you guys know,
or doxing people, right?
Show up for this, or base, true, or you guys know that some things like right? Could you say that this is almost like a depraved heart version of this type of thing? If you're a streamer, you know these things are happening. You're watching a CPS video on stream. You're watching all this, and then when we review the response to that, and it's one of giggly, laughing, playing memes and jokes about it.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to think?
So are you trying?
How could it not be?
So I'll ask you: Are you trying to hurt esports Batman?
Emotionally and psychologically, yes.
No, in the way that you just suggested.
In the sense you're saying, obviously, retard.
I have to think back to how much gear he actually lost in Rust to actually know the answer.
No, come on. I mean, let's be serious.
It's like it's so pathetic.
It's a stupid pivot. No, I'm not here for you to defend Justicle's community. I don't know why you're trying to defend Justicle's community right now. You're telling me that you're not trying to cover Justicle's community. It's very funny. It's very ugly.
Listen, I'm asking the standard. I'm asking the standard.
We can do this next if you want.
I'm asking the standard.
If you want, we can do this. We can go down this road next if you want. But I'm asking you, okay, would this not be a depraved heart type of thing that Denims is doing by watching a video?
No. Because I'll tell you why.
It's not fair to know that Denims is probably thinking, somebody could fucking call CPS on some shit like this, right? I'm going to play this. My audience is prime for it. You don't think so?
I'll tell you why. Because if you were to ask and take a poll of people at the time that this, statement was made of her just like laughing along, whatever, and you were to say like, what are the odds, right? What are the odds that someone actually calls?
Odds?
Because that's absolutely relevant to the question of whether we're going to say there's some kind of constructive malice or constructive intent given the relative odds. So I would imagine you would say in response, can I just finish the thought? I would imagine that you would say with respect to doxing that you think
because it takes you for someone. You're going to say that if the odds are incredibly low, and she's going to say the odds are incredibly low, then her saying the thing can't possibly be constructive malice because she never thought that there were high odds for this to begin with. So it's foolish to say that her saying a particular thing meant that she intended for it to happen.
Yeah, I don't think
that's not the comparison. The comparison we need is a relative one. So for instance, she might think that the odds of it are low, but the question isn't, do you think the odds are low? It's not an absolute risk comparison. It's a relative risk ratio. You would say, are the odds going to be higher or lower after you do this video?
Oh, no, I don't agree with that.
No, then you're just totally wrong.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that
you can take an action that may slightly increase the result of something happening, but if it's a negligible increase, then you're not going to attribute any culpability for that, right? Like, it's like getting in your car and driving increases the chance you'll hit someone. But just because you hit someone while in your car does not necessarily mean that you were responsible for it. They could have walked out quickly. They could have, they could have been crossing on a corner. There's many things could happen, right?
Trying to intuit like a state of intentionality, that it's your conscious object to do something. I don't think that you merely look at relative risk. I think you absolutely do look at absolute risk. I think that is the case, and I think that you would cross. I think that you would proffer this
the risk of them having something happening. You're not trying to make it over 50%.
So I understand, right? Like that you would probably proffer this in defense of your conduct. You think, right? Like it wouldn't be justified to cause physical harm to some of the people who have antagonized you, right? Wouldn't be justified to do that.
I don't have to think about who we're talking about.
No, but let's be honest. Like there are people for whom you think it's justified to dox them. That's not a position that you shy away from, right?
Generally speaking, yeah.
And if someone came to you and said, "Oh, it turns out that one of these people gets hurt by someone bad because they've been going after you. They're trying to defeat, the next liberal Joe Rogan or whatever. I think that you would say, I couldn't have predicted. At the time I doxed these people.
No, why would I say something? No, that's a Pisco's world. That's a ridiculous argument.
Really?
As soon as real life information is thrown out and doxing and all that shit comes out, these are parts of the thing that are possible. Yeah. Why do you think I hate this fucking community so much? It's because they've engaged in this behavior towards me, towards my girlfriend, towards anybody in my life for over a year now. Yeah.
Wait. To me. And so when you say that in response, doxing is justified, you're not saying therefore that hurting them is justified.
Not
physically,
no.
Yeah. So if someone
said that, except he has said that
in
too.
response to you doxing them, what you take to be a self-defense dox, that what you're doing is grossly reckless, and that you're causing potential harm to befall these people, harm that wouldn't be justified under the circumstances. You would say
wouldn't be justified. I don't know if I would agree with that.
Well, I thought we just cleared that. Kafka, I don't know if you heard. I thought we cleared.
You said wouldn't be justified.
He doesn't follow. Pisco hasn't followed any of it, but no, he has justified violence repeatedly.
Me relentlessly for almost a year, engaged in and up to potential physical altercations in real life that they're instigating or encouraging.
I thought we just agreed that it wouldn't be justified to physically hurt them.
I said I have to think about it, didn't I?
Oh, I mean, maybe you'll bite the bullet that what you're doing there is a kind of constructive intent to physically hurt them. I don't think you would bite that bullet. You have the constructive intent to physically hurt the people you're doxing?
I think that in a way, I think that you would accept that is a potential outcome. Sure.
No, but would you bite the bullet that that's your constructive intent? That when you dox people,
I don't like biting the bullet here because none of these pussies that you hang out with bite the bullets on any of their behavior. So why would I give you the line of rationale so that they can replay this stupid fucking clip over and over again?
You've already done it, bro. You've already done it. We just had it.
We don't have to use you.
You've done it explicitly. You've literally gone on one of the next videos and say, yeah, these people should be killed. You've done that. It's over, bro. We don't need the argument. You're just like a fucking wretched spaz, bro. Only a retarded Indian cult think that anything you're saying is legit.
No. Keep the conversation focused on denims. I know that you want to win brownie points with your new friends. Okay?
That's not what I'm trying to do. Fuck Hassan. Fuck denims. Fuck Hassan. Fuck Hassan. Fuck denims. Fuck just Fuck Kuihman. Wait. Listen. I don't hang out with those people. I don't hang out with just I don't hang out with Kuihman. I don't hang out in their servers. I don't go around talking shit about you. Do you hear me doing that? Do you hear me going out and saying all the horrible things? That's occasionally I'll disagree with the political take you give. I'll cover your shit in my opinion fairly.
I understand that you don't do that. You're playing the role that the epic centrist played basically for all the fucking Nazis back in 2017.
That's what you think I'm doing.
Enlightened guy.
You think 100%. You think I'm trying to fence ride, and you think I want brownie points from every side. Is that what you're thinking?
Absolutely no, just from their side. But yes, that's why Doobie's donated 700 fucking times. I
just reviewed it.
That's why Pisco's looked into none of the drama. That's why he never has any of the facts to actually contest any of the insane shit Destiny's saying. That's why, because he's just looking for brownie points from me and J-Stalk, right? That's why he's actually got none of the obvious arguments that you would obviously use here, like Destiny outwardly, explicitly calling for violence against me and J-Stalk and Mr. Girl and Lav. He has outwardly, explicitly said these things. Where are they? Pisco's not saying them. Yeah, he's looking for brownie points from us. Okay, nice one, retard. Thank you for the $5. Huge appreciate it. Thank you.
I just reviewed a Doobie conversation where I talked so much shit about Doobie's position on the strikes. If Doobie wants to donate to me, wait, hang on a second.
Wait a second. I don't agree with Trump on everything. I actually super disagree with that one condominium that he tore down in New York City in 1997. I don't get this conversation is pointless. You're never convinced me on this. Listen, I'm admitting I'm brain broken on it. It's unfalsifiable to me. It's no point in arguing. It's a faith-based position that I hold. I have special revelation from God for you doing this, so it's not even worth arguing. Back to the denim thing.
Why? Why?
Well, here, you know what? Actually, here, I'll drop this here. For you to be so incredulous and build up, oh, you say it's constructive intent to hurt somebody, blah, blah, blah. Most people would say yes when it comes to doxing and when it comes to doxing adjacent behavior, which is also probably one of the reasons. I don't know why. I don't think Hutch even brought this up. Funny, actually, we're in an area where you said, well, even bringing attention to a thing could be bad, right? Now I feel kind of bad bringing it up, but I think it's important. One of the reasons also why Hutch might be annoyed by people like Ben Empanada is because Ben Empanada literally, I'm pretty sure, posted his fucking docs on a video that fucking Hassan played.
Wait a second. I agree that shit is fucked up. I agree that not only that this kind of excuse that people say, well, you have public access to it and so it doesn't count. I think that's
everyone
chicken
agrees
shit.
that was fucked up.
I think it has.
Everyone
to do with
agrees
your-
that was
No,
fucked
no,
up.
no. We're not. No. We're not talking about. I don't care about your virtue signaling here.
Wait, no.
There is a guy who is engaged in.
Yes,
that
I agree.
behavior. You have
I'm
a guy who
agreeing with you.
Who's yes, I know. But then when Hutch says Bad Empanada is a known guy for doing bad stuff like this, and then
I say yes.
videos on. And you say, well, I know he has a reputation for.
Well, no, what I said was, hang on a second.
Denims is playing videos of him on her stream that then possibly leads to CPS being called on Ethan. You're like, wow, is there a direct causal link? Can we actually logically link all of these activities to one another? Come on. Like, that's an absurd set of arguments.
We just broke this apart. So with respect to the Bad Empanada comment, I immediately said, he asked me, I'm just reacting. And I say, I know he has a reputation for being malicious. I've seen him act in conformity with it. And so my answer is yes. That's what I said. And the reason that you think I'm giving cover for Bad Empanada, though you can watch previous streams where I say, is this person like Bad Empanada? Do they do the kinds of things that Bad Empanada does? Clearly implying that I think Bad Empanada is a malicious actor. You can try now, because of the order that I did it, which was honest, it might be in your mind autistic, that somehow I'm trying to give cover for Bad Empanada. That is just so
Let me be genuine here.
unjustified.
This is my... No, it's totally justified. When you asked Hutch, I think it was like, why is Ethan doing this lawsuit? And he gave a reason. And then you were like, well, I think it's because of this malicious thing. And Hutch is like, okay, sure. Yeah, it's possible that he used 2 reasons. You were very sharp and very keen to clarify. Excuse me, you bald fuck. You didn't mean
say that. I love Hutch.
You didn't mean that it was logically possible that they could have these 2 positions. Because when you say that now, it gives you the ability to weasel out of it later. You were like, I need you to say they have 2 motivations at least. And you forced him to take that position. But when you say, when somebody says that,
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
When you say,
people can compare.
I listened to what it.
Okay, I was there too. Like, why do you think that like I'm not allowed to contest your rendition of that conversation? So he asked me. I just think that it's like that he could have had 2 motives. And I'm like, I'm just clarifying by that. Do you mean that there's like some good reason to believe he had a second motive? Or do you just mean the bare like question that I wouldn't like disagree with is that he could have it? And the reason why I'm doing that is simply because people have asked that of me. And I've said, yeah, of course he could have 2 motives. And what they've taken from that is, see, Pisco admits that he could have 2 motives. And therefore, what the fuck is he talking about? That's what's happened before in the past. And
okay,
so,
I'm going to say this is one of the only time I'm going to say this is a not mad thing, I guess, or I'm going to try to be. When you speak like this, every single person, Hutch included, hears an accusation carried along there that they are intentionally and maliciously trying to conceal their true beliefs. Especially when you started that conversation off by saying, I want to make sure that we both agree that this is an important conversation to have because I don't want to run through all the points.
Why do you think I did
that?
So what's informing my conduct in the conversation is what I've had to deal with, which are like, I think, very obnoxious situations.
Wait, hold on. I don't disagree with anything you're going to say. I'm just saying that to say all of that and then to get to Bad Empanada, I was like, you think the Bad Empanada is like a bad guy, right? And you're like, well, I understand that he has the reputation of being a bad guy, and I have seen him do some bad things. You understand that you've hedged yourself in that case. You're Fort Knox. You've hedged against everything there.
He just doesn't have perfect information about Bad Empanada. It's just like so fucking stupid.
Reason I hedged and qualified in the sense of I didn't immediately say unambiguously yes is I was racking my brain to see if there were moments in time that I'm specifically recalling such that if someone were to challenge me in that moment, can I actually like produce these examples of the accusations that I'm coming up with? Not all of us are so flippant and reckless as you to make these accusations off the cuff of certain individuals without having the evidence prepared, like the accusation that you said that I actually want to protect a community that's harassing a young woman. I mean, I'm thinking out loud. I'm just honestly telling you what
human beings just don't have a clip reservoir ready to produce immediately.
But do you think I don't act like this?
You said that they harassed me?
But this is. But Stephen, I've acted like this as long as you've known me, right? People have always said, why can't he just get it out? Why is he so wordy? This is not something that is out of character or out of step for me. This is how I engage. And now, are there ways that I can improve? For sure. What is unjustified is to say, oh, he's just grifting to make money from fucking Doobie. He wants to protect his community. What the fuck?
I put together in my head how unbelievably and insanely aggressive you are with somebody who is relentlessly golden retriever levels of good.
Dude, Pisco was aggressive with Hutch in that conversation. What planet are you living on? What fucking planet are you living on, dude? What fucking planet are you living on? Pisco, the biggest problem with that is Pisco wasn't aggressive enough. He just sat there, being polite the whole time, when Hutch is going like this the whole time at him. Hutch is actually sat there, pulling faces at everything Pisco's saying. And Pisco's trying to calmly explain to him, I don't know what you're talking about right now. Like that. The whole fucking conversation. He should have been more aggressive.
Good faith and charitability to you, and you're trying to crucify
That's
him in the
condescending
last,
to
like, 2
Hutch.
hours of the
This is
conversation.
condescending to Hutch, man.
It's not condescending.
Yo, thank you for the raid, Aiden. Welcome in. Aiden Raiders, welcome in.
I have a lot of respect for people like Hutch and Josiah. As in, when I say this, what I mean is like, I think Hutch views you. He respects you. He views you as a friend. He respects you intellectually. He has all these things in his mind for you, and he's trying his best to get
Hutch
out
is
his
my
point of view.
boy.
Yeah, and you're trying to run these ridiculous syntactic
did I do this
circles
with
around
you?
him.
Wait, did I do this with you
Yeah,
back
but
in the day?
I like that. We enjoy this. This is fun for us. But it's different. Like with you and Rob Noor. Do you have the same conversation with your mom that you do with Rob Noor?
You should ask my mom, man. Sometimes. Listen,
Real.
Random with a person with a client.
It depends. No, not a client. No. But like, if you ask people in my personal life, like, and we are having a like back and forth, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is just how I engage in discussions. I've always done it. Everyone will tell you that it's in conformity with what I do. And the reason why we have those exchanges with you, and I treat you, because I don't treat anyone differently. I don't want to treat people differently. Now, sometimes if they're coming on, it's a different kind of moment, and like I can tell that they're really struggling. But I just like don't view Hutch that way. I'm going to treat Hutch the way I treat
Thanksgiving debate. Yes or no? Yes or no to his mom, dude.
In the debate, right? This is a debate about the fucking merits, and so I treat Hutch the way I would treat you when we're talking about self-defense, right? Do you see any big difference with how I treated Hutch versus how I treated you in self-defense?
You're doing this weird, like, normative. You're trying to equate normatively these two things, but it's not like you're saying like, well, if you treat them differently, No, you're
acting like I'm treating Hutch maliciously, and because I don't like them.
You are in this,
but it's just totally in line with.
I go on a whole tangent and say Pisco has lied so much about my past. I was like, really? About basically everything. I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, here's a clip. Pisco said I was a pro fucking StarCraft player. What a fucking retard! I barely played StarCraft. Like, I never played StarCraft. I was a StarCraft 2 professional, right? You would look at that and you'd be like, well, what do you mean StarCraft 2? Well, Jesus Christ, is that really that big of a difference there? I wouldn't expect you to know that. It's not because I think you're retarded. It's not because I think you're an idiot and don't know the difference. I wouldn't expect you to delineate between StarCraft and StarCraft 2. The same way that I wouldn't expect any normal human being outside of the Ask Yourself Discord server to talk about a logical possibility, meaning that syntactically the deductive logic follows that there is no contradiction between two of the statements.
But everyone,
dude, there is obviously a difference between the concept of possibility and plausibility. And when someone is presenting something as a possible scenario, but it's not plausible, it's worth pointing that out.
Thing that any normal human being thinks about.
So you might disagree, and you might think I got like debate aids from Avi and Isaac recently, and I have talked to them recently in like the last year, right? And we've had these different conversations where, in many ways, you know, I credit a lot of what they've said to, like, I understand people are going to take the different view. This is stupid and should never do it. But it's really helped me think about like where the disagreements are. I like when I think back to the socialism conversations that we had with Counterpoints, with you, with Econoboy, and all these other people. It really makes me think that there's a lot of semantic lack of understanding, and that really opened my eyes. And people can see the conversations I had with Isaac. They can see where you know, I'm being introduced to a lot of these different ways to analyze conversations by Avi, who I just had a conversation with. And there's just like a very clear way in like why this is now coming up and why I'm more thoughtful about the terms people are using. It's because of that. It's not because I hate Hutch. I don't hate. Why would I do a podcast with someone I hate?
Okay, then maybe you don't. Maybe you just don't understand what comes off. But what you're talking about, I agree with you when it comes to Isaac and Avi. Even if I disagree on their vegan thing, and even if I think the Ask Yourself Discord servers, whatever, they are very good when it comes to their logical statements and their deduction. And if you
about semantics,
about that before, I learned things. Yeah, and I learned things in those Discord servers in terms of how to formulate
I'm
better
not trying
arguments.
to
I understand, but I'm saying that when you take propositional logic.
No education from college. Discord servers, though. That's where Destiny gets his smarts.
To an ordinary ass conversation.
No, but it's not prop logic. All I'm doing there, that they have clued me into where I'm like a lot more thoughtful about it than I used to be, is semantics. Is to make sure that before I answer something, like what just happened with encouragement, right? Before I answer something, I just want to make sure that I know what I'm committing to, and I want to make sure that we're using the same terms and that we're not equivocating. Another example of this is when it came to the socialism conversation. I just want to be clear. What do we mean by socialism? Then when we're going to condemn it, if what we mean by socialism is 100% owning the means of production, no avenue for private enterprise, whatever, then we might have a different conclusion than socialism means the government does stuff. And so I'm a lot more thoughtful about making sure before I agree to a proposition to make sure I understand it.
Okay. Like, even the example that you just used, okay? Disagreements over what socialism is, like, there's heavy semantic content in terms of, like, you're talking a hugely substantive difference between these two definitions, okay? Which it is good to differentiate on. But when somebody says, like, like, is it possible that I could jump to the moon? And you're like, I think you actually use it. Like, well,
I use that, yeah. No, I use that to, the reason I'm
normal human being, you never in your life.
Dude, look at what Ethan is spazzing out about now. This is just funny, man. I'm sorry, this is just funny. Hassan has now donated more money to Candace Owens than Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denims combined. Candace Owens sold out? Why wasn't the interview on camera? For your safety and for our pursuit of truth. That's funny. That's a funny donut to send.
And if Hutch tried to get you on that later on in the conversation, where he was like, well, you said that it was earlier, I know that everything you're saying is bullshit because you said that it was impossible to dance to this, but you also said it was...
Guys, stop the presses. One millionaire sent another millionaire $10.
Impossible to jump to the moon. And actually, you can't demonstrate a logical contradiction involved in jumping to the moon unless you involve the laws of physics and all that. Like, nobody talks, nobody thinks like this. In your mind, what are the chances that Hutch is going to pull a fucking philosophy trick on you like that to get you in an argument?
No. I suspect that what Hutch means is it's a decent chance. That's what I suspect.
Hassan is cheap, isn't he? Like, for all this talk about, like, Hassan just, spends money on stupid shit. It's like he got his car. And like some clothes. And he just cheaps out on everything else. But then the money doesn't seem to go anywhere. He spends it all on ugly Gucci, I'm afraid. That's awesome. That's awesome, though. That's awesome. He buys Sense Sale, by the way. All of his weird collared silk shirts are sale section. TJ Maxx, millionaire. That's also awesome. That's also based. That's cool. If Hassan shopped in TK Maxx, that'd be awesome. That'd be fucking epic.
Then just say that.
Wait, no, but...
When you say possible, you mean possible, right? Yeah, and then you move on, and then you're done. You don't have to spend 20 minutes explaining possible realities and all possible universes and... just say that, move on.
But when I say why I'm doing it, because, like, it becomes like a hang-up in the conversation, the reason I do it is just to show people, like, I'm not trying to fuck with you at all. I just want to make sure that when the audience sees this clip, they're not going to be able to cut out me saying, yeah, he could have had two different motives. And then people say, look, he said that. Like, the only reason I'm doing it is not because I don't suspect Hutch means plausible, that he doesn't mean this. And when I say that, like, I'm just trying to take this moment to get people to appreciate why I'm doing it in good faith.
What's wrong with the face? I like a
you
face.
Turn it into, I've heard the term that you used, slimy, that I'm getting these opinions from other people, that I'm trying to, like, basically pull the wool over Hutch's eyes because I guess I don't know why. Like, I want him to suffer. I want Hutch to suffer. How is that in line with the rest of my, the rest of the stuff I do? I don't think that I've ever, like, have I shown to be malicious?
I don't know if it's intentional. We go at it. I don't know if it's intentional, but I know that, like, when you argue with, if you argue with me, if you argue with Rob Noor, these are like the kinds of combos you engage in.
Yeah, and I treat Hutch the same way. Wait, like, you see on Live and Learn when we have conversations about Mom Donnie, about the fucking shutdown. It's the same shit. And in those moments, like, yeah, I treat him the way I would treat other interlocutors in that moment. And sometimes Hutch is, I love him. He's my boy. Sometimes I think he's sometimes unwilling to answer a question, and I have to push a little bit. Not unlike you, and not unlike maybe sometimes me, right? I think I try to answer questions, but we all have our moments. So all I'm just trying to say is I'm not treating him any materially worse.
Nice one,
and why would I do that?
Nice one.
What's the incentive that I have to just shit on him? Like, why? What is the possible justification that I would to do that? Hutch wanted to have a conversation, so did I. I thought it's useful.
So in the future, if you're on stage with some politician or something else, it's like, do you think it's possible that we could fund some program with ABCDFG or whatever? You're just going to say yes or no?
Well, I think it's likely.
Are you going to say, well, when you say possible, do you mean does it entail logically a contradiction or not?
I think there's
respond that way listen,
on
stage?
Listen,
there are contexts where the meaning, the fact that you actually mean plausible, likely, there are contexts where that's implied, like in that one, because they're asking for you to do something. Now, in the case of this, where you're trying to hash out a philosophical standard, it's actually very important to, or like the particular thing that happened in an event, say motivation, for instance, it's actually very important to pass through, like, what exactly are you saying here?
there is a more clean way you can say it. I don't know about possible. I do mean likely or something like that. Maybe there's a faster way to say it, but that is an advice like maybe I'll accept in terms of like saying it in a less, I don't know, a less annoying fashion.
Way.
But
Yeah,
the
like,
thing is,
so
it doesn't show I'm malicious. It doesn't show that I'm trying to.
It might not show it, but it feels that way.
It feels that way when you fucking say it, dude. It feels that way when you basically say that everything I'm doing in that context is to try to fucking like mind fuck Hutch. It seems condescending to Hutch.
How do you think? I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm curious. No, stop doing this. It feels like you're saying that Hutch is stupid. It's not that. It's a different thing. We have different skill sets. We excel in different areas, and we do different things. It's not like I don't think that Hutch spends all of his time doing a fucking hardcore. I'm a fucking debate lord. Blah blah blah. Like I don't think he just does that. I don't think Josiah does that. I think both these people are very intelligent people. I respect their political. Hutch is like the only fucking guy in the whole gaming world that's not a fucking political retard. I have a ton of respect for him. So it's not. Don't stop doing this weird thing where it's like, oh, are you saying I need to treat him like a fucking retard?
No, I don't treat him differently.
Saying that.
I treat him like a smart person.
Okay,
with who I debate with.
You said you made the claim. You made the claim that when you say it is that way. How do you think Hutch felt at the end of your conversation?
Dude.
I think he felt great. I think he felt fine.
It's literally not about the issues anymore. It's like you're being mean to Hutch. You're not treating Hutch nice enough. Hutch is still on my team, and you're not treating him nice enough.
Kuihman dresses like he just shot 23 over on the front 9 and had to take a breather to nurse some low-calorie seltzers with the gang.
I don't even know what that means. Thank you for the $5 a kilo. Huge appreciate it. Thank you.
Why would he feel bad?
Really? Okay, yeah. But then one of us is super artistic, because my takeaway was I think that there's a feeling that you get sometimes where you have a very
He's calling you Jewish.
Blue ball, unsatisfied feeling where you're like, I feel like I just argued for 4 hours and I feel like we didn't actually cover anything. Which I don't even think you guys got to the central point of.
I don't think we did either. Wait, no, I don't think we did. I agree with that.
4 hours, you barely got through the meta conversation. I would be surprised, and I could be wrong. I would be surprised if Hutch came away from that conversation like, man, that was a really good argument. I think it was probably like, fuck, that was so unsatisfying. I feel like we didn't get to talk about anything.
Well, I'm not sure, but did you see us like do the aftercare there, where I'm like, I love him, nobody attack him? Why would I do that? Is that you think that that's also performative, so that I don't get like the notion that I'm just trying to like fuck with Hutch?
It's in IT.
And
that's not fair. That's not fair.
What is aftercare for?
That's not
true. Oh, come on. That's
not fair.
You're making a joke. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, I'm
after
not
you
making,
fuck someone. After you fuck someone.
Yes,
no, but
exactly.
no, but you're but that's not. Oh my god. You're being fast and loose. You're being fast and loose. No, you're being
like, dude, that you know someone is on awfully shaky ground when they start doing this, when they're screeching, going, "You just said the word. You just said the word. You just said this one word." Like, this is like the shakiest ground you can be on in a conversation. It is like it's so cringy. It is so cringy, man.
You're being fast and loose. That's not at all what I fucking meant. What I meant is I made sure after that, right? I'm not saying like, go fuck yourself. He's such a bad faith piece of shit. What I said was, by the way, guys, I love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. I'm not just saying that facetiously. I like Hutch a lot. I do a fucking podcast with them.
I'm not saying you're saying it facetiously, but I'm saying that like the conversation was probably deeply unsatisfying.
Well, there are aspects about it that were unsatisfying to me too, but that I don't
think
the
whole thing was unsatisfying.
Okay.
Nothing of substance was spoken about. It was like a debate with Rob Noor, Andrew Wilson, where it's like, I don't even know what the fuck I just debated for 4 hours.
The way I can tell you my impression.
I can 3 hours in. Hutch was like, I think I'm tired of this combo. And you're like, are you?
You know what you did? You know what you did?
Tired?
No, I can just tell you my impression if you want to hear it.
Said that? Do you think Hutch was actually like sleepy?
I don't know. I mean, like, I think he was probably like frustrated with the conversation.
Pisco still in the we love bit. Somewhat, well, you know, I felt like I kind of came up with that, but someone told me that Red Bar had been doing it for a long time, so I don't know if it seeped into my head. I know Pisco also watches Red Bar, so it could be anything, really.
But I don't think that he's like sad or angry about it. I just think he's fine after.
No, but there are different types of frustrations. There can be frustrations like, fuck, like I didn't have like the information here, or like, oh fuck, he got me on this point. And then there's a frustration of like, I feel like my intuitions are being twisted around and I'm being yoinked around to all these different topics of discussion.
Really?
I don't even really know what. Yes. 100%.
Have you ever felt that way talking to me?
sometimes.
Yeah,
but not.
So just because that's a feeling that exists doesn't.
Usually though, because both of no. Because usually both of us, generally speaking, well, no, I have felt that way after the fucking rage combo that we had, the time before last or whatever. But like generally speaking, we're both collaboratively trying to build towards some end, and you're not usually trying to like sneak away from things. Like I feel like actually you kind of have in this conversation, which we'll go back to. But I do feel that way when I debate with Andrew Wilson, or when I watch every Jordan Peterson debate.
Well, no,
these are never debates that feel good because they're constantly trying to form away.
Hopefully that people can understand a difference between me and Andrew Wilson. The difference is, and I hope that people remember my conduct when it was reacting to the insurrection debate that you had with Andrew Wilson, when I felt that people that, for example, this is exactly where I defended you, right? Do you remember when he said something like, it's not my burden to show whatever. Remember when he said that? And everyone and their uncle was saying, oh, he's right. You know, he doesn't have the burden. That's correct. He doesn't have the burden. But then partway through the conversation, he makes a claim like, I think that the definition you provided would better fit the term riot as opposed to insurrectional. Of course, once he made that claim, he is putting into issue some kind of referent to what words ought to mean. And so he needs to provide it. Wait, no. I just want to finish the fucking. Can I finish it, please? I defended you on No. Not in terms of the personalities there. I defended it from his tactic.
He's just thinking about, you're not defending me anymore. You're not defending me on this. Shut up, man.
Trying to hide his relative burden in that context on the same grounds where I was saying that it actually is Hutch's burden now with respect to whatever point he was making about Denham's intent. I was defending you when you were correctly stated to Andrew Wilson, and he was using a slimy, insincere debate tactic that he didn't have a burden anymore. So that's precisely what I'm not trying to do. I'm open. I have the calls to have people come in so they can chat about stuff.
I'm just saying that my guess would be is that Hutch probably felt like that was an Andrew Wilson or Rob Nord debate that he had with you, not like a debate with a friend who's collaboratively trying to build towards some argument.
It was a debate, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We've had conversations before. I think that the fact that I started
literally like Pisco consents, Hutch consents. Is there someone you forgot to ask?
From the perspective of like, well, can we just agree that this matters? It's trying to build some set of like understanding and girding principles where we can walk away from it having at least some better sense of a position. And maybe that kind of style works better with Avi and these other types of people. I don't have any problems with those people. Maybe it's because, they're also autists, whatever. But it is not an indication.
But what you just said was fine. When you said maybe that style works better with those other people, that's what I'm saying. I think it does. Not because Hutch is stupid and not because somebody is able or not able, but just because of how different people do.
Okay, so then why don't you give me the benefit of the doubt there instead of fucking accusing me of trying to grift to tankies? I mean, that's basically
because you're doing this because it's the difference between negligence and recklessness. You should know better. If this was a private conversation, I would have a difference of opinion about it. This was a
with respect to tankies. Wait, with respect to tankies, in what sense am I trying to grift from? Like grifting is something you do, I think, right? Unless you think that there's unintentional grifting. I feel like grifting is an accusation of intent. You're doing something insincere to make money, and you've accused me.
How many individual donations has Doobie sent in this stream? That's what I'm accusing you of. How many people in your chat right now or in your Discord are also in Justicle's Discord, are also in Doobie's Discord, are also that's the example. But that's not even really
should they be banned? Should they be banned? Should they be banned? Should they be banned?
At least that, yeah.
But
that's not relevant to this.
Wait, no.
It's not about should they be banned. You're doing it right now with the binary. Oh, wait. So should they be banned? Right? Imagine I have like a fucking Nazi in my. Imagine I have nothing. You can't do anything. There's nothing you can do.
No. Tell me what. Tell me what I ought do.
No. I'm telling you that there's either ban or murder.
No,
otherwise
I'm not saying. I'm being serious. Wait, I'm being serious. What ought I do with respect to Doobie's donations? Should I not accept them and give it back? I'm asking what the moral duty that. How would I comply?
It's not about accepting or denying the donation. It's the question of like, why are all of these people super supportive? That's the question.
Presumably because
I don't even care. That's not even that important. That's not even the central part. I think I laid this criticism out like at the beginning.
The moment he's about to, he can't even stop and lay this out for a moment. He has to like keep moving. He cannot stay on a point for more than 1 second because he knows any level of interrogation makes it all fall apart. It's so fucking lame, bro.
5 hours listening to this. That's not my central thing.
So can we be? So you don't think that I'm grifting for tankies, do you?
Kind of. Yeah.
Why? On virtue of what? You think I'm a tanky supporter?
Because you're one of the smartest people I've ever had the pleasure of talking to online. And some of the things that you were saying to Hutch yesterday were so unfathomable. unfathomably unbelievable that I cannot believe that they originated from the same mind as the person I spoke with and was friends with for 2 years. That's just impossible for me to believe. That Hutch can ask you a question as plainly as if somebody says that some children are maybe dying in a house. Do you think that justifies a CPS call? And you're like, well, does it logically mean that causally it's linked and you have to necessarily imply that every single person in the audience is going to be calling CPS, that it would be a justification for them calling? Like, that's impossible to me. That a human being can't say like, yeah, of course. Sure, of course. Yes, Hutch. That would be reasonable for you to call CPS at that point.
I guess I'm shocked because I feel like I've always interacted this way. I feel like it's consistent with my personality, and people, for better or worse, it's been divisive. It's been divisive. There are people who have always hated my contributions, who have always called me a pedant, who have always said that like the contributions I have are, it's always like, well, technically, you know, and they put the fucking, everyone put it in chat right now. The glasses guy with the little fucking finger up. That has always been my reputation, for better or worse. I don't always agree that that is, in fact, the case. I don't agree with that shit.
Sure,
but that's my.
I agree. But the difference is that when people were complaining about you there, they were complaining about the style, but not the substance. Right? Pisco might be right here, but God, he's so fucking annoying to listen. Oh, he might be right, but he's so fucking annoying. The main complaint right now, though, is on the substance. That it feels like you're running cover for all of these people by employing the most insane arguments, the most Majin Buu tatted Vegeta fighter in the history of all of argumentation.
Pisco's mind controlled. He's like Buu Vegeta. He's like Martian Vegeta. He's like Martian Vegeta. Pisco's mind controlled. He's like Martian Vegeta. What a clear man. Honestly, this is a 38-year-old man.
Just give me a second.
That if we go back to the
sorry, I just need to do something real quick. Hang on. You guys cannot actually. One second. Chat. Okay, we got it. No more chat. YouTube chat. Sorry, you're done. Go ahead. Sorry, you're saying.
What? Okay, I don't care about YouTube chat. Okay.
No, they were doing TOS stuff.
Based.
What's the point? Like, no, what? Like, what? Like,
wait. I'm curious. Going back to everything that we said before. Okay. When Denims was watching all of Bad Empanada stuff, the first video related to the CPS stuff, where he's talking about the fucking Gargia, whatever the fuck it is, and then the laughing about when Elon and Ethan complain about it, and she's like laughing in response. To them
I think it's a wrong thing. I think it's a wrong thing.
No, and then okay, and then when she watches the Bad Empanada joke,
I think that's culpable.
Do you think?
Yes.
Okay.
That's so.
Do you think that?
But I was just clarifying.
Wait. Let's say that a second CPS call happens. We don't know who's from. Let's say a second CPS call happens. Do you think that she would have some culpability in that second CPS call occurring? That she'd be partially responsible for it happening.
So I understand culpability to refer to a moral fault, right? So it's some kind of like moral. Yes. So the answer is yes with respect to recklessness. Yes with respect to negligence. Not yes with respect to intentional malicious phone call.
Wait, why is there a moral fault related to recklessness?
Yeah, because so that kind of conduct contains a substantial and unjustifiable risk.
Correct. So it's tied exactly to the harms that could result.
But
for
that
instance,
doesn't mean that we have the same moral intuitions with respect to someone. And we went through the fucking car example to show that it's, and that's what I mean, right? Like,
we absolutely have the same moral intuitions. If somebody drives drunk and they get home, the person doesn't say, you drove drunk home? And the guy's like, yeah, but I didn't hit anybody. They say, you could have killed somebody. You wouldn't say, excuse me, I didn't kill anybody. And even if I did, that's a separate action than just driving drunk. So these two things are not logically entailed by one another.
Okay, so I agree that we would, just because you didn't cause the death of another person, and just because you didn't actually have the results of such that you could be like charged for, I don't know, drunk manslaughter or whatever the fuck that is. I mean, there are some situations in which, I mean, the kind of conduct that issue with drunk driving is so reckless at this point, and everyone knows it. So we understand that. So I'm not trying to say that the bad act only occurs when the kind of result elements. I'm very intention pilled. When I will treat very differently someone whose conscious object is to produce a bad result, as opposed to someone who is acting really, really recklessly or even negligently, and bad stuff happens to happen, or it just happens, right? Absolutely agree with that, no doubt about it. All I'm trying to say is there is a huge significant difference between those two things, and you have to really be honest with yourself. At the time that Denims watched that video,
Wait, hold
before
on.
you
Maybe
knew,
we can
wait,
agree,
can I-
wait, real quick, because we might agree on everything, okay? But because I just want to disagree with one thing. You said, it goes back to the question I asked Kafka to moderate earlier. You say there is a huge difference between these two things. I personally, I don't see, there is some, but I don't see as much daylight between depraved heart and first degree. I don't see
Oh, no,
as
that's
much
not what I'm saying.
daylight between,
No. Depraved heart.
Like, between
that's
recklessness.
That's an area where recklessness, it's so reckless. The risk is so great that it's going to be some kind of constructive intent. So we're going to treat it actually the same.
I don't think, isn't depraved heart used as a second degree murder justification generally?
No, but like essentially you're fulfilling the malice aspect of murder. The thing that makes it the worst is you're so reckless that we're going to treat you like you basically try to kill him.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when somebody is watching, or I just don't understand how what Denims is doing is not on that level.
This is
and
why.
If I didn't think it was her response, why doesn't it seem like the response indicates that is basically what she was doing?
So the reason why I think that I'm not going to do that kind of constructive intent is because all else equal, I think the risk of someone else doing the CPS call on the basis of that statement, right? That statement is a but-for cause relating to some. So that's what you have to show, right? Like the risk is related to the thing, right? What is the thing itself? The thing is her making that comment, right? The additional risk by her making those comments and having those reactions is essentially small in comparison.
No,
like it's basically
no,
small.
you don't.
Yeah.
You don't. The but-for doesn't even need to be demonstrated there. If you go out and you drunk drive and somebody goes out, somebody else goes out and they hit somebody,
yeah,
right?
Perfect. So that's an action that in its tendency has an incredibly high risk to do the thing, right? It just we're so lucky that it didn't happen.
It really doesn't, right?
Wait,
it doesn't.
drunk driving?
I'm sure. Yeah, probably. My guess is going to be less than 1% of drunk drivers actually get into an accident. Unfortunately, in the U.S., a lot of people drunk drive.
Okay, maybe I'd agree with that. But what I'm saying is, at least at a bare minimum, right? I think that you've shown like a much higher tendency when it comes to drunk driving and some kind of related offense, some kind of accident,
yes,
that kind of shit.
I agree with you.
Right?
Yeah, but the reason why the percentage is so small is because there are so few accidents in general. But the point of drink driving is that if you are in one of those situations where you could cause an accident or something happens while you're driving that could cause an accident, you are going to be orders of magnitude way higher, more likely for it to fuck up. It's not like both, because the thing they're trying to distinguish here is about relative and absolute risk, right? There is like quite a high absolute risk to drunk driving once you're in those situations. Like the absolute risk is high once you're in that situation. Yes, broadly, there aren't that many car accidents in general. So yes, even drunk driving, broadly, you're not like going to crash and kill someone the majority of the time, of course. But once you're in those situations, the absolute risk is very high.
Can you clarify for me? Because it feels like you just stumbled into that argument I made before, which is it's not about absolute risk. It's about relative risk. It's that you're taking an action that's going to significantly increase the chance of something happening, not just that the absolute risk of it happening is high.
No, I don't think that's true. So like suppose that, for example, that you have the tiniest little sip, or so I won't say that, a medium sip of wine, okay? You have now just significantly increased the risk of a crash, right? But you're just sober, right? You are sober. And so, yeah, it's a significant increase in risk, but by all accounts, it's not significant enough such that you are in any danger whatsoever of crashing more than...
Yeah, so just the increase in relative risk alone is not enough to justify, like any increase in relative risk is not enough to justify culpability.
Like, I don't know, you being tired on a particular day, or you having like a bad fight with a partner on a given day.
I think
in that context, notwithstanding, wait, I just want you to grant it, right? So in that context,
the reason why I won't grant it is because I think there might be a hypothetical where I would, but because I don't know if having a single sip of wine does anything mentally. Your body might just process it.
But assume, right, that you've taken a sip of alcohol such that it has significantly increased the risk, similar to the risk of distraction from a fight, similar to the risk of, having 2 hours less sleep than you would have, right? But you're still good to drive under every normal standard. In that context, right? Notwithstanding the increase in relative risk, you are not reckless, right? You're not negligent. Agreed?
I disagree.
You think you're recklessly driving if you have
if you stay under the limit, drink a small responsible amount, and then drive sober, drive legally, and for all intents and purposes sober. You are negligent and reckless. Okay.
2 hours sleep deprivation equivalent.
As somebody who fucking drove tired way too much in my casino job.
No,
Yeah,
2 hours.
And I'm pretty sure there's literally
A 2 hour. A 2 hour sleep deficit.
2 hour, yeah.
You're a little tired, but you're good to drive. And compared to an old fart who is even on his best day.
Oh, well, no. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Maybe not, but at that point, it'd probably be because we'd be looking at like things related to, it wouldn't be intent. There's another word you would look here for, but like, what is, like, for instance, you don't need, like, we would view somebody who drank a little bit of alcohol differently than somebody who maybe took an anti-allergy medication versus somebody who maybe just didn't get quite enough sleep. But we could look to the purpose of not having a lot of sleep, right? So for instance, let's say somebody only got like 2 hours of sleep and they went driving the next day and it was because they were up all night taking care of their kid who was crying versus somebody who only got 2 hours of sleep because they were grinding the end of the Arc Raider season. Do you think that we would hold one of these people more culpable if an accident happened the next day?
I think all else
legally,
yeah, no. Yes, I think as between those two cases, we would hold the person who has the kind of the trivial reason for staying up a little more, like we would treat them a little differently, all else equal.
For sure.
What we wouldn't
just
do
like
though,
to tie it into the example for like Hutch, right? Like if Hutch watched the video to debunk it.
How about you just finish hashing this out first before trying to jump into the other point and desperately force through your conclusion? It's so lame.
A bad thing, and somebody in the audience might have done it because, well, hold on, we would treat that a lot differently than somebody watching the video and giggling and laughing along with it. Right?
No, I agree with that. But the question isn't, as between those two cases, which one would we see is more culpable between two people who are relatively not culpable, right? The question is, would that situation, that is, where you have a minor sleep deficit, but not nearly the, to the extent to which it would impair your driving to some kind of normal standard of driving that we would all accept, in that situation, notwithstanding the increase in relative risk, you would say that person, they're not being reckless, they're not being negligent. They're able to drive, and they've, you can even make it more crazy, right? Like you have a NASCAR driver who under optimal circumstances would never, ever drive bad at all. And this person has like a big swing of alcohol, but he's not over the legal limit. And he's impaired like 30% of his driving skill, but his normal rate of driving is just so far above everyone else. And you've brought him down.
In these cases, you'd probably, to borrow a word from Avi and Isaac, there'd probably be like a threshold that you would argue for here.
That threshold is absolute risk. You need to have a threshold of absolute risk, just decreasing the relative risk. If you're an alien being who's optimal.
Well, no, the threshold. I think the threshold will be relevant when we're talking about like unintentionality. But for intentionality, I think the threshold would basically completely disappear. So, for instance, if I was cooking, let's say, so I'm back in the kitchen, I bring a steak out from the freezer and I leave it on the counter for fucking 12 hours before I throw it on the grill and I serve it, and somebody gets food poisoning or whatever, right? And let's say that it's really bad or whatever, that's not good. Versus if I take a steak out, I do everything I'm supposed to with it, but then I like put like a little bit of dirt from the floor on it, or I step on it with my shoe or whatever. And like there's no, then
we would treat someone who intended it differently.
Yes.
That was my whole fucking point in the fucking stream that you soyed out about and said I was a grifter. That was my whole fucking point. You just restated it.
What was your whole point? My
whole point is we treat so differently the intentional fucking acts of someone than the acts that, even if they impose an unjustifiable risk and they're culpable for that, we treat them so differently. That was my point.
Yes, of course. But the question is whether or not Denims should have known that this behavior was going to result from this, which any reasonable person, of course you would know this, obviously. And you can tell that by reading into how they
he's just restating the like reckless or negligent standard. The distinction they've just drawn is about malice versus recklessness, right? That's what they've just hashed out. And now this is reiterating that Denims is actually only negligent, which is Pisco's position.
React to the situation.
I mean, I don't know that you can. Does Denim strike you as a person who is like conscious of? Does she strike you as a bright person who is going to be able to know all the entailments of the kind of risky behavior she does? I'm not sure, but maybe she is.
No, you're right. Denims doesn't know every single possible thing that could result from every single possible behavior you do.
What I mean to say,
you raped me.
Hang on.
Oh my God.
That's not what I said.
You're so performative and lame.
You're holy shit.
Let me rephrase this in a more reasonable human way. No, your statement was ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Does Denims know that if she watches a video saying that Ethan's children are potentially dying from diseases of negligence,
is she aware that someone is going to call CPS? Is the question, right?
Do you think that she knows that that's like on the table, that she could be pushing people in that direction?
I don't know. Do you know it's on the table that when you dox people, they might get fucking killed and hurt?
Killed and hurt is possible. I think it's very low.
Is it on the table in the same way? Is it on the table in the same way? No,
yeah, I would say in a way, but the intent,
No.
I'm doing this as
You
a
guys are-
response.
God damn it.
What?
Because Kafka guys
Look,
leave.
Okay, are we talking about recklessness or negligence? Because it's not a question of if she knows, it's a question of if she should know. All right. Recklessness is about if you should know that what you were doing is wrong and it happened. That's it. We don't need to show that she knew it or that she had knowledge of it. And show,
True.
Is this
You know what?
something
You're
that
right.
a person
You're right. Wait,
that
should
would
she
in this
have
situation
known
know? I
that
just
if
want
you
to
do
correct
stuff
that.
like that? Well, this is what I was hinting at earlier when I said we should agree then that she should have a full-time caretaker and shouldn't be allowed to stream anymore. Because if you don't have certain levels of agency, then you don't get certain rights and responsibilities, right?
Like Hutch.
Or privileges.
Like Hutch.
So
like
should
Hutch.
Denims have known that this is a possibility?
That it's a possibility, that is to say it's likely that as a result of her watching this video, someone will do the actual CPS call.
Yeah, or that she's at least increasing significantly the odds that somebody will do this.
I think that she should know that she's, given the size of her stream, that she is significantly increasing the risk. The problem is I do think it's a small risk. And unfortunately, you're going to...
It might be a small risk, just like stepping on a steak would be before serving it to a customer.
Yeah, it's not a significant increase.
But it's a
small risk of something bad. It's not going to... They're probably... They're not going
to... Well, hang on a second.
But this is a malicious...
Wait, no, so let's do it. Let's use that example. Step on a steak, right? I agree, not good, right? The person... So it's a prank, and they're stepping on the steak because they're like rude to the service or whatever. Step on the steak. They get a parasite and die, okay? Holy fuck. And all of the fucking servers are looking around themselves, and they're like, what the fuck? And the guy who did the stepping raises his hand weakly and he's like, hi. And then the question is, in that moment, you agree, low risk of really, 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 really bad event. It happened. All right.
Mm-hmm.
How do you assess that person? Their culpability, right? Now, it was absolutely culpable for them to do that conduct. But in reality, the risk of the result happening was in absolute terms low. That's the comparison I'm trying to make.
Yes, but the thing that you keep missing is that we tie our moral culpability that you have for failing your moral responsibilities, your moral obligations, your professional obligations. We tie the harm that results from the worst cases of people not following these responsibilities to the failure to follow the responsibility. That's why when you get a DUI, it's a big charge, but why?
I
didn't
agree.
hurt anybody. You can drive home from wherever and not hurt a single soul. Why do you get a DUI? You might not even break any traffic laws.
I totally agree that we should be like that. There are certain reckless conduct that are felonies, right? Manslaughter is not like a minor thing. Manslaughter is a felony. All right. So there are absolutely states of mind that are reckless that there's some things that you could do that are reckless that are worse than other things you could do that are intentional, right? I would say that intentionally trying to pickpocket someone is better than drunk driving, right? Now, in the case of the intentional actor...
Wait, real quick. Yeah. Funnily enough, those things tie into where you have the greatest level of obligation, where you have the greatest level of responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the greater the obligation, probably the greater moral fault by not following said.
So then maybe you would understand why when I'm talking to Hutch, I'm bringing up things like risk. Is this a significant risk? Is this an insignificant risk?
Oh shit, guys, goal's about to end. That was a great time to chill. 380 people here right now. 110 likes on stream. So there's 270 people. And please remember to the thumbs up and clicking it, or pressing thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a stream elements link in the pin chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships, something without the chat. Buy a super chat, which will highlight a message and read out on TTS, or buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or GIF. They'll be highlighted in chat. They'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or right.com/Kuihman. Thank you. Wrong. When you get a DUI, you don't sentence someone for murder. You mean manslaughter, I think. But we specifically, We don't hold people responsible for the worst possible outcomes. Yes. That's correct. Yes. That's Pisco's point. Destiny is saying we have strong sentences for DUIs because the worst case scenario is so bad. That's correct. But just because the worst case scenario is so bad, that doesn't mean that when you commit the failure of responsibilities, you are held responsible for the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome is like a manslaughter charge, right? That's the worst possible outcome. But you aren't given a manslaughter charge. You aren't given the equivalent of a manslaughter charge. You were given a DUI charge, and the DUI charge is strong because we are aware of the potential negative outcomes. But you are not held responsible for manslaughter.
But instead of you saying, and trying to think, maybe Pisco is getting at something here. Maybe it's actually relevant to talk about the amount of risk, and that will play into how we factor about the ethical obligations. You took that as yet another slimy debate tactic. But of course, the amount of risk bears on the ethical question.
It's not about the amount of risk. It's about the amount of unnecessary risk, and especially the intentionality of the violation of the obligation. Even if you know, like, I could right now give like orders to my chat to go and kill some fucking person, and chances are that of anybody falling through, there's probably less than 0.00001%. But just the fact that you could issue the order like that is already really that's a huge failure of a massive obligation.
So let me give
Denim has a chat. She has obligations to the chat to not be engaging behavior that's going to get people swatted or CPS called.
Let me give you a perfect example. I think sandwich thrower. You know the sandwich thrower? He got let off. All right, whatever. But the sandwich thrower, he threw something at ICE or National Guard or whatever. And let's say that he's throwing that sandwich with the intent to kill the fucking guy. All right. You can prove that he threw that. Now he's like a deluded asshole, or he is like so incompetent that he has no comprehension that his sandwich has exactly zero chance of killing this person. And he does it anyway. I'm going to treat that person as like an attempted murderer. Okay. So, or at a bare minimum, it's going to be some significant penalty. Yeah, you didn't have a gun there, but the only reason you weren't successful in killing them is because you're a stupid person that tried to use a sandwich because you had like some notion that they might be allergic to something or whatever. So I absolutely take the view that intentional conduct, I'm an intention cuck. I've said it always, that intention to me is the most important thing. That is why I was making this point. So absolutely, if you could show that Denim's conscious object was to make the CPS call happen, I think that's a lot easier case than the kind of statements that have been shown. Those statements absolutely downplaying, those statements absolutely unjustifiable. Those in the same way, by the way, I think that some of your jokes and other people's jokes sometimes are unjustified. I'm not saying that they're the same thing. I'm not saying they're the exact same thing, but I will take issue with.
So Destiny outright calls for violence. The chat outright does call for violence.
Certain things, but like I don't think when you're calling, making certain jokes about Corey Compouture, making certain jokes about victims, I don't think that you want them to die, right?
Okay, but there are other cases where he literally says he does. So.
Would defend you, and I have defended people like Rob Moore who have accused you of saying that you want Republicans to die, right? You don't want Republicans to die, do you? Hello?
No, but what's the difference?
The difference is it's not your conscious object to make them die. Now, someone might look at your conduct and say,
no.
Okay.
We're also not, if somebody called CPS on Ethan,
it's like bullshit. That's
and like Denim's and Caseytron and all them, it's hard to separate because these communities are so fucking toxic. But if they just laughed at that fact, then it would be gross, disgusting, or whatever. But let's say that again, to make the reason why your analogies are so mindfucky, the dad and the daughter one was a good example too, is because you're erasing the part where they are watching something that is driving the behavior. If I was watching video after video, if I was talking about like, this is one of the reasons why I don't do, even though I like guns and shit, I don't tell people, guys, we need to get armed, we need to start training. I think somebody donated asked me this like 2 weeks ago, like, should we start arming and training? It's like, that increases the risk of a whole bunch of bad shit. I usually don't push, I don't think I ever push people in this direction. But like, if we were watching videos on like best ways to assassinate conservatives, best ways to intervene so 911 can't get to people.
Pretty sure he has said
I was watching it, and then a conservative got shot and killed, and then I started laughing and making jokes about it. Like, would you not look at me and go like, are you like hoping that somebody in your community, would you not look at me and even if
I would treat you differently. Like, listen, I would treat you differently if that versus current facts. All right. So I'm just giving you what you want.
Sure.
I would treat.
I think Hutch would also do differently as well, right? So Hutch is somebody who's very critical of my jokes and all this bullshit because he's a soy fuck liberal, whatever. That's fine. Okay. He's critical. But I think, I could be wrong, but I think that Hutch would have a much more negative view of me if I was in my chat saying like, okay, guys, how are we getting the next conservative? Like, let's theory craft. Like, what are the best guns, the best loadouts?
No, it says about Hassan.
It would be
about Hassan.
way worse.
But the thing is, like, I agree that to the extent that there's no facetiousness there, because there's edgy jokes and there's kind of like ambiguous things, right?
He literally did he not literally when he was fighting with Ethan, he went into his chat and started linking either scopes or silencers while talking about it. He literally did do like the exact thing he's describing here.
We want to avoid the situation where it's just like obvious conspiracy or obvious attempt, right? And so we're putting out that one. So you're giving a kind of example where it's on the margin and it's unclear whether it's a joke, right? Because if it's very clearly a joke, then even the pre-joke conduct, you're not gonna say that there's like major culpability there, right? In the sense of moral fault. Maybe it's reckless to do those jokes, but I mean, you'd be on no different terms than what the Republicans are accusing you of. Now, I disagree with their
assessments of no, I disagree. I would say there is major moral fault. Yes. And when we talk about yes, but when we talk about like negligence or rather, when we talk about recklessness, that's why there was that clip I sent you earlier. That's why when I see my chat saying some fucked up shit, I don't just stop talking about it, or I don't just like change a little bit the way I talk about it. I will very clearly say, hey, don't fucking kill people, even Nazis, even fascists.
Well, he's always saying that. Like when he said you could justify Hassan in real life, or when he was saying you should, me and Mr. Girl and Jay Slukin, or when he said, you know, that he was getting a silencer or a scope for Ethan. Yeah, right. That's he's always just like, that's Destiny. Guys, calm down the language. Calm down the language. Killing's not okay. That's Destiny, guys.
Don't kill people for differences of political opinion in the United States. We don't do that here, right? It's not. There's no fucking guesswork there. Unless you've just seen a clip of me. There's no guesswork.
No, I mean, like, I understand that there are distinctions between different kinds of conduct that could be at issue, and the examples that you're providing, again, these are distinctions that I think do matter in terms of how we assess the relative risk of them. The only thing I'm saying is that someone pointing to an increase in risk and awareness of risk, right? You would grant that, like, you calling these people fascists, you calling these people, fucking crazy people who want to take over the country, that does increase the risk, right? It's mitigated by some of the things that you're saying, right? But
you're not. It can increase the risk. I accept all the increase of risk as long as my analysis is accurate and my positions have been made clear.
If it's the case that, for example, you made everything you said, but you didn't have the condemnations of violence, let's say, and someone ends up, killing someone else, you're going to perhaps take responsibility, culpability for failure to moderate. Maybe if there's enough of a showing that there's a causal connection between you and what actually occurred, in terms of that came from your community, and maybe they're directly linking what you say to why they did it. Maybe you would imply even some like negligent or reckless culpability with respect to the completed act itself or that result. But
I guess, I want to break just real quick, because you keep getting really hung up on this causal chain. I don't care about necessarily the causal chain. I care about the factors and if they would transfer or not. So for instance, let's say somebody killed somebody, and like you said, they mentioned things you said, but let's say they didn't. But let's say that all of them, they killed somebody, and let's say that they did a whole manifesto and they pointed at a whole bunch of stuff that Josiah said, right? I think that we're pretty in alignment on a lot of things, right? And I see that I say a lot of similar things. It's hard because I don't think me or Josiah necessarily encourage violence.
That's the Republicans' characterization. Now, I'm not adopting that characterization.
Sure. No, hold on. I'm not, because that characterization is just not true. The facts are different. But like, let's say that me and Josiah were really on this, like, Merrick Garland needs to go. Like, actually, somebody's got to find this guy and take him out, and blah, blah. And then, or let's say that I kind of say it and Josiah says it, and then somebody does this manifesto and they write, well, Josiah said this thing. Even though they weren't from my community, and they might have even said, like, I'm not subscribed to anybody but Josiah. I would feel a level of like, okay, guys, that we don't do this, right? Because I see how it contributes to that. But that would be like an outcome because I don't want people killing people for just a difference of political opinions. I want to make that known. But that's not going to prevent me from doing an accurate political analysis. People might kill people because they're trans, or because they're fascists, or because they're whatever else.
If they've got a difference in political opinion and they say really mean things about Destiny Online, that is enough, actually. That is enough.
I'm going to stop doing an accurate analysis. Right. Make sure that people know where I stand. Yes.
And if there's a person who keeps on promoting anti-vaxxism by talking about his personal situation and keeps on, talking about how he's been fucked over by CPS calls, unfortunate CPS calls, you might continue to say, don't call CPS, but you're going to continue covering his content and saying, hey, like, this is dangerous. Like, the anti-vaxxer is wrong. And all the examples of his own kids' health, they're not right. You're going to see the risk.
A prolonged bingo bango at the top of his lungs as he's busting and heaving on top of Joanna.
Can you just not say insane shit like that, please? What the fuck, man?
Right? It's already happened. The CPS call for the vaxxers in my hypothetical, they've already happened. You put out a statement that says, hey,
$5,
I don't want you to call CPS. I would never call CPS. Don't do it. But you're not going to stop doing the thing that will increase the risk in that context. Fair? That you're going to keep calling out the anti-vaxxer, even though they have the CPS call, and it already happened. It's been demonstrated.
Old Feds donation.
I mean, like,
this guy's a Fed,
it's hard because it's going to vary from example to example. But like, there are worlds where I will moderate unfortunately,
Really? There's no way. There's no way. No. Don't buy this.
Absolutely is. No, I absolutely do, because especially because my community is 90-10 men, and a lot of the communities that for politicals are 90-10 men. There are a lot of criticisms that I don't necessarily lean into as hard on when it comes to certain dating things or women things or whatever the fuck, because I know that the community will take it a certain way. Or back in the gaming days, I think there was a lot of really cringe, like booby streamer, whatever bullshit. But like, if I make any of these comments known publicly, there's 90 million fucking incels in my comments that are like alongside me. And no matter how much I hedge, and no matter how much I try to like cut that shit out, they're always going to show up and weaponize those arguments. So at some point, I'm like, fuck it, I don't think I will. Unfortunately, I think even in that sense, but I would say that maybe that's going too far. I just, for whatever reason, I don't necessarily need to do that. But you acknowledge we're like levels and levels and levels away from Denham's behavior.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, man. I think that it's not a big risk. These kinds of like reactions to all else equal, they don't seem very risky. And you can show me evidence of.
It's not about risk; it's about intent. Is there a single time? I'm just curious. And maybe there's totally reasonable. Is there a single time where Denham says, "Seriously, guys, the CPS stuff, we don't do this. This is not cool."
Yeah, she has said that. Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's what I remember seeing. So I'm just saying, I remember seeing something like that.
Pretty sure
I just don't, and this isn't me being weaselly. I don't have instant recall of the condemnation that was there. I thought I remember seeing that.
I will say earlier you were saying things like, "Well, you need to be able to justify your assertions," blah, blah, but I'm
but my assertion isn't that I know her conduct to to be a thing or not. I'm just saying what I've been seeing so far doesn't justify the lawsuits. And that's a separate, we haven't even reached that. But all I'm trying to say is, regardless of your thoughts about this, and you seem to take a view, which I mean, I guess is like more protective of your, more responsible for your community. And in some ways, I think that's in line with stuff you said before. In some ways, I think people could argue that it's maybe inconsistent, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Regardless of your thoughts about who's right here, do you actually get the culpability in the way that, Steven says, or in the way I say? This is an honest disagreement. It's not that I want to promote Hassan.
Apology and retraction.
Or at least say...
Maybe she should think about issuing an apology and retraction.
Or at least saying calling CPS is fucking crazy. Don't do
Is it that hard?
please.
Oh no, what she does kind of, she goes, after being like, Ethan's the worst person in the world, and like, yeah, his kid, and watching Bad Amp, and I'll be like, yeah, his kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat being like, call CPS, but she'd be like, obviously don't call CPS. It's like, yeah, right.
So even Ethan acknowledges.
And he had said this.
Oh, it seems like you're in love with your dog.
Showing up to your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes.
Be cleaning your hands.
Obviously, after I put him down, I washed them again.
Sure.
4 is the cutoff.
Showing up to your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes you didn't do. No one should be subjected to such treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS, which anyways, to begin with, 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I think CPS should be exclusively used for family vloggers who are total fucking pieces of shit that use their kids as content. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids. I think it is actually very cool of him to try his best to not have his kids in photos, in videos. I respect that a lot. I think he's a piece of shit, and I think he's going insane and he's crazy, but I respect a lot that he doesn't bring his kids on camera and use them for content.
Is on her platform right now.
Curious, Curious. Interesting.
It's that. Thoughts about this, and you seem to take a view, which, I mean, I guess all this call of the contact. That's what kinds of like reactions to all else equal, they don't seem very risky. And you can show me evidence of.
It's not about risk, it's about intent. Is there a single time? I'm just curious, and maybe there's clips. Is there a single time where Denham says, "Seriously, guys, the CPS stuff, we don't do this. This is not cool here."
That's what I thought. That's what I remember seeing. So I'm just saying, I remember seeing something like that. I just don't, and this isn't me being weaselly. I don't have instant recall of the condemnation that was there. I thought I remember seeing that.
I will say earlier you were saying things like, "Well, you need to."
So that was totally there. So Denham did say she didn't condone it. She was very clear. She didn't condone it. She actually thinks that broadly, compared to a lot of parents online, Ethan's more responsible than a lot of them in terms of how he engaged with the internet. So she condemned it, said she would never condone it, never has condoned it. You will never find her condoning it. She actually respects Ethan slightly as a parent for some of the way he handles stuff. Like, what's your problem? What's the fucking problem?
Be able to justify your assertions about, but I'm
no,
not
but
push you for a clip right now.
But my assertion isn't that I know her conduct to to be a thing or not. I'm just saying what I've been seeing so far doesn't justify the lawsuits. And that's a separate, we haven't even reached that. But all I'm trying to say is, regardless of your thoughts about this, and you seem to take a view, which I mean, I guess is like more protective of your, more responsible for your community. And in some ways, I think that's in line with stuff you said before. In some ways, I think people could argue that it's maybe inconsistent, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Regardless of your thoughts about who's right here, do you actually get the culpability in the way that, Steven says, or in the way I say? This is an honest disagreement. It's not that I want to promote Hassan. It's not that I want to fucking support snarkers. It's not that I want to support just still community.
There were statements that you said yesterday, and maybe, I don't know, you should ask Hutch, actually, because maybe I missed this. It truly felt to me like you said Denham's had absolutely zero culpability for the CPS call. She might have small culpability just for not moderating her chat for some weird reason that was never articulated that well to me. I didn't feel like Denham's, like you felt that Denham's or Casey Shiner Fergan or any of these people, that they had any moral culpability for the
placing
CPS call
the call. What I meant by that,
for the call happening, for the call happening.
Okay, so if I said that, that isn't what I meant to say. If I said that, I promise you that's not what I meant to say. I, of course, would never deny the notion of ethical responsibilities with respect to non-intentional conduct. I, of course, think that you have a responsibility to moderate your community. That's why I established rules. That those rules that I'm establishing aren't just for TOS compliance.
Though? But why do you have the rules? Or why do you have that? Yeah.
But one aspect, and that's why I'm not like joking when I say this, is for self-protection. I was just being honest when I say
forget
like,
that, though. Yeah, forget that.
I know, but so you would acknowledge like one of the first rationales of why I do it is to protect myself, to make sure that no one can make the accusation that I'm not doing anything because, and then
you're giving like a preference statement. We're asking for the morals.
No, but hang on a second. I think that protecting yourself from things where you don't intend it, that actually is an ethical obligation you have to yourself. I think one can have ethical obligations to themselves.
Pisco, nobody thinks like this.
Okay.
Nobody's.
I do. I fucking do. My point is that is not indication of bad faith.
Just to be clear, you do not think like this. If somebody were to ask you why, or maybe you can bite the bullet on this. If somebody say, why shouldn't you rape somebody? Would you say, as part of the first thing you say, well, you don't want to get arrested, right?
Okay. In that example, no, I wouldn't. In that example, I would lead with the harm done to others.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. But I can't explain to you why my mind in one situation comes up with the rationales for something first or another. And I'm asking you, please,
because you don't think what she did was that bad. That's why.
No. So you're saying that because the first thing that comes in my head.
The thing is, it's very easy there because in the case of like moderating your community, it's like, how much action are you going to take to prevent other people from doing crazy shit that could bounce back onto you? And so that's not immediately obvious. Like, there is a self-protection rationale. Obviously, when you're talking about raping someone, you're like suggesting someone takes an affirmative, like aggressive action. Just obviously the first thing that jumps to your mind is like, well, what's this gonna do? Yeah, legit. It's just immediate rape analogies with this guy. It's all just rape or anal sex analogies with this guy.
Read into that to say that I'm trying to protect Denham's from her
rape
conduct,
and eat
whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the evidence of that is because if I didn't, I would have brought up the harm and potential risks to others. Even though I acknowledge that before that statement is made, I acknowledge the risk fact. That's what's so absurd about this whole thing is the notion that I was ever establishing or my view that like somehow there are no norms in moderation, that there are no such things as obligations with respect to negligent or reckless conduct. It's just bizarre that you think that I would have thought that and that you didn't hear me making this point. Maybe I didn't do it as clearly, whatever, but I'm asking people to have some amount of grace in when I'm making these arguments. And I'm not going out there to say the only thing that's ever bad are things that are intentional. I mean, did you really think I thought that?
No, that's why I accused you of being bad faith. But I felt like that was the only answer you gave.
Okay.
Can somebody link me the clip? I really want to hear. I wish I could remember the exact word you used. It was like when there's like a non-trivial hurdle to moderation.
This is what I said
to avoid actionable
things. This is what I recall. So what I recall was Hutch asked a question like, "Do you have a duty to moderate when people basically say to call CPS?" Right? And I thought about it for a little bit. I'm like, I think that you should moderate calls for CPS. I do agree with that. But I'll ask you, Do you think you should moderate when
No,
someone...
hold on. I just want to be clear. We can say this, but I just want to be clear. That's not what I was referring to. You gave an answer that was the most syntactically crafty answer I've ever heard to avoid committing yourself to any sort of moral obligation. That was essentially just saying that, like, as long as it's not a big deal or not too difficult, you should moderate bad shit so that you don't get banned. That was the substance of your answer. If somebody finds a clip of it later, but we can move on to the next thing. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, like, what I'm trying to do is essentially these accusations are made that I'm adopting arguments that I don't really believe, that I'm being influenced into becoming, one thing or the other, that I'm specifically with bad intent trying to do one thing. And listen, y'all can have the opinion that you want. What I want to say, though, is it's totally unjustified. I have been a lib capitalist through and through. I'm on a show called... No, because you say that I'm appealing to tanky audiences. That's what you say to your audience. So where's the responsibility for that? Where's the responsibility for that?
Your statement here doesn't do anything to vindicate you, right? Of course you're going to say that you don't do these things. It doesn't mean anything, right?
But do you believe that I'm trying to appeal to Snarkers? You believe it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's based on your divine revelation.
Well, it's based on the unfathomable logic that you employed in your conversation.
I just explained it. Do you not believe my explanation? I mean, this doesn't seem like I'm
curious. Well, can you tell me? Because I didn't remember hearing an answer at all yesterday. It was low cost of compliance. That was the phrase you used.
Yeah.
Yes, dude. Alex Novel's video's out. Wait, dude. Alex Novel's video's out. Look, guys. He used it in his video, I think. It's on my editor. That's funny, man.
So the duties...
Why is it bad? Yeah, why do you have a duty to moderate your chat?
So a duty of reasonable care, which is what negligence is sort of pinned to.
We'll do the Alex Novel video as a main segment tomorrow, I think.
The reasonableness relates both to the sense of the risk and the cost of mitigation, all right? So there are things that you can always do to reduce risk, all right? You could pad yourself up in a million different pillows and walk through and like make sure.
We're not talking about this.
So when I said cost of compliance, when I say compliance cost, you might not believe me, but explicitly what I'm invoking is the notion that part of the assessment of what constitutes reasonable risk relates to how much it costs for a person. Like, you would never say that Denim's at the start of her stream. You say, I condemn this, I condemn that, I condemn Hassan, I condemn Bad Banana, I condemn, like, you would never say that she has to run through 1,000 trillion throat clearers and it's an infinite amount of things, right?
Well, here, wait, I'm just curious. Can you watch somebody like this? This is what you give this answer. Okay. I'll just see if is Kafka still in here?
Yeah. I am, yes.
Okay, here, pass this along.
What is the point of moderation then?
I can hear it.
So I just want to make sure.
Can you answer that question?
I will.
Yes, I heard you. Yes, I heard you. Okay. What's the point of moderation?
There's self-standing obligations to moderate to reduce risk that a streamer I think has there's a low cost of compliance and where there are obvious potential benefits to a low cost compliance incident. The fact that you have a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk, I'm going to repeat it and make sure you hear it. So I'm going to say it twice. That you violated your duty to moderate does not mean you are culpable for actions that underlie it.
If you're not culpable.
Yeah, that's very consistent with what I just said.
Okay, so you said that something about like if the action has a the risk a streamer faces has a low cost of compliance, and there's an obvious benefit to the low cost of compliance, there's a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk.
Yeah.
What risk were you talking about?
So the risk relates to the likelihood that some crazy person is going to do something crazy.
Okay, wait. Why would you have an obligation to mitigate that risk, but then not be culpable for the actions that happen if you fail to moderate that risk? If there's no culpability, because afterwards you said you're not culpable for any of the actions that underlie the risk.
It depends what you mean by culpable. So when I use culpable in that sense, it relates to an ethical violation, not to the result independent of itself. If you say
it is an ethical violation, though, right? If you fail to moderate the risk, you have an obligation to moderate, and then a bad thing happens.
What I'm referencing, though, when it comes to culpability, isn't the result in and of itself. It's the act, by which I mean the intentional, volitional, malicious act. That's what you're not culpable for. When I'm talking about culpability, it isn't a kind of naked result. It's culpable with respect to not just an outcome, but the state of mind and the improper moral fault. That's what I'm talking about with respect to culpability.
Okay, I just want to ask. Okay, then I just want to ask for this. Okay, when Hutch said that you are culpable for what a person does, do you think that Hutch literally meant? Let's say that you say something and a person goes on first-degree murder somebody. Do you think that Hutch means in actuality that a transubstantiation occurred and your body morphed into place of the other person? You also are guilty of the crime of first-degree murder, that you did the exact same thing. Do you think that's what Hutch meant when he said that?
I think he means moral fault, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That is proportional to the potential bad outcome that you have an obligation to prevent the risk of.
Hang on. Moral fault with respect to a moral obligation, correct?
Yes, but the moral obligation is tied to the potential risk.
Sure. No. But it doesn't exist independent of the mindset. That's what I'm saying. The moral obligation exists not just in the result, but in the actual, it must by necessity include the state of mind. Otherwise, it might not even be a moral obligation, right? You don't have a moral obligation independent of the state of mind, right? So that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
You said it might, sure, but you said it might exist out there somewhere. I'm glad you clarified. You said it might exist out there somewhere. But can you honestly recall off the top of your head, I'm not going to push you for clips like you did, Hutch, okay? Like you did for me earlier. Can you honestly recall a time where Denims was sincerely and deliberately talking to her chat and intentionally saying, like, guys, we don't engage in this type of behavior. Like, we're not doing this here?
I remember the one time where after it happened, where she said, I never called it and it's not good. That's what I recall. I don't remember the exact word she used.
I never called it and it's not good.
I don't remember. I'm telling you right now that I remember I thought that she condemned it, and I thought I saw that clip. It's possible that it's more Weasley language. I'm not saying that that's not true, but that's what I recall.
Wait. And you know what? Let's grant all that, okay? If that clip didn't exist, or if it only came after a ton of public backlash or lawsuit threat or whatever else, if it came like 2 months ago, okay?
Not
like
enough for intentional malicious, no.
Sure. Would that, wait, would it change your mind for the recklessness?
No, because I've already granted that.
Oh, wait, so you granted that her behavior is, you agree that it was already at the reckless thing.
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't even bother to argue a higher standard. Why doesn't recklessness grant some moral culpability to the person who engaged in the reckless behavior?
Yes, that was our whole conversation. You missed the part where I said yes.
Going over the same points again and again, it feels like.
She's culpable for the things she actually did.
But not the things she didn't do.
Did you not see that when I said that?
For the things that result from those things.
But you're just not understanding what I mean by culpable. What I mean by culpable isn't indexed to just the result by itself. When I say culpable, it includes some notion of moral fault, which is indexed to a state of mind. You don't have, I'll just say it, you don't have.
But the moral fault is also indexed to the potential harms that result from the failure to adhere to the obligation.
No, I agree.
Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
No, I agree that it's related to the relative risk and the harm. That's why I was bringing up those concepts with Hutch, and that's why it shows that I'm good faith, because I'm aware of the different issues when it comes to issues of causality. I brought up proximate causation in the context of where things break the causal chain. So yes, I'm aware of these concepts. I'm deploying them in the conversation. Maybe I'm not as clear as possible, but it is consistent.
So, like, if a person, but this is why. Okay, I'm gonna explain this with a doctor thing and tell me if I'm not understanding or if I'm stating it accurately. And I'll just say nobody understands what you say when you mean this. Okay, a doctor decides to never wash his hands or do anything, and he goes in to perform surgery on a person. Okay, we all, I believe, I don't know the fucking rules. My guess is doctors probably have to scrub in before they go into a OR operating room or whatever, right? Doctor doesn't do this. Yes. Patient ends up dying because of a secondary infection, okay, or because of some primary infection or whatever, right? If that would happen, we would say that the doctor, he had a moral and professional and legal obligation to scrub in. He failed that obligation.
Correct.
When you fail that obligation, the moral failing is seen as accepting the consequences of all the things potentially that could result in the failure to adhere to that obligation. In the specific scenario where a patient died, he has some moral obligation there for the death of the patient. Just like Denims would have a moral obligation
to
there
the extent of a state of mind, to the extent of the moral violation. That's what you extend.
And the recklessness state of mind is enough to say that she didn't adhere to her obligations, her professional obligations to her chat that she should have.
But I'm telling you now, for maybe the 10th time, I grant that and did in the conversation. Do you understand that?
Okay, then just the final thing, I guess. So then what do you disagree? Do you think your biggest disagreement with Hutch is on this particular topic?
The disagreement is people are conflating the degree of her desire. In other words, they are overstating the evidence. They are stating that it was Denham's conscious object to bring about the result of the CPS call. And that is not, the evidence that I have seen has not shown that. It is weak on that. And so what I am addressing is this notion, because there's one thing you could say if, oh, the community was reckless, they didn't moderate, and this is a risk, and they should have mitigated by just by signaling that this is not okay, by pushing back when possible. Absolutely, people will say that that's at fault. We didn't yet wait.
They use this, so they fudge this. They try and fudge the evidence to make it sound like it was intentional malice as opposed to like a negligent moderation standard or something, because they can justify in their minds. They see it that they can more easily justify the lawsuits if it was intentional malice, but they can't they would feel absurd justifying it if it was simply Denims was negligent and there are a couple of crazy people in the chat. Obviously, that could apply to many streamers, many of which they like. But they feel there is a tighter standard, a narrower standard to apply it to the intentional malice, the idea that Denims had this objective of causing a CPS interaction, because that then justifies what they want.
That against the lawsuits, and if there's anything bad.
Wait, do you think that Hutch? Do you think that Hutch was doing that?
I'm not sure.
What was your main disagreement with Hutch? You had a 7-hour conversation about what was your main disagreement with Hutch?
I'm not sure. We spent most of it trying to get him to understand this concept that I was trying to show. That like I'm not sure that what he would say in response to.
Wait, understand what concept?
The concept that one's that multiple ethical obligations exist, and each one of them has an index state of mind, and one's violation of one does not entail the other. That was anyone who watches that fairly knows that I was struggling for hours to come to that and to suggest that there are different different implications from that. And yeah, you could say, for example,
well, because the struggle was because it took you a long time to get to the point that culpability wasn't a binary yes or no. There are contributory negligences, or there are other factors at play.
Holy fuck.
And yeah, you could say, for example,
well, because the struggle was because it took you a long time to get to the point that culpability wasn't a binary yes or no. There are
so frustrated at this point.
Contributory negligences, or there are other factors at play that the foreseeability of certain actions and responsibilities and all those things. And Hutch kept saying things like that. Like sometimes Hutch would even say a phrase. I don't even know if he realized this, but he was intuiting when he was saying things like, well, he would say like, didn't this contribute to? And then you would switch immediately to like, well, she's not culpable for. And it took you like 2 hours to get to that. Like,
isn't the better inference instead that I think that there's no moral obligation to ever moderate your chat under any circumstance, that maybe what I'm saying is, for the thing that she's being accused of by everyone who's saying, is that she bears responsibility not for the being reckless, but for essentially wanting this to occur, wanting the CPS stuff to occur.
Well, sure, because I think there is plenty of evidence to say that you would say this is like a depraved heart, constructive intent thing for sure.
You're gonna have to show some. I mean, if that's the case, then I'm sorry, but like you're gonna fall into that rubric big time, and not just for the doc stuff. And I don't think that you deserve it on that stuff.
Hold on. If somebody from my community showed up and beat up Gisticle because of a dox that I post in my chat, you would
on some of it. Pisco clarified at the end there. On some of it.
Come out and say, oh, he has absolutely Destiny's no responsibility for that whatsoever.
So I don't think that you would be, I think that you would have a fault with respect to recklessly endangering the health and security of Justilk, but I don't think that anyone could say that you were culpable for the intentional assault of Justilk unless they could prove you wanted it.
I want to preface this video by stating that I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story, and that the victims weren't just used by Destiny, but by YouTubers trying to frame themselves as heroes. One of them is still lying about what he did. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I personally care about the victims either. I don't know them. However, I do have the basic human decency to not try and sabotage them. I pride myself on doing. Since my last Destiny video, a lot has changed. We have a court document from Pixie's legal team alleging that he was deleting evidence, specifically messages with multiple women who have claimed that he shared sex videos with them without the participants' consent. So he wasn't just sharing videos with Rose, he was sending it to other women who then told Pixie.
Would have said, like, even if that wouldn't have been sent to I do feel it back to my Google.
Much of his unchained
for just feeling like Kuihman.
The manifesto for pedo allegations, as well as converse with people from his past. This is the Destiny manifesto. For those DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish has this person been doxxed yet?
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just feeling like Kuihman, I'd kill him if I could. I'd choke the fucking house into it. Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna fucking go on an assassination mission, okay? These people are gonna start disappearing one at a time, okay?
That's why this video was sponsored by.
Agree with that, don't you?
How like that? Wait, do you agree? Wait, like we if we could prove it like that. Like if you made statements like that.
tons of circumstantial evidence, any kind of evidence any kind of evidence of you guys planning for it, any kind of evidence of you guys.
That's not circumstantial. That's like you're talking about direct evidence. You're talking about a confession.
No,
We're doing the January 6th argument. Yeah, what would be?
No. That's not the case. What I'm saying is not that you only need confessions to get to intent. All right, that is not at all the case. For example, if you drew a map to his particular address, right? You think that would tend to show more intent. Wait, if you show frustration,
if you show a map,
if you say something like, "Oh, it doesn't look like guns are allowed in wherever he is," right? If you said that, if you that's not a direct confession, but it's the kind of conduct that shows that you don't really care about the health.
Well, unfortunately, we have a direct confession.
Has this person been doxxed yet?
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just like Kuihman, I'd kill him if I could. I'd choke the fucking house into it. Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna fucking go on an assassination mission, okay? These people are gonna start disappearing one at a time, okay?
That's why this video is
health or safety. Maybe if you started saying things like they should be killed.
Okay.
I won't play it again.
Well, that seems basically direct confession is almost what you're saying. But like, what if you were to say statements like, well, under 4 years old, children don't even form memories? Or what if you were saying statements like, well, if you're getting diseases as a child that you get as an adult, that's basically life-threatening?
Well, one I kind of view as downplaying, right? The first one is like, oh, that's not a big deal, right? And I understand they're different, but if like Tim Pool got mad that someone, so let me give you an example, right? So there have been people where you have justified a dox because someone put your location, right? Someone put your location live on Twitter, and your response. I recall this. You remember this?
Just justified a dox and said you should contact the school. Yep.
So basically, like you're asking for me to be killed, right? You're asking for me to be hurt. People get killed, right? Remember that?
Depending on how you dox people, yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, I think it really does depend on. So in that instance, I think that you could make a case, right? You could make a case that if your intention is a particular thing, or the kinds of evidence that we would bring to bear in those situations might be different.
What do you think we're disagreeing on?
Destiny, can I ask something, please? Do you accept evidence of admission by omission? Like, there are things where she is in a position where she could make a statement, where she could get in the way of potential CPS calls, of people making these plans in her chat. She has the ability to see it, has the ability to get in the way and say, guys, we don't do it. Because right now, I've only seen a disavowal from her after everything has happened.
Right.
What was the disavowal?
There was some video that someone shared that showed her saying, like, guys, I never condoned the CPS thing. Which again is like after all of it happened.
That's not a disavowal, though. That's not a disavowal, though.
Well, isn't it?
I'm being generous.
What would it be?
No,
what else would it be? What would it be?
It's an attempt to avoid like direct TOS responsibility.
Right. So you think she should have said I did? Wait, she should have said I did condone it, or what would you say? Or saying they shouldn't do this? It's not they shouldn't do this. It's saying I didn't do it. Right?
You should make a more positive statement of like, I don't want this behavior in my community.
She already said, she literally said what they're asking for, dude. She gave the condemnation. We played it.
Not doing this in my community.
We played it. We
like,
literally
this is
played
a thing
it.
we're going to have like a strong stance against. Like,
also, to be clear, the correct statement was, I did not condone it, nor did I do anything to get in the way of it. Because she's just speaking descriptively at this point, and it's like, okay, maybe there's no.
Did she say that? I didn't hear that when I just played that clip.
Explicit statement of condoning it, but there's also probably an equal amount of evidence of you trying to stop it from happening.
I mean, is that the full quote? I mean, what did she say?
Yeah, link the clip.
I don't know how long this is going to take, but I'm linking it to Kafka. You can send it to Pisco. I'm going to listen to this for 30 seconds. I'm times doing it.
Your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes you didn't do. No one should be subjected to such treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS, which anyways, to begin with, one, I don't condone. I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I think CPS should be exclusively used for family vloggers who are total fucking pieces of shit that use their kids as content. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids. I think it is actually very cool of him to try his best to not have his kids in photos, in videos. I respect that a lot. I think he's a piece of shit. I think he's going insane and he's crazy, but I respect a lot that he doesn't bring his kids on camera.
So unambiguous condemnation, right? Wait. So you would agree that's an unambiguous condemnation?
No. It's literally not.
I do not condone this.
That's not condemnation. What do you think condemnation? If you were going to push me, hold on, wait. Just to be clear, I just want to point out, because you're doing this again, it's funny. Okay, is that earlier somebody like giggling along and laughing and reveling, whatever.
Show, man. That is seriously, it's just so fucking embarrassing, bro. Dude, I'm losing it. I can't take it. No, that's not unambiguous. I don't condone that. I've never condoned that. You will never find a clip of me condoning that. And actually, one thing that I really respect about Ethan is the way he handles his kids online. No, that's actually really ambiguous. I can't even tell what she's saying here. I've got no idea what she's saying here. She could be saying that you should go and steal his children from his house right now. Okay, man.
Didn't count as celebration to you, okay?
Yeah.
It counted as downplay, whatever. But now somebody's saying, well, I didn't condone this behavior.
I do not condone murder.
I didn't condone. I don't condone.
Condemnation?
Yeah. It is expressing more. So I understand condemnation to be expressing moral disapproval of an action. Okay, that's what I understand a condemnation to be. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but I don't feel like this was.
Wait,
I don't think that's.
So
this felt like more like, well, I didn't tell anybody to do it.
So you don't think that if someone says, I do not condone assassination or murder, that is not expressing moral disapproval of a thing?
I think it would be in that circumstance. Okay. I think the way that she uses condone here, it sounds like she's saying, I didn't tell anybody to do it.
No. One thing would be, I didn't say it. She said, I do not condone such things. That is a way of saying, I don't support it, right? Isn't that a synonym for saying, I do not support this?
No one should be subjected to such
treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS, which anyways, to begin with, one, I don't condone. I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I think CPS should be exclusively used for family vloggers who are total fucking pieces of shit.
I think that when you're digging into the whole, like, well, there's no clip of me saying this and blah, 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 it sounds like she's just saying she didn't tell people to do it.
Well, no, but she does say, I do not condone. Whether you believe it or not, that is a condemnation.
But I would look to, sure, I'll grant that it's a conversation, it's a condemnation in statement. But then again, the thing that I would look to is, where was the reaction then to it happening, to Chat doing it? Why does that seem so incongruent with her statement now?
Wait, to Chat doing it, because maybe it's your case to show that she actually didn't live up to her standard of care, in that either a reasonable person would have seen those comments and moderated, and that she failed to do so. And that's why I was fucking going after Hutch, in the sense of asking him, well, how do you know that she disregarded those comments and saw them? Because in order to show moral fault,
a reasonable person wouldn't have seen any of the. Did you pass along that picture, Kaka, or whatever?
Yeah, wait. So I just want you to know. So for the first 10 minutes of this conversation, when I was looking and thinking and doing stuff, there was a bunch of potential TOS violations of people saying the N-word constantly in Kick Chat. Okay? And I had to turn off the chat.
What a menace. What a fucking menace. Oh, man.
Do you think that I condoned and was okay with those messages? I didn't see them. Right? I didn't see them. And if I had seen them earlier, I would have done something. But in order to show that I endorsed the message, you would have to show that I saw it, right?
You would have to.
Yeah. You have to show that I actually didn't.
Hold on. Yeah, but you keep you're. I can't tell if you're doing this intentionally. If you're just
I'm not trying to.
That are leaving this key crucial element.
No, that's not a hypothetical. That just happened.
Wait. No. But what you say is, like, if there are N words in your chat and you miss them for a while and then you close your chat, does that mean that you condone the N words, right?
Yeah. Wait, no. I'm sorry.
I would say,
imagine that I never found out, right? And I just it stopped because someone, they just stopped, right?
Correct,
and someone comes up and said, Pisco's a racist, Yeah, he let those N-words
sure, and I would
be
say
there.
that's not fair. Yes, correct. I would say that's not fair. But what if you were watching a video beforehand that was a 10-minute video on why it's so cool to spam the N-word in YouTube chats, and you weren't even looking at your chat and you didn't moderate it? Do you think that there would be a difference of opinion?
Yeah, I think people would have a difference of opinion, but there wouldn't be a problem with moderation. It'd be like the fact that they're putting it up there in the first place. It would be the kind of the act.
Yeah, like Denham's watching the video.
No, but hang on a second. The problem there is not like that that there's a call for CPS. I understand that people could justify calling CPS on the basis of what's said there, but I don't think that you can do a one-to-one there.
Yes, Jomac was in Pisco's chat spamming Stephen Bonner wants to lynch N hard R, as you know.
I mean, the act of reviewing it, I think it's culpable for its own reasons. I've already said that there's culpability there in what they did, so we don't need to get there. But all I'm saying is with respect to the intentionality, that's what's missing. And that's what, like, maybe you could make the case a little bit better with circumstantial evidence if she knows about it and chooses to disregard it and chooses not to.
Sure. Okay. I'm gonna do a 30,000 foot view of this issue then. Okay. Because here's like the huge issue, and honestly, this is the biggest problem that I have with a lot of these communities. Are you worried at all that you've set up an environment where none of these people will ever be held accountable for basically encouraging the behavior that they know exists and that they know is actively happening, as long as they themselves are smart enough to like never actually come out and explicitly condone it or explicitly condone it?
Am I worried about that?
Yeah,
I don't think that I'm responsible.
So many of these communities are like Snarker adjacent or Kiwi Farms adjacent, and they do this and they know this and they've got the interflow exchange of information back and forth. But obviously, the streamers themselves will never come out and say like, I am doxing this person or I am harassing this person. But so like in your mind, is it literally impossible to ever get past just recklessness, basically?
No. I think that there's you can definitely imply culpability, by which I mean moral fault. I definitely can agree to that and say that there is a moral fault there, 100%. But and I will always, like, I'm not a literalist, okay? If there's enough wink, wink, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that I get the sense that it is their intent. Like if I got the sense from the video of Denham's reacting to either of these different things that she actually wanted the CPS call to occur, I would be treating her as though that was her conscious object initially, and I would be saying high degrees of moral fault in condemnation. I'm just telling you, and maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm a grifter, whatever you want to say. I do not get that impression. I get the impression of someone who is downplaying a risk. I get the impression of someone who's culpable for other things. Then
I'm curious, just looking at example we both know well, okay? So then how do you get to the idea that Donald Trump wanted people to do an insurrection?
Yeah, so circumstantial evidence is how you get...
Bro, it should be so obvious. The Eastman memo, literally everything leading up to it. What the fuck?
To intent. Yes. So Trump brought them all there for a particular purpose, right? And just to be clear, intent is needed for incitement.
There is literally every step of the way. He has like this whole set of plans. It's like, we're going to figure out how to do this thing. How do I do this thing? All right, that's how I would do it. Okay, well, I'm going to put the process in place and I'm going to get a bunch of people in one place and then we're going to go and talk about fighting and marching. You can draw a fucking straight line, bro. It's like not hard. Where is that for Denham's? You have not even begun to show that remotely.
And for engaging in insurrection. So you need to show intent. It was his conscious object to steal the election from Joe Biden. So we know that intent at a bare minimum. No one even really disputes that intent. He was failing on all his other operations to try to steal the election. He sent them over to the Capitol knowing that their presence there was going to result in either intimidation, by which we mean threats of physical force, or and we all agree that they're very knowing, they're very conscious and aware that he had the that the people were armed. He said he didn't care, right? We had the evidence from all of the different reports.
Why would he know that sending them to the Capitol would cause that intimidation?
Right, no, yeah, because there's a substantial and unjustifiable risk with respect to sending them there, but we are intuiting his intent based on all this huge amount of circumstantial evidence. Look at what we have here. We have his knowledge level that they're armed, his knowledge level that they're angry, his knowledge level that the anger is particularized to a group, the presence there, their immediate presence right there, the clear purpose, a clear objective to stop the steal, a clear objective to prevent the certification, one that's been explicit and stated that that's the clear objective, not just an observation, not just a disposition, but one where it's their goal, right? The goal is to stop. And then in addition to all that, when it actually happens, when the violence actually occurs, and when he's updated about the fact that they've breached the Capitol, the fact that they're minutes away from the lawmakers, this is all in the reports. He tweets out what he does about Mike Pence, condoning what's happening with his moral support. And so there's a ton of circumstantial evidence that Trump's conscious object was to cause the stopping of the attempt to stop the steal.
But there's a lot else. Well, there's at least some to say that he wasn't, right?
Yeah,
he said, I know you'll be going there peacefully.
Yes. So what I'm telling you is that
on balance,
on balance, and the mere self-serving statements, I'm not going to try to be fooled by those. I really won't. If I really got the impression that the apology was,
would you say that we're all the way up to like, it's not even like depraved part. We're at like 100% intentional.
100% intentional.
Okay, so like
that's what you have to believe that. Yeah. Otherwise, it's like
yeah. So but then the parallels I'm obviously drawing here are that like Denims has a chat gathered. They obviously all super fucking hate Ethan and Hila. You've got them watching videos claiming that Ethan's children are basically being negligently abused and are potentially dying of these horrible fucking diseases. That Denims goes out of her way to state could be lethal to children. They downplay the calling of CPS, just like how MAGA downplays, the actual riot itself. Like she's doing all of these things that seem to have easy parallels. I'm not even asking for like a first degree 100% intended. I just don't know how you're not at like at the very least like this like basically whatever another word would be for the depraved heart thing that like she is playing into this as much as she possibly can without basically calling for it.
So let me give you an example, right? In that specific context, Rob Noor, all right? Rob Noor absolutely was reckless, I think, in the statements that he was making regarding election theft in pre-2020. He wasn't saying that the election was explicitly stolen, right? He was saying that he didn't say, or sorry, he did say that it was stolen, but that was because of like the Hunter Biden Twitter file stuff, okay? So he did say that. And he was supporting in practice a lot of the efforts made by Trump in the legal cases, and he was trying to, so in other words, he didn't support violence. And I'm never going to say that he directly said that he supported violence, but I do think that his kinds of statements contributed to an air of like, feeling that things were unfair, feeling like they were getting fucked over, and he literally did take the view that the election was stolen. So in that context, you're not. But immediately when the insurrection happened, he condemned the violence immediately. Okay, so that's a clear case where you wouldn't.
I'll also say a difference too. As much as I hate fucking Rob Noor, I feel like I've heard and I don't even watch any. I don't think I watch really any of his content.
Yes.
I feel like I've heard Rob Noor say a billion times,
no violence.
Political violence is unacceptable.
No.
Like that's an unambiguous position. And I don't think if I go into his channel, people do.
I know that. Yeah. So I'm trying to give you an easy case of someone who definitely, I think you could say, contributed to risk of people feeling disenfranchised. But there's no world in which this guy's going to be, you're going to say that he is directly intending what's happening on January 6th, right? Take someone like Ted Cruz, all right? Ted Cruz was launching objections in the Senate, right? To slates of electors, all right? Ted Cruz, before January 6th, he was basically lockstep. He supported the Trump the Pennsylvania versus Texas case that went all the way that went to the Supreme Court on the original jurisdiction. Do you hold Ted Cruz that he intended the insurrection to happen? That was his intent for the insurrection to happen, not to steal in the sense of the procedural coup, in the sense of the insurrection. Do you have evidence that you think that you could prove Ted Cruz wanted the insurrection?
Probably not.
Yeah,
I don't think
I agree.
So.
I think it's hard because he's culpable.
It would change if I knew because
this is like really bogged down in the Trump
so
stuff.
technically the Senate's allowed to do their objections. That's pretty easy. Whatever. I don't know what Ted Cruz knew insofar as the whole Eastman plot and the whole fake electors bullshit.
How about Tucker Carlson?
Knowledge of,
Tucker Carlson spread lies he knew to be lies, right? He knew they were lies, and we have that from the
with
case.
respect to the particular insurrection. I have to know.
Yes.
I have to know about the ECA violations and the fake elector bullshit. Anybody that was involved in that, I say 100% knew, 100 billion%. Yeah.
We're going to hold Tucker Carlson accountable for some stuff. We're going to hold Ted Cruz accountable for some stuff. But I don't think it's fair to say that we're going to charge Ted Cruz with insurrection, that we're going to say that he actually did, as his conscious object, have for the specific insurrection to happen. Now, again, this is just a way to demonstrate what I'm talking about here, and that I'm in good faith.
Sure.
Again,
But the problem I have with this is that, like, this is a once in a lifetime. Well, I guess no, it's a Civil War, so twice, whatever. This is an incredibly rare event that we have to talk about the foreseeability aspect here, right? Like, does Ted Cruz really think that it's foreseeable that he's engaged in actions that's increasing the risk of an actual violent insurrection happening? Like, if Ted Cruz would have been, there are other actions I would have to see to push me in that direction.
So, do you think that Hassan, with his coverage of stuff, that he is intentional? If there's some sort of communist violence that occurs, would you apply culpability to someone like Hassan for that violence?
Yes.
And that's because you think that his rhetoric has a high degree of connection between potential violence.
With that, and because I think he more or less basically calls for it and lays out all of the justifications, and anytime violence happens, it seems like for every single time I feel like he calls it a false flag, he constantly tries to downplay it when it's pretty obviously like horrible.
Yeah, so maybe that I'm like the whatever. Maybe you guys think differently.
I don't know. I wouldn't put it on like the depraved heart level. Like this is a much. So Hutch said this thing kind of by mistake. Hutch was like, well, this is a much broader thing when you talk about like Donald Trump. I think that the culpability when it's more diffused in a population, it's going to be harder to ascribe a higher percentage to an individual.
Okay, here we go.
So
Lauren Southern, the Christchurch shooting.
Yes,
she's culpable in the sense of is she reckless with her rhetoric in the sense of with respect to the result there?
At least, yeah. Her whole thing was basically that white people are literally being violently replaced by immigrating people. Didn't the Christchurch shooter literally cite her in his manifesto, or am I making that up?
They did, yeah. They did,
yeah. She took real life actions violating international law, literally in the Mediterranean, shooting flares in direction of immigrants.
This standard is going to apply to basically all of MAGA.
Wait, what standard?
The standard of holding accountable, by which we mean in the degree of risk.
Oh, sure. I mean, I almost am there for almost every elected person. Yes, that's why I half jokingly say that like basically all of them should be barred from holding future office. If you're like a MAGA Republican right now, yes.
Okay, that's just different in terms of how I think we see the balance of evidence in terms of what goes into intent. I think that some people like want these attacks to happen. Like I don't think someone like Alyssa Slotkin or Mark Kelly when they say the National Guard person, like we think they're all unhinged, right?
This is like super deep in Trump
all these
shit.
Republicans.
People on your pride.
Come on, finish your drama talk.
Trickier because you're bogged down in more procedural stuff. That's not such a just like literally stealing all. If I were to tell you, if I genuinely believe that in the next room John is killing Sam, okay, and you run.
Climb and it kills you, right? In that situation, the lie, right, doesn't bear on my intent there. I lied to you for sure. I lied to get you in the other room, but it just happens to be the case that I had no intent to do the bad thing for which we're all criticizing, which is the clown murder.
Sure, but this ties back to the earlier thing where my question was, what else would you expect people to do when you tell them that children are dying because of parental negligence?
Yeah, I think the average person. I think the average person would just be like, let them. Like, I just be honest with you. I think the average person. I think the average person would expect that their audience would do the same thing they see when they say a bunch of fucked up shit in the news, right? Which is to take no action at all. That is the expectation. When that is always like
the question.
Yeah.
Sure, let's test the intuitions in the other direction. Let's say that CPS was called, and then let's say that they showed up and they actually found out the children were being severely neglected. Do you think in that case Dennis would be taking credit for bringing light to the issue, and that everybody would be celebrating all these people for publicizing the issue as much as they did, and all of them would feel some moral like credit, goodness, responsibility, virtue for bringing such a horrible situation to light?
I think it's possible that she's not beneath that. No, but I'm not saying that.
Not beneath it. You don't think she'd be worth?
I don't think that would happen. I don't think that would. I think people would be like largely sort of like the reaction would be kind of horrified that that's actually true. They'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like I thought I got there was some like weird stuff about shit around his office and stuff. But holy, like it was actually that bad. His kids are getting taken away. They'd be like, "Holy fuck!"
Like giving a little bit of congratulations too. Like you were calling this out.
Yeah, so I think that she would like raise her eyebrow and she would certainly be like, "This is really bad," and she might even take credit. I'm not saying that she'd be on that. I don't know perfectly that she would do that, but I think that there's a decent chance that she would do that. The question is, it doesn't really bear on the conduct. It doesn't bear on the conduct. I'm saying even if I grant it, it doesn't bear on whether or not the action itself reaches the threshold of conscious object of the CPS call. Even if they would have in bad faith afterwards taking credit for something that in retrospect the call was unjustified, but the claims are true, doesn't mean that the conduct here is the same level of culpability as one whose conscious object is to do a certain thing, right? Like Trump probably didn't intend for some things to happen. He probably didn't intend for the bipartisan infrastructure bill to get passed, but he bet his bottom ass he's going to take credit for a lot of these projects, and there's nothing inconsistent with that.
Sure, I know that like when people lie about a thing, it lets you read into their intent a lot more than if they just tell you.
That's why I said it's relevant to the evidentiary case, but not dispositive. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
But either way, this is all. Everything we're saying is like reasonable discourse. People, one mind can go one way, one mind can go the other. What it's not is, and this is what I want an acknowledgement on is, oh my God, this is so crazy. What happened to him? He fucking lost his marbles. All of a sudden he went into Jastilk's fucking penumbra, and all of a sudden he's coming out and saying all crazy shit that he would never ever believe. That shit pisses me off, and you might say like, who cares, but whatever.
This is you, and maybe I just play too many video games, so my mind is rotted. But right now, our disagreement seems to be I'm pushing for depraved heart, and you're content with recklessness. And in my mind, there's not very much daylight between those two positions.
I disagree.
My feeling is okay. That's fine. My feeling is that Hutch and other people seem like they're pushing for at least depraved heart, and you're at zero moral culpability whatsoever. That's what I think most people's perception of you is that. And that was my perception of the Hutch combo.
I basically, if I'm being honest, I think that she has moral fault, but because I view the risk, right, what you have to show, right, in terms of this being depraved heart murder, is that her reacting in the way that she did, that significantly increased the likelihood that the CPS call happened. And I'm just like,
no, you don't.
What?
Why do you keep repeating this?
You do in order to have, for you to consciously disregard a substantial unjustifiable risk, you have to say at the time the action was taken, it was reasonably foreseeable that the action you took would have induced some significant risk of this occurring. And I just view it as a low risk.
I think maybe there might be low risk with regards to a CPS call, but there's a high risk of harassment altogether. And that's what these communities have been engaged in.
Wait, no,
it's not different because the CPS call or getting skulls mailed to your house or whatever else, they're all subsets of harassment. Maybe you can't foresee the particular type of harassment, but when all you do is sit here and engage in insane personal attacks that are digging into a person's family and you're trying to out these crazy things where the only remedy is basically some law enforcement intervention or somebody else intervening in a physical manner, yeah, I think you're in a hugely intentionally contributory environment where you're all doing things to push people in this direction.
Outing these crazy things. Ethan got on his podcast and said his whole family had giardia. What do you mean?
Playing your shit and laughing along with it, you're doing it too. Not you, but Denham's in this case.
Okay, that's the disagreement. I think honest minds, reasonable minds can disagree about that. I think it's a low risk thing, and I think that there's this kind of explosion of the word harassment where it means like any kind of negative criticism. I mean, by that view, like I'm being harassed right now, but I don't think I'm being harassed really. Harassment has to do with like your privacy.
Why are you talking about this right now? Hold on. When Ethan talks about harassment, is it people saying mean things about him online?
No, yes. no. I'm not saying
that.
When
I say contributing to harassment,
broadly, yes, that is what Ethan's talking about broadly. Are there some instances he talks about that are not that? Yes, obviously the CPS and the skulls are more than people simply saying mean things to him online. But the lion's share, the broad majority of his complaints can be boiled down to people saying mean things about him online. Yes.
I agree. No, I think the harassment is a lot greater. No, I agree. That's harassment. I'm not. Guys, I am only saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying what I'm not saying.
I don't know why you're explaining this other random harassment thing. I agree that some people...
You need to show her tendency to, with those statements, as opposed to just her presence in the community, in the general sense, to contribute to specifically the harassing incidents, not just the criticism that is part of like our discourse, right? Which could be unfair, which could be lies, but that we all accept as part of being part of the marketplace of ideas.
Do you think that if you were part of the Klan and you didn't directly participate in a lynching of a black person, do you think you share some culpability for being part of the organization? Say you pay your dues and you help in other ways. You weren't directly involved in lynching.
Yeah, I think you could be culpable with respect to your participation in the community for sure. But what
What's
you're
the
not necessarily,
here
So like her participation in the community, I think, bears on her, increasing risk in the ways that we've talked about for sure at some level of abstraction. And absolutely, like I could grant that, just like you would grant, right? Being a part of the Destiny community, you think there's any risk involved in there, and there's some culpability for what Destiny DGG does? You grant that for yourself and for your community members being part of the Destiny community?
For what actions?
For the kinds of actions which, listen, you agree your community doxes, right?
No, usually it's just me, unfortunately. My community sucks at doxing, so I have to do it all myself. But that's usually because I've hardcore like fucking edited most of this shit out of my community. No, I had to fucking post everything myself. What do you mean? My community doesn't even do this shit anymore. Where's my community actively doxing people?
Oh, sorry, I thought that. So you're saying to the extent that their doxes coming from you, it's you doing it?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, what the fuck? My community doesn't even do this shit anymore.
So Dan doesn't do it, right?
I don't know. Dan is on his own fucking thing against Ethan or with Ethan and all that bullshit.
Do you know whether Dan has doxed? Wait, I just want to ask a question. Do you know whether Dan has doxed anybody? Yes or no?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Okay.
I think nobody will believe me on this, but that's fine because you probably heard differently from Jessica Silver. Me and Dan, I don't talk about his shit. I think it's cringe. We argued about this basically every fucking anything else episode.
Dude, what does he mean? Legit, I don't know if Jay still says this. I know I can speak for myself here and say, I have said many times, Dan and Destiny are not as tightly in sync as people pretend, as the outside may assume. There is not that close in sync. They're reporting everything to each other they're doing. No, Dan's out. Dan wants to be a fucking, Twitter hero. Dan's out doing his thing. That's just pretty true from everything I can tell. So I don't know where this... Oh, and all the other communities just say this. No.
Fucking Mood and Dan doing things and talking about I don't give a fuck. His shit, that's his bullshit, that's his thing, doing whatever. I have basically nothing to do with it. I think I've exchanged all of 2 text messages DMs with Ethan in my entire fucking life. I have not. He does his own shit. I have nothing to do with any of that.
Well, I'm glad that he's not part of the community because
I didn't say he's not part of the community. That was tricky. I said that whatever behavior he's engaged in, that's not part of my community. No. You think Dan is posting doxes?
Okay, no, this is retarded. No, it is obviously part of the community. It's just you're not both directly in sync. But obviously Dan is part of DGG and uses DGG. That's obviously true.
Whatever, my fucking community.
I'm not sure. I'm asking the question. That's all I'm saying. It's people talk. Sometimes people say that Dan has contributed to this. Do you think he has?
I don't know.
He might have. So I don't think it's bad faith for me to ask the question. But if you're just going to take acceptance, like responsibility for all the doxing events, maybe you don't think that your community has done. They're just innocent little angels.
In my community, I know Dan is in other communities besides mine. He's not my child. I don't take fucking responsibility for every single fucking thing that he does.
Would you accept that responsibility? Would you accept that response from one of these lefties? I don't know shit about fucking Bad Empanada. I know he's not part of the fucking thing. I don't know what fucking Hassan is doing. I just do my own thing. You would never accept that.
I would take a look at the behavior of the people. There have been times where Dan wanted to call people out or get into weird personal attacks or whatever. He might have even fucking done it against you. And I told Dan, no, I don't do that. I don't give a fuck about this type of shit. I don't do these arguments here. I don't care about this or whatever. And I told him no. And my community knows my stance on it. There's a very clear stance on it. My community doesn't engage in it because they know that stance. I know, but get banned for it.
I know, but like it does seem like we are applying. So if Dan can't be held responsible, you can't be held responsible for Dan. Talk to me about how Denims can be responsible for Bad Empanada.
Because it's not Denims being held responsible just for Bad Empanada. It's her entire community and all of the other communities that she interacts with engaging with the same type of behavior and all engaging in the same type of behavior. If Denims was watching, her whole community was like, ooh, not a good look for Bad Empanada. This isn't cool. I would do this differently.
He's complaining that, Pisco, how could you possibly say that Bad Empanada's got a reputation for doing bad things, not immediately jump in saying that Bad Empanada's actually the worst fucking doxing, child rapist, murderer, fucking international criminal? How can you not immediately jump in saying that? Oh, I've got no idea what Dan does. I've got no idea what Dan gets up to.
Okay. Well, at least we can agree that...
That's a valid difference, right? These are completely different things. I don't play videos of Dan doxing people or say like, Dan doxed this guy, fucking good for him, fuck him, yeah, hell yeah. I don't do any of this shit in my community. And half the people in my community, when they see Dan talk about Hassan, they all fucking type yes, honey, and he gets fucking triggered. Like, I'm
accepting your representation. Maybe he is, you're generally unaware of what's going on, that you don't really interact with it. And I would hope that you would accept that grace.
Hold on, wait.
I'm accepting what you're saying. I'm accepting what you're saying.
Yeah, continue so I can call you out.
So I'm accepting what you're saying, that you don't have knowledge of what Dan has done or not done, and that therefore
don't,
you and your community can't be held responsible because that's like out of community activities. That's okay.
And you were saying you hope you extend that same charity. Go ahead.
Extend that same charity to people who fit that test. In other words, if we can't show,
which is not Denham's, not Casey Tron, not Frogan.
Got it. Okay.
Because if Dan was doing this in my community, you would have a good argument. I'm not. Do you think I'm responsible for every single thing that Dan or Mr. Mood or anybody else does?
I don't think
of course
so.
not. But if it was happening in my community, I think I would have some responsibility. If Dan was posting this shit in my community, I think I would have some responsibility for it.
But sometimes it can be hard to disentangle, right? It can be hard.
No, it's not. I think it's super easy. How is it hard?
because like
what's hard?
It's very easy because whenever it happens on Destiny's side, it's totally unrelated to him. Whenever it happens on his enemy's side, it's all connected and they're all talking to each other.
Yeah, so the spaces kind of intersect. People have continued conversations from one thing that is technically distinct, one server to another. People, these are not these like hermetically sealed communities, and people have friendships across the different lines.
They are.
Okay.
No, they are sealed. They're sealed. I think if you want to, if you're bored, you should go back and reread your chat like today. They're very sealed, and it's a very intentional thing. It's very intentionally done that way. They're very distinct. They're very sealed. When Hutch's docs and everybody else's shit was getting posted, people in my chat were like, "Oh, I don't know how to talk about this because I don't want to post like the dogs and blah blah blah. I don't want to do this." And now, especially since I've done mostly politics for the past 2 years, it's hard to even talk about shit like fucking Kiwi Farms because a lot of the people in my community don't even fucking know what this shit is at the moment. Besides the people that are like the more hardcore follower types.
Well,
I agree with you that there might be like edge case examples. There might be edge case examples where some people are making weird. Like I would agree. I would say that like misogyny is a weird thing that happens in my community and shit, especially because of the fucking male-female divide. But it's a thing I try to pay a lot of attention to. But whatever we're talking about for like the harassment, and I mean that in the literal sense of the word, not like saying anything. The harassment that Casey Tron, Frogan, Denham's, and the Snarkers and all these people engage in. It's whatever the ambiguity is there. They're way the fuck over the line. Way the fuck over the line.
Okay, so if that's the case, and listen, maybe I don't know enough about these communities to make that representations, you would at least extend that courtesy to me, right? Because am I going to be held responsible for Justilk, for Kuihman, for any of these other people? So the standard that you just applied to yourself, how come I don't get the benefit of that aegis? Why don't I get the benefit of the doubt?
I don't hold you responsible.
Okay.
What did I say? What did I say an hour ago? I said you're like the 2018 centrist that provides cover for the Nazis. I didn't say that you're doing it or that you're necessarily doing it. Your community's doing it. I'm saying that like all these other people have infected your fucking community. Doobie's donated almost 12 months of fucking welfare checks to you in the chat to try to fucking own me or whatever. Yeah, these people are definitely.
Should I ban him? What do you want me to do? I'm asking, is there any ought that you want me to have with respect to Doobie, with respect
it's
to...
It's not a matter of whether you should or shouldn't. It's a matter of do you engage in a type of behavior that seems to attract these types of people or have they set their eyes on for a particular type of reason?
I'm asking, by your standard, by DGG standard, what ought I do with Doobie? Can we just get concrete on Doobie? What should I do with him? Should I ban him? Should I stop accepting money? What should I do?
My issues with you rise to and are capped at extreme and intense annoyance. But that's it. I'm not going to say like you have to fucking change this thing. It's not the same as the issues that I have with Doobie or Kuihman or just those communities. Those are at the level of hatred and I think there's malice and everything else. My issue with you is annoyance and irritation. That's it. So there wouldn't be a stronger prescription there.
But like, okay. So I can continue accepting Doobie money.
What do you expect to happen? Clearly you think there is some fucking issue here, dude.
Like, so that's bad? You won't say that's bad to accept Doobie bucks, right? Is it bad or not?
Donates to you.
No, but like,
it's annoying, but I don't.
Wait, it's annoying. You wish I wouldn't accept it, right? It is your preference that I not accept that money?
It's not about you accepting it.
Doobie is gonna. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? That's like. Doobie has just committed a third of his income for the next year to donating to Pisco, purely because Destiny said it really annoys me when Doobie donates to you here.
Attracting it. If I was debating with you and I had the anti-fucking, I forget, Peruvian or whatever the fuck your background is, the anti-whatever South American people were all showing up and they're like, oh, you need to get this fucking I don't know what they call it. I don't know what slurs are for people in South America. They start donating all this shit. My question would be, why the fuck are these people?
I've got a few.
But isn't the answer like obvious? The answer is because I've taken some kind of takes on exactly two issues, where people think that we disagree with DGG. Issue number 1, yes, Hassan Global Entry Detainment, and issue number 2, Ethan Klein lawsuits.
But if I were to never address that and were to become bedfellows with all these people, I think people start to look at me, and I think they would rightfully say, "Well, hold on, do you like support everything these communities do?"
No, because listen, I talk shit to Doobie, I talk shit to these other people in the chat when I see them when I disagree with them on the same grounds that I
disagree on some.
No, but like if you think that there's something else I ought do. Because do you want me to withhold my genuine opinions on the Ethan Klein lawsuit? I
don't understand how you keep saying like the thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
If I found out that Kik was owned by Israel and I was getting paid money by them because Israel so strongly agreed with my position on things that they were like, we need to funnel this guy a fuck ton of money.
Yeah.
You don't think that I would stop and think like, how is it that I'm so aligned with Israeli interest that they don't even have to give me marching orders and they find it like prudent to pay me? You don't think that I would think like that's kind of weird?
I would maybe think about it, and I have thought about it. I'm like, am I being used in part of a proxy war with respect to Snark? And what I did in response to that was to edit the rules of my community to specifically say that like excessive drama baiting, that kind of stuff is not allowed. And that was, I thought, a reasonable response to some of the quote unquote turf wars that were happening in my Discord and in my community to make it clear that, hey, I don't want to talk about this lawsuit for reasons I've already stated, the one that, that you're involved in. And I don't want this to be a turf war where that happens. And by the way, there's a lot of criticisms from both sides on that. I think I've taken a reasonable position. There are a lot of reasons that you guys will never know about that position. And it is not because of what some people think, although I have stated some actual public reasons why I do it. But that was the actions I took so that to make sure that my community, which has a lot of Destiny supporters in it, which I have never said is not okay, which I have continued to, when there are public issues that are of like national importance or where you do a good debate, I have signaled that I'm willing to praise you. That is not something consistent with one of these snarky, like, are these snarker people like taking opportunities
not,
to...
I don't understand. You're like, you're missing, I just don't understand substantively how you're missing the point. If my community were to start, we're up full of a bunch of people and they were like spamming all these crazy slurs at you and everything. And I said, my response is, okay, guys, you guys are like super racist against Pisco. You're spamming all these slurs. We're going to ban racial slurs now from my chat. Would that be adequate to address that behavior, do you think?
So, yeah, I remember Pisco gave his statement when the Destiny shit happened, where he's like borderline crying. I said that was a totally fine statement, totally reasonable statement. I think Jason said about the same. I can't remember who was... I think Jason maybe even was slightly mad about it. I can't remember. I remember Dan talking shit on Pisco. And then no one was like around Pisco saying like, oh, you've got to cover Destiny stuff, talk about Destiny stuff. Oh, don't you care about this Destiny thing that's happening? Wasn't happening. You know, occasionally tune into Pisco if he's talking to like counterpoints about some political shit. And then when he starts talking about the Ethan shit, yeah, people are tuning in. That's not because of Destiny. That's because of the Ethan shit. It's because the biggest drama on the internet right now, and Pisco is taking a controversial position that I agree with and phrasing it in a good way, arguing, you know, forcefully with some of the most awful offenders of this shit, like Hutch, you know, and his fans, his retarded fans. So it's just like this total narcissistic delusion that Destiny lives in, that at all points, everything is actually just about him. It's all just turning Pisco against him. No, dude. No one gives a fuck. It's about this Ethan stuff, okay? I actually would rather Destiny just disappeared from this Ethan stuff, frankly. I don't like having to cover Destiny content, because I find him quite a repulsive individual. But it is good. It's good content, and they get some views, so...
Using the racial slurs, banning the slurs themselves? Sorry, I want to make sure I understand it, as opposed to banning the people who were saying the slurs, right?
No, I'm not. I'm saying we ban all the slurs. No more slurs in chat.
So it depends, right? If the people are, you know, the problematic people are indicating like a future tendency in my spaces, both my chat and my Discord, to violate the rules, then the mere fact of like the rule change wouldn't be enough, right? I would have to remove the members.
Yes, but, correct. Yeah.
But you've stopped short of saying that would be justified.
But
and I think that it's not.
Go for it. It's not so much of removing the members. It's like, why are the members? Why are these particular people attracted?
Because first of all, I have known Doobie for years, right? So Doobie and I, even though like I don't know him personally, right? Like
it's not just. Yeah, you're personalizing this so much. It's not like me and Ethan hate each other now, okay? Because I think he did weird shit and I countered him, so fuck it, okay? That being said, my community's never turned into an Ethan snarker community, okay? I think he's retarded. That's it.
And my community,
if my community was trying to attract snarkers, I wouldn't just say we're gonna ban this type of conversation. I'd be like, well, fuck, what kind of content am I doing? What am I engaging in? It's like fostering this type of community. I think that Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron maybe should have asked that question way before it got to all of the communities along with CPS calls. I think you're way over the fucking line at that point.
Okay, so
let me cut in real quick. I'm sorry. Okay, real quick, guys. I have a family that wants to see me today, so I'm not leaving.
Leave. Say it loudly. Maybe there's an ego thing where I'm like myopic, or maybe I'm arrogant, or whatever. But what I'm not doing is being insincere. You can guarantee I'm being sincere, and I'm not fucking grifting. Because if I was trying to grift, I would read the room and say, "Fuck Denims, fuck Hassan. These lawsuits are based," and do what everyone else is doing and do it better than them. But I'm not doing that because I don't think it's right, and I think that there's additional insight I can provide, and it's not my view, and so I'm not doing the thing that would get me the most money. Whenever I do one of these videos, one of the reasons I don't post it anymore, they get fucking review bombed because everyone in my community hates them. So I think that I'm aware of that, but I'm not stopping because of money, and I'm certainly not going on this crusade to the extent that it is based on like trying to be a grifter. And I'll say one other thing, right? Ethan made a malicious lie about me, right? Ethan said that I LARP as an attorney. I'm like Mike from PA. That's basically suggesting that I don't have any, that I was never admitted to practice in any state. That's what he suggested. Never taken that back. So on this entire thing.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Did Ethan really? No, mate. First of all, fuck Ethan, because he's retarded half the time. Wait.
Yes.
What did Ethan say?
Yes, he said, so I'll bring up the quote.
Do you know what I'm about to ask?
No, I don't know what you're about to ask.
Okay, well, I just want to see the thing. Bring up the quote.
He said, Pisco LARPs as there's a quote, direct quote. Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA. What do you mean by that?
I'm doing a little bit of mind reading here, but my guess is he just thinks that Mike from PA is retarded, and he thinks that you're retarded. I don't know. And maybe Ethan does, but also this because I think Ethan's retarded. I don't know if Ethan knows the difference between like an attorney and a lawyer. I have no idea if he knows that. If he said
that is an insane amount of charity. He has lawyers up the ass.
So what? He says retarded. You know this more than anyone else. He says retarded shit about legal stuff all the fucking time.
Okay.
Now, but listen, I'm not.
Baby
I'm not
Ethan, no standards, Ethan.
You could show me one of a million quotes or whatever, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, he knew that. That's probably what he was implying, I guess. But I actually, if I had to put money on it, 1-to-1 odds, my guess is Ethan probably doesn't know the difference between an attorney and a lawyer. That'd be my guess.
I don't even think there is. People say lawyer versus attorney. I don't think that's like a consistent distinction. But what people know about Mike from PA is he's never admitted to practice. That's what people know from Mike from PA. He's talking about qualification as Mike from PA. What is Mike from PA known for?
Is that what he's known for? I feel like he's known for being a
with respect to legal stuff.
With
with respect to legal opinions, people. The whole thing about it, is that he was never admitted to practice.
Okay, we're. I don't know if you believe it or not, but we're just in so separate communities.
So you don't think it's reasonable for people to take that interpretation? Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA.
I think you could, sure. I think it's reasonable. You could. I could see how you say it. I would, but from all of the totality I've seen, it wouldn't surprise me if Ethan was just saying that you're retarded. Because I don't know if Ethan actually knows the drama. Because most of the drama around Mike that other people fall into is all the Bad Bunny stuff and him punching the couch and all that shit. And then he got kicked out of an election for some reason. But I don't know how many people know that you can like get your JD and not pass the bar if you. But Ethan, I know that.
He got kicked out of an election for some reason. For some reason. Why was he kicked out of the election, Destiny? Why is it that Mike from PA, being Mike from Pennsylvania, Mike from PA, where he ran, Mike from PA, meaning like he's a candidate from state, right? That's the point. The election, that's what he's known for. Mike from PA, that's where his name comes from. Why was he kicked off that election, Destiny? Oh, because he put his occupation as lawyer when he hadn't passed the bar. That's why, isn't it? That's why. Dude.
Hey, let's keep maybe, yeah. When we're doing the mental states, I think that let's just be honest. Like, put my cards on the table. I haven't seen tons of or a significant amount of denim streams like unconnected to what's going on, and I'm taking oftentimes a negative inference against these people on good faith. Sometimes based when it comes to bad and on stuff I know, but people will give maximal charity to Ethan's position and will say that I'm being hypocritical by covering this lawsuit. And by their own lights, right? If it's justified for Ethan to do these kinds of things and to cover people and to go after people who have maliciously lied about him, I think at a bare minimum, I want to see if you agree that it's justified for me.
Jesus Christ, I can't talk today. People do know Mike from PA is the couch punch guy, but if you're stating about as qualified as Mike from PA, you are displaying some knowledge of the idea that he's lacking qualifications. You are, that's what you're saying. You're saying, I know about you're saying you have some knowledge that there was a lack of qualifications. I was smoking just before I spoke, and my throat fucked up.
To scrutinize Ethan's lies.
Yeah, but the issue I have is that like people say retarded shit on some side of a thing, and then it feels like you have to say retarded shit like the negative opposite of it, the opposite retarded shit. That's what it feels like. Like why not just say like these people are saying this? Yeah, like we are justification. So like earlier you were saying like, oh, I think there's a lot of malice in him watching these lawsuits and it was really personal. My guess is going to be like 90% of civil lawsuit. There's a civil lawsuit. These are almost always going to be done maliciously.
But you do think
are filing lawsuits against each other.
But you do think
that's a given.
But you do think, given the communication that you just heard, it's justified. You wouldn't have a problem with me going after Ethan's motivations, right? Given what I just shared with you. No problem.
You can share what you feel his true motivations are, but it's weird to be like he's lying about them. Yeah,
wait. When you say it's weird, is it weird for him to say what he said about me?
What he said about what do you mean?
Yeah,
weird?
So you don't have a problem with me scrutinizing Ethan's motivations, do you?
The double standard is absurd.
Sweet. I think,
but it feels like you commit yourself to positions that are just so much on the opposite end.
I don't
like
agree.
When somebody brings up the whole like Ethan is bringing this up to save, he's literally fucking Jesus Christ for fair use or whatever.
Oh,
I'm like, I'm sure he probably has some and there are people that say this. Trust me, Dan is the number one fucking Ethan dick suck in my fucking life. Okay, and we argue about this shit all the time. And it's like I'm sure that Ethan cares to some extent about fair use for sure, but these lawsuits are obviously heavily personally motivated. But like but then you see people making the Jesus argument, and you're out here like every single civil lawsuit should only come from the purest of fucking intentions. And it's like dog, 90% of civil lawsuits that aren't involving like corporations are going to be fucking personally motivated. You didn't quite get there on Hutch's lawsuit stuff, but when you were talking to Hutch, but it sounded like you were saying like well, people are launching lawsuits for personal motivations and not the actual underlying civil cause of action. That's probably not a good thing.
I have an opinion about what when lawsuits are justified and when they're not. That might differ from like what's legally acceptable or what's acceptable under the rules of ethics. And just because a lawsuit is legal to file, you're never going to be in favor, right? Like for example, an easy case is, I'm not saying this is like Ethan's lawsuit. Okay, I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but I'm just saying that you do apply an ethical standard to bring lawsuit. For example, Trump bringing his lawsuits against the fucking pollster. He's legally allowed to do it. Trump bringing a lawsuit against, to try to steal the election. We are going to apply a standard whether or not we think that that's justified, even if it's motivated by a bunch of spite. And I'm grappling, I think, honestly, in front of everybody, with what are the factors that go into whether or not I'm going to think that a lawsuit is okay. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on. I don't like that comparison because the biggest issue with Trump bringing the lawsuit, I would argue, is quasi-procedural. It's the fact that he is the chief executive and he is the president of the United States. Like nobody has a problem with Macron filing a lawsuit, I don't think, against like Candace Owens, right?
I don't have an issue with
Trump filing a lawsuit against Candace Owens.
No, but like you can think of unhinged lawsuits between private people that you would be like, this is a bad lawsuit. I'm sure you can think of such lawsuits, can't you?
I mean, like,
yes, right.
It depends on what you mean by bad lawsuits.
Ones that you think are ethically wrong to bring. You don't think that there are some lawsuits out there that are ethically wrong to bring?
I guess we have to define what we even mean by
what we ought do. What they ought do.
Examples of it. I'm sure we could. No, but like, what makes it like? If you got into a personal fight with a friend and you knew that like his mom was dying of cancer and he's paying for it out of pocket, you know that if you sue him, he'll kill his mom or something. Like, maybe theoretically, possibly.
Not just that, right?
Man, we also have to get into like really hard.
So for example, if you thought that a lawsuit was like totally baseless and not worth the court's time and was just done for an improper purpose, you would probably be against it, right?
Yeah, but that's not a question to the motivation. That's a question to the actual facts of the case.
If you knew, for example, that someone was filing a lawsuit only to fuck with you, to take your time, take your money, and basically do things out of malice, you wouldn't think that would bear on the ethics of the lawsuit?
It would be personally annoying, but if they have a valid cause of action and they're not lying about any underlying evidence, people have a right to fucking file lawsuits.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like, you're going to apply an ethical standard. No one's questioning your right to bring it.
No, that's not an ethical standard. It's
yes,
annoying. It would be annoying, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily wrong or you're in a moral wrong to do it.
Wait,
right?
they ought not do it. They ought not file it, right?
My issue related to Pixie is that she's lying about a lot of the evidence. That's my issue there. But does she have a right to file the lawsuit? I literally told her, yeah, listen, if you want to sue me, then fucking sue me. You have a right to do it. I'm not going to say they don't.
Without getting into merits, should she have sued you?
Sure.
You think she should have sued you?
If she genuinely believed that the evidence that she had in the beginning was correct and true, then yeah, I think she had a right to, and I think she should have. If she felt like, I'm not saying should have is weird, but like she wouldn't be in the moral wrong for doing it.
So another way of saying that is she ought have sued you, given that that is her belief. If you assume it is,
it's when you say ought, you're implying like a moral compulsion. I don't know if I would use ought here.
By which I mean it is morally good.
It's fine. It's not morally bad.
Okay, I think we can be scrutinizing towards lawsuits, their motivations, why they're being brought, the purposes behind them. It might be some area where we think that like there's reasonable minds that disagree on a particular thing, and I'm honestly trying to grapple with our intuitions that some lawsuits we don't agree with, and so I don't think I should be blamed for that.
I'm curious. Sure, I'm curious, because this is my issue. I don't know what you listen to me scream over this, but like my issue is that the standard that you're using, I feel like there might be. I feel like 90% of certain types of lawsuits are almost exclusively going to be motivated by personal spite. So like contract law, maybe not. Maybe certain torts or whatever, maybe not. But like when you get into things like defamation or intentional infliction of emotional stress or whatever, any of these, I feel like almost because what are we saying?
What if they don't care about the property right underneath it? Like I'm giving you a stylized example, which is a simplified example. What if it's the case that we know for certain, it's a hypothetical, that they're suing, they don't give a shit about the property infringement at issue. They don't care about it. In fact, they like that it was infringed, and they're suing over that. Would you support such a lawsuit? Absent some overriding social concern, I can imagine where impact litigation mattered. So absent those kinds of, or where it's kind of futile, no matter what lawsuit's going to happen. So absent those,
I really just want to get through this, but it's actually so late.
There might be a world.
This has gone on so long.
Maybe where if I could maybe perfectly ascertain it, I would say no, that would be unethical. Yeah. But I think this would get really, I think it would be on the border of like, should you deny people who are not vaccinated access to medical treatment related to the disease that they didn't get vaccinated?
Like
and I think it's an easy yes for people to say, but as soon as you start to push a little bit, it's like, well, what about if you're fat and you have an obesity or like heart-related disease? What if you smoke cigarettes and you got lung cancer? What if your parents smoked, right? Then it's like, okay, fuck, actually, there's no way to draw a line here. Right, so do you agree that like the vast majority of certain types of civil litigation it's motivated by spite? Otherwise, they would just solve it out of court, right?
I basically think that you're correct. I just want to say that you are correct that in litigation, almost always there is some human story of emotion, spite, anger, betrayal. These stories are oftentimes lost by the legal formalism. And I should never have, no one should interpret me as to say that I think that legal lawsuits are all formalistic. All I'm saying is there are certain purposes that I think are proper, certain that I think are improper. So the mere presence of malice or a spite to me isn't going to be sufficient to say I don't care about a lawsuit. I just want to be clear about that. So the presence of spite, I've never represented that that's sufficient for me to say a lawsuit's not justified. I have a view about when lawsuits are justified, and it's not that. But I'm just saying, like, we all are trying to honestly grapple with when.
So all Pisco's saying is that you have to genuinely care about the tort. Like, you have to have a genuine interest in the tort that you were using to go after the person. Like, if you're just like in this case, Whereas like Ethan wants them to sue. Ethan wants them to infringe so that he can sue. You do not genuinely care about the underlying wrong that supports the tort you're using to go after this person. So therefore you shouldn't use it. What Ethan really cares about is some kind of like defamation or something.
Is the case and when it's not the case, and that's what I'm trying to do. You might disagree with me.
This is my issue. I don't like when you keep saying it's honest disagreement. I agree with you. You do this thing where there are a particularized, Hutch was running this too. There's a particularized example where it feels like you're so far beyond the pale. And then you back it up to like, well, aren't there times where, like, for instance, we could say that, like, aren't there times where, like, consent is hazy when two people have had maybe a little bit too much to drink, but they, like, have had sex before and they had sex, and you're like, okay, sure. But the particular case you're talking about is, like, a guy who roofied some girl and fucking ran a train on her with his entire fucking family. It's like, I don't know why we're bringing up that, like, reasonable minds can just, like, we're so far beyond the pale at this point. I feel like with regards to the Ethan lawsuits, we have, like, very clear and obvious copyright infringement. It was so obvious that he literally set it up in advance of this happening.
I agree.
The copyright infringement was being used to further the other harms that were being done to Ethan. I think that it feels like, I could be wrong, but it feels like sometimes civil litigation is used to recoup or attack somebody for other harms. Like, for instance, if people don't get a criminal conviction, there might be civil litigation that follows if somebody's trying to be made whole again. So I feel like in terms of like a vehicle for Ethan's spite, this copyright-related lawsuit is kind of the perfect vehicle.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, and for reasons that I've stated in those other situations. I think I can give you an example where I think your intention would be flipped, and the one I keep going back to is the Tim Pool example. Let's say that, same facts. Tim Pool sets a trap for me because I had said something about him taking Russian money, which he didn't find totally good or whatever. And he actually wants me to infringe that copyright. And he sets the plan, and then I do, and what I say, and then we have the intentional stated malice. And he sues me, even though he even says, I don't really give a shit about the copyrighted issue. And later on, he extracts concessions for me, like, also, I apologize for not apologizing about Charlie Kirk Carter. I'm sorry for what I said about Tim Pool, being part of a Russian-aligned shit. I'm sorry for whatever, like all this other stuff. I think you'd be on my side.
If the underlying fact pattern was the same, I don't think so. I think, especially once you start to make malicious statements, like, even I recognize people I don't like. I mean, I'm technically watching their content. I'm kind of surprised that, like, as honor somebody hasn't tried, probably just don't want to go with a lawsuit shit. They try to, like, sue me for watching a fucking stream or whatever. I would probably try to fight most of this on fair use grounds, but, like, that was like a huge fuck around and find out. Like, if I know that I'm fighting hardcore with something, like, if I was like, all right, guys, today, I know Hassan's streaming in fucking China, and I know he's mad about his love.
Literally everyone would rally around Destiny if Hassan tried to fucking sue him like that. It would be so fucking obscene.
So we're gonna fucking take as many viewers from this motherfucker as possible. Let's go.
You're saying if that happened to Connor,
I can't believe what?
If that happened to Connor and Tim Pool sued Connor, because Connor was malicious to Tim Pool, and Tim Pool sued him and basically was trying to financially fuck with Connor, who has his family or whatever.
Well, I'm saying the underlying fact pattern. No, I'm saying the underlying. If Connor was literally like, I'm watching this to take as many viewers from this guy as possible.
He says that.
Saying shit like that.
It's Tim Pool. You'd be like, fuck Tim Pool. Fuck him. That's what you would say, man.
No.
You would say fuck
not only
them.
would I not say that I've never, no, I'll respect somebody's fucking copyright and the rights that they have for their shit like that. No, I wouldn't say fuck. What do you mean? Fuck them doesn't mean you can do anything else that you want to him or whatever else. What do you mean?
So you really care about copyright infringement?
Do I really care about...
This guy used to say that he didn't think like IP law should be a thing, basically.
And that's like principally, but like I respect the legal aspect of it, sure.
Yeah, so like if, for example, some shit happened with movies and people were doing that consistently, that would be something where, if they get sued by the thing, you would be like, yeah, that's based. Or you yourself, if you got sued by a rights holder, you'd be like, that's good. And if you knew the rights holder just wanted to
stream movies, but if I knew that like if somebody was engaged in that behavior or whatever, then I'd be like, oh yeah, if you get fucked, I mean, of course. I don't know how old you are. I'm 37. We all got fucking emails from the RIA or whatever when we were on Kazaa or the Pirate Bay or whatever else, and there was a fucking FBI honeypot or whatever else where they were fucking shooting out copyrighted shit. You'd get a letter for it, or the MPAA. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that DGG respected copyright so much. Maybe they do, and I've just been wrong about that. It seems like this is not what's motivating people. It seems like people think that copyright is kind of like yoink, and they just do whatever they want.
Wait, hold on, just real quick, because you've tried to do this like 3 or 4 times, okay? Let me show you the difference. I don't know if you're getting this or not, okay? The thing that I hate more than anything else are fucking cry bullies, okay?
Oh yeah, is it? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Uh-huh. This is the guy who goes around screaming he wants to kill people and all this shit. But if you make one joke about him being gay, if you make one joke about his I don't know, fucking, terrible parenting or some shit, it's the end of the world. Why isn't this person banned? Why haven't they been banned already? It's crazy. It's obscene, bro. This guy is the most delusional, narcissistic, fucking crybaby bitch on the whole internet. It's insufferable.
Like a fucking, because I know you're trying to fucking do all these memes to reference my, if I get like a torturous interference letter or some bullshit, and they're like, your website facilitates blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna sit there and cry about it. Yeah, it obviously does. Maybe it does. Yeah. I don't know if I should say this.
Yeah, I'm so glad that's it. Like, you know, I'm never gonna sue him, but holy fuck, I'm so glad that if someone ever sues him, he just admitted, oh yeah, my website probably doesn't interfere with people's businesses. Awesome. Thank you.
If a company will hear this and use this as an admission for court, this is all memes and blah,
bless,
blah, blah.
so.
But like, yeah, I'm not gonna say like, I can't believe
God
that somebody's
willing.
coming after me just because I am fucking hosting a web. No, I'd be like, oh, well, fuck yeah, I guess you got me, right? Sure, yeah.
Okay, but if you had a sense,
like you own it, you own your action, own your behavior. If somebody earlier you tried to do the doxing thing, what if somebody harassed just to go blah blah blah? You know, it's like I don't want people to.
What
do
if they trapped you? What if they tried to do this?
You think I'm gonna pearl clutch? Be like, I never intended for anybody to be mean or harass anybody. Blah blah. No, of course I'm not gonna pearl clutch like that. This is serious shit. I'm doing it in response to serious shit though. Just don't pearl clutch like these other communities are doing. Own the responsibility. Own the outcomes of your actions.
In response to serious shit, like correctly identifying him as someone who non-consensually shared explicit images of one of his friends, explicit images and videos. It's really, really horrible stuff.
Infringement, you're gonna be like based. I deserve to be sued.
Well, no, because I think all my stuff is on fair use. That's why I said underlying fact pattern is.
Assuming you just play, okay, but if you assuming you play it, and so do you actually believe this line about intentional state of malice? That should be the line. That should be the standard. You don't believe that? XQC's fine.
Should it be the line?
Yeah, it shouldn't be the line. So you're not gonna uphold that line. That's like a made up thing. So that's like made up.
Hold on, it's absolutely not a made up thing. Okay,
it's not a line that people care about.
It's absolutely a line that people care about. Attorneys and judges would probably care about it. Intentionally stated. If you're literally saying like I'm doing this because fuck the other person.
No, for copyright as a line. No, as a line for copyright. Is that one that you
copyright? I think people are going to care about that. If you intentionally state malice,
do you want that to be the threshold? That beyond anything before that, good to go?
No, I don't think. I don't think that's a threshold question. I don't think it's just positive one way or another. But I'm saying that like I definitely wouldn't complain at that point. Like Jesus Christ. Like how could you? Right? Like you're expecting it. Like if I'm watching Hassan's shit, I'm commenting or whatever. That's fine. But if I watch it, I'm like, this motherfucker. I'm taking as many views as possible. He sued me. How am I going to say like I can't believe you? Blah 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 blah.
I think if your community got the impression that one of the motives of the the people who were suing you was because you had said something about Russia or other political grievance, they would harp on that and they would call it improper purpose. If they got the sense,
yeah, they might. Yeah, yes. I agree with you. They probably would. Sure, I think a lot of, but
I think you would say, you know what? That's a good point. Good point.
That's fine, but the thing is, you can say that because you're intuiting it. Maybe because of things Dewey and Jis will tell you. But I don't say
no.
I am the number one fuck around and find out person on the internet. Where if something happens, I always say, what did the other person do? What did they do first? Why did this person do that? That's all. I'm like,
no, you are not. For other people, not for yourself though. You literally are the biggest crybaby fucking victim whenever anything happens to you.
Reputation in the entire fucking world for asking that question when it comes to the guy. Always ask another question.
Okay. Hey. You made me tired. And I do want to say I think that we can have people in communities have their disagreements. Y'all can say whatever you want. But I'm going to defend myself in terms of my ethics. And I think that what I've done is nothing but stay true to like my sincere opinions. And if that pisses people off and that causes people to think that like I'm taking a side with the lefties, so be it. I'm going to keep saying what I want to say and what I actually believe. I'm not a tanky. I'm not a socialist. I'm not trying to withhold opinions for one reason or another. But if people take that impression from me, that's their impression to take. I will try to rebut it. I will try to defend myself. But it's not the case that I'm stealing talking points or opinions from someone else and that I don't genuinely hold them. To the extent that people have presented information to me and I find it convincing, it's because it's on the grounds that I find it convincing. And I'm not like in these private DMs or private groups with snarker communities whose whole intention is to destroy you or your community. That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep it to stuff that I'm interested in, and that's all I can do.
Well, to be clear, that's not all you can do. That's the bare minimum.
Well, what else do you want me to do? Do you want me to ban them?
Yeah, I want you to ban every single anti-Destiny fan. I need you to pull people. I want you to go Pisco, Cash Patel, okay? And I need you to do a loyalty test. And if anybody was involved in any shit talking to me, ban all of them. Okay?
But if that's insincere, if that's facetious, if there's some actual ought that people think that I should do, present it to me. Send it to me in a DM. Say it
it's just all I'll say. Listen, my whole chat, I've been watching the whole time, okay, are blowing up. They are super pissed at you. They think your position is disingenuous. They think you're lying about this thing or whatever. They think your arguments are blah, blah, blah. Your chat the entire time has been saying I'm a pedophile, I have child porn, I fuck kids, I do all this. That's the difference. In terms of you asking, like, why should I ban that person saying that? No, but like, why is there a difference there? I don't know. Why is there a difference between my community, Ethan's community?
It's probably because there aren't any credible allegations against Pisco of him interacting sexually with minors. I think that's probably got something to do with it. That's probably, I'd say, the most explanatory factor.
And Casey Tron Frogan and the other bitches community or whatever, right? I think at the end of the day, it's good to ask questions like this and not pretend like all of it is a random chance and accident and a big bang and who knows how anything could happen. And if you want to disingenuously present it as like, well, who should I fucking ban? Who should Trump have arrested to make it so he's not guilty for J6? It's not a simple matter at that point, right? Like you quoting Sotomayor in the Warhol case where just because you say a thing is a thing doesn't make the thing itself the thing. So, so there you go.
You think I was disingenuous with my citations of Warhol?
Probably, but I have to go read it because the way you cited it made me think it was disingenuous. The citation sounded like you were making it sound like she said that just because somebody says a thing is fair use or whatever.
Sure.
But the objective inquiry,
yeah,
but it sounded like you were implying you were using that quote, and it sounded like you were trying to say what Sotomayor was saying was just because somebody says a thing is stealing content doesn't mean that they're stealing content. When my guess is she was probably using it in the opposite, which is different because he was probably using that as a defense for his copyright infringement, whereas in this case, Dennis is using it as an excuse for copyright infringement. So I don't think that the quote would necessarily apply. But
I mean, you can just go look at Warhol and see if you think I'm misrepresented.
Okay.
All right.
Be careful. Don't be mean, Hutch. Bye.
Yeah, I won't. Okay.
Wow.
I gotta go, folks. Hope everyone is doing well. All right. My guys, stay cool. I had some content, but I think you've made me tired. I am genuinely tired, and that conversation went on for like 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I know I made some kind of agreement with where I said that I would be available for this guy, Hobbit follower. Yeah, I know Hobbit follower. Hobbit follower. Why don't you, if you're still around later tonight or something, we can have a conversation or whatever. I don't know. I can't guarantee it, but definitely if you're available,
Autistic BGG mod.
I don't know what the result will be, but if you can make me normal, if I haven't been made normal already. Also, we might actually have Cash Patel's interview with Katie Miller, which there's a killer on the loose, folks. Let's not forget that. Let's never forget that. They might have filmed it before, but like still horrible optics. I love you guys very much. Appreciate your support, and even if you disagree, you know what? My motto is I love the haters. Keep the hate, keep hating, and stay cool. Peace out.